Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and we'll try this again. Welcome to day 5, the 5th and final day of Quilt Fest. And man, we've got a great day in store for you. We're going to be without Jane today. She had a previous engagement she couldn't get out of, so you'll have me all day, and hopefully I can get through this. But before we get started, got to say a shout out to some of the SMP Nation out there watching today. We have Kathleen Miller in Ohio. We have Melissa E. in Louisiana. We have Sandra Anderson in North Carolina. We have Ann Philback in Virginia. We have Gail Miller in Michigan. Shirley Chaplin over in Georgia. We have Mona Sloan in Mona Sloan in Alabama. And yeah, it is kind of a cool, goes together real well. Denise Lunar in Southern Illinois. And then Gloria saying, good morning from Michigan. Well, hello, Gloria. So I hope that y'all are ready to go today. I'm just curious in the chat, how many of y'all been here since day 1, Monday? Put a number 1 in the chat if you've been here the whole time. You've been here with me the whole time. That's Sandra Cummings in Texarkana, Texas. So do y'all know the difference between Texarkana, Texas and Texarkana, Arkansas? A street. Half the street is in Texas, half the street's in Arkansas. So you can have a business right across the street from you, facing you, but you're in a different state. So a lot of ones coming in. Well, thank y'all for sticking around and staying with us. A lot of them. So what we're going to do real quick, we're going to do a little drawing, a giveaway. And so let's give away a $25 gift card. And Andrew, put this in the chat or in the spin the wheel. Right. All right, spin that wheel. All right, he's going to figure it out eventually.
I don't really know. Do you want a 1?
Yes. All right, spin the wheel. So if you put a number 1, you've been here. We're going to give you a little prize. The ones who have been watching since Monday. And we sure appreciate it. Lady Bear, you're our winner. Lady Bear is watching today from YouTube. So congratulations. And to claim that prize, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete. Once you get that done, hit submit. And what we're going to do in turn is we'll email you a gift card code that you can use at checkout. We'll save you $25 off your purchase. That's simple, guys. Y'all say good morning to Kyle and Andrew. They're here with me this morning.
Good morning.
And we've got another great educational sessions today as well. And then we're going to do our giveaways late this afternoon. We're going to announce our quilt show winners. We already know who the People's Choice Award winner is. And the judge's choice, we're close. We have one more judge we're waiting on to get her results in. And I'm kind of anxious to see, aren't you, Kyle?
Yes.
It's so anyway, we'll get to see that. But what we're going to do this afternoon, we'll give those awards away. We'll announce our People's Choice Award winner. We will give them a Golden Scissors trophy. We'll give them a county fair ribbon to put on their quilt. And they're going to get a little prize package. And then after that, we'll announce our judge's choice and award all 3 places there and give their, and we'll show you the quilts as well too. And then we'll give them their prize package. And then we're going to end the day on, basically drawing out, which today we get to draw number 5 finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway. We'll do that before we do all the other. But then we'll put all the names in a hat, all 5 names, and we'll draw a winner out for the Dream Studio giveaway live on air so you can see it. and they're going to get a big prize package. I don't know if y'all seen what all they have, but Andrew, if you could show that overlay of all the product, it's a ton of stuff, I'm telling you. And I mean, you've got a robotic system from Butler. You have the Grace, the Aero cabinet. You have the Laura Star iron system up there. You have the Brother Persona, the PRS 100. You have that Elena Experience 560. You have the Pfaff Admire Air 7000. You have the Baby Lock Jubilant, and you have the Juki 2010. So, I mean, just a ton of things. And then you have that Handy Quilter Moxie 15-inch long arm with the 8-foot loft frame. So you're basically getting a complete studio, every type of machine for your sewing room. And I tell you what a awesome prize to do this. And I tell you what, we could not do this if it weren't for our sponsors. And I got to say a big shout out to our sponsors out there. We could not do this because they bring all these great educators, and help us out on the giveaways. And it's just so many things they do. It's a great partnership. And again, our platinum sponsor this year was Baby Lock. Gold sponsors Handy Quilter, Janome, Brother, Husqvarna Viking, Butler Robotics, the Grace Company, Pfaff, King Quilter, and Juki. Our silver sponsors were Caterpillar, Aero Cabinets, and then our bronze sponsors were R&K featuring Floriani and Laura Star. So we sure do appreciate all those sponsors working with us for Quilt Fest. And I know y'all do too, because we wouldn't be able to make this happen. So let me tell you a little bit about the prizes too that everybody's going to win. So the judge's choice, if you win first place, not only will you get your ribbon and trophy, but you're going to get the Baby Lock Sashiko. And what is so awesome about this machine is that it does those Sashiko stitches. And this is the Sashiko 2 version. And I don't know if y'all know what a Sashiko stitch is, but it came from Japan. And it's a very, very old hand stitch method. And they were able to duplicate it with this machine. And it's pretty awesome. Second place judge's choice is going to win that Husqvarna Viking Opal 690Q sewing machine. Great machine. And then third place, you gotta go the other way, Andrew.
I'm sorry.
Third place is the Handy Quilter HQ Stitch 310 sewing machine. And that's a great little machine. And a lot of quilters like taking this to classes and all that. And then first place, People's Choice, they're going to get that Baby Lock Accomplished 2. You see that, another great machine. And then the Dream Studio runners-ups. If you don't win the Dream Studio, if you're just a runner-up, you're going to get one of these Elena Experience 530 sewing machines. So a lot of hardware and a lot of prizes that are going to go to somebody today. And then we're going to give some normal things away. We got, I think, some Burnett Sew and Goes we're going to give away today. We got some of the Brother P-Touches. And we have, some more $25 gift cards. And we got some sew mats that we're going to give away. So we got a lot of things to do today. And speaking of giveaways, let's go ahead and give away one of the Sew and Goes right now. And you don't have to put anything in no specific thing in the chat to be eligible to win this. So Andrew, just spin that wheel. I see some familiar names. Janet Doby is our winner. Watch our day from YouTube. Some congratulations, Janet. What we need you to do to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. And once you do that, we'll get all that information and we'll get you a brand new Sew and Go shipped right to your doorstep. That's simple. That is simple. So first thing this morning, we've got R&K coming in, and we have Jennifer Gigas, and I've known Jennifer for many years, and I tell you what, she is just sharp as a tack and does great presentations. She's a great educator, and she has a long history with sewing companies, and she landed at R&K, and really has done a great job there, and we enjoy our partnership with them. So y'all welcome to the show, Jennifer Gigas.
Good morning. How are you, Blaine?
I am fantastic this morning, raring to go, and I hope you are too, because I tell you what, day 5, and we're going to have a great crowd today.
So is it cold in California this morning? It looks like you're dressed a little warm.
It is. It's like you're 0.
Oh, yeah, no, that's horrible. We are starting to get into spring and the allergies. And so all of you who are listening, I'm sorry. And I can't help it. I will try, not to have the snifflies and the snufflies this morning. But
well, you know how it is. You lived in California for a while, so you kind of get acclimated to the climate, and you become kind of a weak person when any kind of cold weather comes. It's only in the like mid 40s today. But it's like
chilly though. Yeah.
You think everybody's going to a snowstorm. They're bundled up with scarves and big coats and gloves.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to hit the 60s today, so I'm pretty excited about that. But it does mean more of that pollen's going to be coming down. But it is what it is.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of rain too, so California needs rain.
Yeah, you need it desperately for sure.
All right, well, Jen, I'm gonna let you get going this morning. I know we got a lot to cover, and I'll see you back here in just a few minutes, and we'll tell them how to get your packages.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. So good morning, everyone, or afternoon, depending where you are. I know we have a lot of people that are tuning in from all over the place, which is so exciting to me. So I'm Jennifer. I'm here with R&K. We are the company that brings you Quilter Select products and Floriani embroidery products. And today we're going to talk a little bit about some of the Quilter Select items that, I could spend all week sharing information with you about the products and hints and tips for, the projects that you're working on. However, we have 30 minutes. So as I was thinking about what in 30 minutes could I bring of value to you? And so I thought about my sewing space and how I like to keep everything just organized and set up little stations within my sewing space so that I can get more done, be more productive with the sewing time that I have. So I don't know about all of you, but if there is anyone out there who has ample time, you have all of the sewing and quilting time that your heart desires, it's never, trying to fit in that time, raise your hand, send up little bubbles, something so that we know is that one person out there. So beside my sewing machine, I like to have an area that's set up for the tasks that I'm doing as I'm working through a quilting project. And the trend seems to be not so much doing a lot of precision quilting or precision piecing at the start, but by doing a lot of oversized type units and then trimming them down, because it is much easier to end up with a precise block if you can take your time with those and you have some wiggle room along the way. So because of that, and there's also a lot of stitch and flip type things that are happening. It's nice to have a cutting surface and a space right beside my machine so that I can be as efficient as is possible and not have to get up 72 times. We do want to get up and wander to the iron from time to time, but what we can do in our sitting spot is great. And so one of the things that I keep right beside my machine is a 9x12 cutting mat. It just sits right there to the left. It also, by the way, if you have a cup of coffee or what have you beside your machine, it can sit there and not have to be on the wood at the table that's underneath. But its real job is to give me a surface to cut on as I'm trimming things. So if, for example, you do your half square triangles, let's just say the 2 at a time method, where you're going to need to stitch and cut through those triangles to separate them out. It's good to have that little piece that's right there beside you so that you can get your cutting done. Now, like its bigger brothers and sisters in the Quilter Select cutting board line, it is dual-sided. And by dual-sided, I don't mean that it's just 2 colors, although it is a light color on one side and a dark color on the other side. It literally is 2 cutting boards in one. So it's going to last twice as long as a traditional or a standard cutting board might. It is numbered in both directions. So for our left-handed users and our right-handed users, it's going to be very efficient and effective to use it. But the other kind of trick to working with a smaller mat like this is, let's say, so honestly, I'm going to encourage you to have 2 of this size. And the reason being, one sits beside my machine for all of these trimming things that I'm sharing with you, but the other would sit on my larger cutting table. I'm very fortunate to have a large cutting table in my space. And I'm often asked, what about a rotary cutting mat or a rotating cutting mat? And I've not found a rotating cutting mat that I love, love, love. But my small mat, when I set it down on my larger mat or larger surface, it turns right around. And if we think about the reason that we need a rotating mat, it's because we are cutting one side of something and we need to turn it around. It does not literally need to rotate. It just needs to be easy to turn, right? So I find that this little guy is a nice option for turning. Now, it also, in addition to being numbered in both directions, so that if I am rotating the mat or from my right and my left-handed quilters, it has often also
Hey, Jennifer, you are frozen, and I think your Wi-Fi is kind of lagging because we lost your voice, and then you froze on screen and then so we'll give her a chance to disconnect and maybe connect back. And so guess what, guys?
Giveaway.
It means we give something away when that happens. So let's go ahead and we're going to give away a sew mat. So Andrew, spin that wheel. So while Jen's trying to get hooked back up, we'll give a sewing mat away, and hopefully we'll get her back in here. Some of the weather across the country, sometimes this happens. Linda Brooks. Linda is our winner. She watched her day from YouTube. So Linda, you know the drill. Go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. Once you do that, in the notes section there too, just put in what color sew mat, what size you want, hit submit, and once we get that in, we will ship that out to your doorstep. All right. So we are still waiting. I think she just connected back. All right. So let's try Jennifer again and see. Hey, Jennifer.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It just looked like the internet lagged out on you and you froze up. And so we'll let you get back at it.
Okay. So I believe where we were was talking about the non-slip coating on the back side of the Quilter Select rulers. And what that does is it keeps that ruler right in place on your fabric. So it's not going anywhere. And so obviously the beauty or the advantage of that is when you get ready to cut your fabric is not going to be moving and shifting. And now as we are getting a little older, it also is nice to have a ruler where I don't have to be pushing, pressing, or doing something that is ergonomically unfriendly in my hands and in my wrists. So that ruler is just going to stay right there where I need it to stay. I don't have to push. I don't have to use excessive force. Now, beside my machine, since I'm often doing some trimming types of things, even if it's just something like trimming those little dog ears off the top of your triangles, having a smaller ruler is nice. It's convenient. I can pick it up. It's light. It's an easy up, easy down. This is a 1.5 by 12 inch ruler. I use this all the time. I find that I'm going to it continually if I am cutting those half square units apart, if I am trimming down the dog ears on a piece, if I am clipping off the edges of triangles or points or what have you, in order to keep my projects, my seam lines more smaller, right? Keep them nice and tight. So 1.5 by 12, gotta have it. It's also a great one if you do foundation piecing to be trimming away that excess fabric in between as you move from segment 1 to segment 2 to segment 3, etc. So that 1.5 by 12, that's a gotta have it right beside my machine. Bonus. I talked about 2 at a time, 3 at a time, multiple half square triangle units at a time. So here's a little extra something for you. On our Quilters, the official Quilter Select Facebook group page, we do an ongoing stitch along. And when I say ongoing, I mean when we stop one, we start the next one. So right now we are working on a sampler series. And the sampler series does have half square triangles, quarter square triangles, etc. All the instructions are there for you. But one of the ways to stitch your half square triangles quickly, if you need a lot of them, is an 8 at a time method. So beside my machine, of course, I have my mat, but I also keep my self-erase, my Quilter Select self-erase marker handy by. When you're doing 8 at a time, if you've never done this before, this is going to be like magic. I'm going to take that 1.5 inch ruler, because I don't need a big ruler for this, and mark my square from corner to corner. So basically, I'm making an X on the fabric. And now I'll do it on the lighter fabric of whichever fabrics I happen to be working with. But it is amazing to me how well that purple mark shows up on dark fabrics. So I have my X marked, and I'm going to take the coordinating fabrics. I'm going to position them right sides together. And then I would stitch 1/4 inch away from the marked lines on both sides. You can end up with 4 rows of stitching. Once you do that, you're going to take your ruler and you'll have 2 rows of stitching, 2 rows of stitching. And then I'm going to cut down the vertical center, the horizontal center, and then come back through and cut on those lines. And that will give me 8 half square triangle units quickly and easily, right? Now, the other thing that I like, the other ruler must have that sits beside my machine, is a 3.5 inch square. Love the 3.5 inch square because it's an easy one to work with. And now this particular size fabric that I have in my hand, I just happen to know would finish, I would need finished 2.5 inch half square triangles. To me, a 2.5 inch square is just a little small. I prefer something a little bigger, my 3.5. And I use my 3.5 again to trim things up, to square things up. It has a line coming down through the center. So if I am squaring up a half square triangle type unit, let's see, surely there's one in this block, I can position that diagonal on the seam line to make my cuts. Now, it always kind of tickles me when, and if you're one of those people, keep collecting, that I will talk with quilters and they want every size square, right? They want a 2.5 and a 3.5 and a 4.5 and a 5.5. Well, hint, this is a 3.5, a 2.5, a 1.5. It's all the sizes on the in-between. And I just find that this is a nice, comfortable size. If you like working with the 2.5, absolutely, it has that seam diagonal there for you. But if I'm only going to put a couple of things right beside my machine, I find that these are the 2 rulers that are that I reach for the most frequently as I'm working through my projects. Now, the other thing that I like to keep handy by is spare rotary blades, right? Because there's nothing worse as you are working through your project to have to saw through your units like you're cutting pizza. If your rotary cutter is working that way and you're having to do back and forth, it's probably time to change your blade. So I always keep spare blades beside my machine. The Quilter Select blades, by the way, they do work or they're compatible with most 40, this is the 45, with most 45 millimeter rotary cutters that are out there. I do like to work with the Quilter Select rotary cutter because, like the rulers, where I want to be as kind and gentle to my body over the long periods of time that we spend quilting and stitching, this cutter is weighted. And oftentimes people pick it up and they notice the weight right away, and they either like it or they're a little confused by the weight. The reason for that weight is to keep your arm down here where it belongs. I've noticed people with very lightweight rotary cutters and they're up here trying to add some push or some oomph to that cutter as it's going through the fabric. By having that weight, it's that reminder to keep our arm here, but it also helps to move that blade through your fabric. So you're not having to push and press with any kind of excessive force. I also like that when I'm changing the blades, the center pin has a magnet, so it's going to hold that blade in place until you're ready to dispose of it. The blade's not going to go rolling across the room somewhere, and you're going to have to figure out where it went. Okay? Slides right back together like so. So these are my must-haves for beside. Oh, one more thing. These are the bulk of my must-haves for beside the machine. My 9 by 12 inch double-sided mat, my 1.5 by 12, my 3.5 by 3.5 non-slip quilter select rulers, and of course spare blades so that I don't have to, go hunt them down. I also, and my pen so that I can mark my units, or if I am free motion quilting, I like to mark just a little bit as I go. I neglected to say that this is a self-erase marker, which means over time it will erase. How much time? It depends, which I know is a horrible answer, but it depends a bit on the humidity within your area. My recommendation is always just to mark what you're going to be able to sew in your sewing time frame, right? So I would not mark the quilting on an entire quilt. That's you're taking a little bit of a risk there. On the other end of the pen is the eraser end. So I could right away go back through and eliminate those lines from my fabric. And I have to say, I do prefer to do that when I am free motion quilting. If it's something like the lines on my 8 at a time, 4.5, 4 at a time type half square triangles, so don't worry too much about it. But because I use this for my free motion quilting and I'm doing a lot of erasing, I love that there is an entire eraser. This is just self-erase marker eraser by popular demand. So those stay beside my machine, along with a handful of spools of neutral color thread. Neutral color thread just means, is it going to show up from 100 feet away in your seam line? So I'll use light pinks, I'll use light greens, I'll use whatever tone or shade blends in with my fabric. Okay. But the one rule that I do have is I will put a 60 weight in the needle and I will put an 80 weight in the bobbin. When we're talking about threads and thread weight, the bigger the number, the thinner the thread. Seems a little counterintuitive to us, but I put that 60 weight in my needle, that 80 weight quilter select in my bobbin. These are cotton poly blended threads, so they're going to give you a very fine seam, but it's going to be a very strong seam. And there's a lot of misconceptions out in the world about polyester threads and how we should never ever use them. The reason for that in a quilt, in the olden days, right? So a little bit of history is that polyester threads, older polyester threads, were a heavier thread, right? They had more twist or more ply to the thread itself. So there was the possibility that the thread would hold and it would tear through your fabrics, right? That the fabric would give before the seam line would give. These are fine weight threads. So that's not going to be the case here. You can safely and confidently use the Quilter Select poly blends in your quilt tops. I use them all the time, and particularly when you have a block, but this is not a fabulous example of a lot of seams coming together, but there's a few seams coming together all in one spot. The finer the seam itself is, the finer the thread in that seam, the less space that thread takes up, and the better your points are going to line up. So without becoming any better of a stitcher, your quilt tops or your pieced work will be that much better because you're using threads that sink down into that fabric and create a very fine, strong seam. Okay, those are the must-haves beside the machine. Now, one more little bit of a must-have. Sometimes it sits beside the machine, but to be honest, it's probably sitting over here. When I get started on a quilt project, one of the things that for me, and I think for a lot of people out there, is we struggle or we get a little angsty about color. Are these colors going to work well? Are these fabrics going to work well together? Am I going to love the finished block? Now, I mentioned the official Quilter Select Facebook group a little bit ago. This is one of the blocks in the current sampler, and I'm going to show you, so spoiler alert, I'm going to show you a block that will show up a little later on in the series. So if you have a friend who's stitching along the sampler with us, don't share with them that you saw block number 7. Okay, so within each of the blocks for our sampler this go round, we're playing with color. And so again, if we're struggling with how do I know what colors to lay out where, will the colors, the fabrics that I've chosen, will they look good together? Well, there is a tool to help you with that. And that's the Design and Quilt software by Quilter Select. And so what is this? I would describe it quickly as sort of it's an electronic graph paper, right? And so within this program itself, you can lay out your quilt blocks. So here's that spoiler alert. If you don't want to see block 7, close your eyes and just listen. This is block 7 for our sampler. And I always find it fascinating to see how they look too on camera, because it's a little different than when you look at it straight in front of you. So for block 7, not everyone may love the blues and the greens, right? That colorize this particular block. So this block was designed using that electronic graph paper, that computerized graph paper, and Design and Quilt software. And so we can see all the areas and the different units and pieces, and we can start to play and to color it out. Now, when I create this in my software, we're doing 12-inch blocks. Maybe you want to do a block that's a different size, or maybe you have a vintage quilt block that you want to recreate. You can recreate it in whatever size you want. You can build it and then you can resize it. And like magic, it will tell you not only how much fabric do you need, but it will also give you your rotary cutting instructions. The other thing that I really like to print out, and can we see that it's a little bit light, is you can print out your quilt block in black and white, sort of a coloring page, so to speak. I have a lot of grandchildren. I have a couple of granddaughters that really like to spend some time in the sewing room with me. This is a great way to keep little hands busy while you are sewing and quilting, and to engage them, right, in what you're doing. Now, you certainly could use this to colorize your quilt blocks as well. But if you are working in Design and Quilt, there's a faster way to do it. However, one other tip for this particular black and white is, as I am working through my blocks and my units, I may adhere just a tiny little scrap of fabric so that I know where I am and where I'm going. Just makes, again, that sewing time a little bit more efficiently. But maybe we prefer a different colorway for that block. We don't love those blues and greens. So in my software, I can quickly recolor the block and start to play. And now in the days before quilting type software, quilt layout software, we might start to see secondary patterns emerge from the quilt blocks that we're stitching, but it happens almost by accident, right? You'd be like 4 or 5 blocks in, you'd have them up on a design wall, and suddenly something would would catch your attention. And so when I look at this block, we can see coming down through this side, it almost starts to give us like an angle that's happening, like it's cutting that block in half. And I can visualize, right, having multiples of these coming together and turning them in different directions. And it would give us a completely different look and feel. So I like this colorway just a little better than that original green and blue. But I thought that I might even start experimenting, because I also really liked that strong angle that was starting to happen. But what would happen if we took that angle and we took that block and we started to rotate them, right? So here we have a layout where the blocks are rotated every other block. And it also has just a tiny little sashing that's come down through. And with my sashing, right, so we have the secondary pattern with those X's that are starting to form and float around. But by using a cornerstone sashing and changing that center block within the sashing, it gives us another little secondary pattern that's starting to happen here. I love being able to take 5 to 10 minutes with a block and just start to play to see where else I can go with that particular block. And with my Design and Quilt software, I can do that quickly, so that once I head back over to the machine, I know that everything I start to stitch out is going to look the way I envisioned it. This is that same exact quilt, but the sashings have been removed. So you can see right away that it starts to bring everything in a little bit closer together. Now, this is something I might not have been able to envision without being able to lay it out on my computer graph paper. Now, perhaps the colors, as I was looking, maybe didn't really reflect either the room that the quilt was going to go in or the personality of the person that quilt was for. So same quilt, and now we're just playing a little bit with color. And with this particular version, we're going a little softer than that stark white contrast. These are the exact same quilt, exact same layout. But you can see here that by using that cream color background, how much more contrast we have happening. And here it's become a little bit softer, a little bit more of a muted type of effect that we're getting. Now, what if we take that just one more time? I like it, but I'm not quite sure that pea style background is quite what I want. Maybe we want it to really to sing just a little more by coming back with some additional contrast. So again, same quilt, just a little bit of color change. And we're able to see those changes very quickly reflected on the screen, and any fabric calculation is taken care of as well. Now, what if we take that same quilt block and we turn the blocks on point? And so now we get a completely different secondary effect that's starting to take place. Same block, same quilt, same number of blocks. This time we've just turned them on point. So that's kind of a cool way to get a different look. This is going to be a very subtle change that's happening here with this particular one. As a secondary pattern started to emerge where the blocks came together, that was a time to come in and to start playing with the color just a little bit, to maybe even really emphasize some of those secondary patterns that were happening. And then finally, playing through those colors and those secondary patterns, landed on something that was very kind of subtle and muted, a little bit blendy, but also a little bit kind of interesting in the contrast between those greens and those blues that were taking place. So these are just some ways that you can play with Design and Quilt software in order to speed up your sewing time, because you'll know right at the very beginning where you're headed, right? What is that quilt going to look like at the end? Can you scan in your own fabrics? Yes. Can you import fabrics? Yes. Are there lots and lots of built-in blocks to work with? Yes. Are there block files available for the blocks for the stitch along? Yes. So lots of tools that are there for you. And I do believe, and so while Blaine's not here listening to me, I do believe that we have they have an amazing bundle price on the Beside Your Machine, the Sew by My Side product. But I also believe that there is a special gift for those that purchase Design and Quilt during the presentation. So Blaine, are you there, or do I get to talk some more? Perfect.
I'm here.
Going. You are too slow. I'm going to keep on going.
Hey, I got to tell them how they can get all this, Jen.
Absolutely. Are there any questions, Blaine? Because I can't really see that.
Yeah, let me see real quick. Kyle's looking right now. If y'all got a question for Jennifer about this, go ahead and put it in the chat right now so we can see it. And even if you've asked it already once, ask it again so we'll catch your...
Absolutely. So we're paying attention. So, I spoiled the block 7, so I might as well show you both versions. There's the one while they're typing in their questions. And there's the 2. So this particular sampler that we're working on is all about color. We're doing 12 blocks, and you have either 1 week to sew a block at a time, block at a time, block at a time, because you're going to do each one in 2 colors. Or you can do what I call the leisurely stroll, and you can do 12 blocks total for a different layout and take 2 weeks to sew it. So it's great for those beginners out there as well as for the more advanced quilter.
All right. So one of the questions is, does it work with Mac?
Oh, that's one of those questions that I really want to answer, like in the back room. I have it on good authority that if you are using a parallel program, that it will run. My best tip for you though is go to the Quilter Select page, download the trial version, and make sure that it's working properly with your system. Okay. The official answer is it's a Windows program, but I do know that it can be run in a Mac environment.
Yeah, that's a good advice.
Yeah.
Any more questions, Kyle? I believe that's it, Jen.
Okay, well, that was easy.
It was. All right. Well, thank you so much for
Thank you.
being a sponsor of Quilt Fest. Thank you for coming on and doing all the demonstrations. And we're going to tell them how they can get it. We'll talk to you later.
All right.
All right. See ya. All right, everybody. Let's take a look at what we have here. This is the Sew by My Side bundle. Okay. So this is normally about $89. We have it Quilt Fest pricing at $49.99. You see on the screen there all the things you're getting. And give us a call at 800-401-8151. And then we also had that Gotta Have It bundle. Now, this is Quilt Fest pricing, $149. And I'm just going to tell you, this is by far the best value of the packages. This one, you're getting at all the different things that Jennifer talked about, and it's $149. And then do we have one more overlay, Andrew? That was it? Okay.
Both of these bundles have been selling very good.
Yeah, they've both been doing really, really well, both bundles. But by far, if you've got the extra cash, I would go with the Get It All bundle because it's just a great value. So, all right, we are going to continue on, and we're going to bring some other products in. And, we have Jennifer Gleick here going to tell us all about it. Jennifer learned how to sew by making Barbie clothes. And for 35 plus years, she kept the love of sewing all the way into a career. Her favorite place to sew is at a quilt retreat with her best sewing friends on the Oregon coast. Her favorite machine to use is that Luminaire XP3. But today, she's going to talk all about that 1600 that brother has. So y'all welcome to the show, Jennifer Gleick. Hey, Jen.
Hey, had to unmute myself. What a great
How are
presentation
you?
with those products. I'm well. How are you?
Doing great. It's been a while since I've seen you.
I know it's been a long time, but I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're happy you're here. And I know we're going to talk about this straight stitch machine today. And this is a good one. And I know quilters love this machine. So I'm going to let you take it away. I'll be back here in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get theirs.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. It is bright and early here on the West Coast. We have a little bit of a rain today, so it's a good day for me to be in the sewing room. I am going to introduce you to the 1600S machine. It is a straight stitch machine. It does one thing. It does a straight stitch, and it does it well. I have to say I use this machine. I use this machine for my quilting, but I also use it if you're someone who's out there who might be looking into dabbling into bag making. It is a great machine for bag making. It is not an industrial machine, but it is a heavy duty, all metal, straight stitch machine. I am in my sewing room. As you can see, my room is not very big. So everything is, quote, on display. You see my fabric and my thread. So you even see my camera setups there. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run to my other camera, and then we're going to talk about the machine. And then I'm going to show you some stitching, some of the things that the machine comes with. And I'm hoping to have some time at the end to answer any questions that you might have. So give me just one moment while I switch over to the other camera. So here she is. This is the high-speed straight sewing PQ 1600S. As you can see, she's got a wide mouth. We got about 8.7 inches from needle to the arm. So you've got quite a nice workspace. So if you want to do any free motion quilting, straight stitch quilting, echo quilting, matchstick quilting, you've got lots of room here to roll your quilt as you go. Also comes with this nice wide extension table. The extension table actually is 11.1 inches deep and about 24 inches long. So you have a lot of space here to work with. Other nice things, I did say that it just does a straight stitch, but we do have the thread cutter. We all know that on our combo machines or other machines, once you have a thread cutter, you never want to work with a machine that doesn't have a thread cutter. So we do have a thread cutter, and we do have the ability to set the machine to do needle up or needle down when the machine stops. That is at your discretion, whatever your preference is. There is a cone stand. I realize on my camera, again, my room is not that big, so I'm not in a studio, but it does have a cone stand. So I've got my cone thread set on the stand, and you've got the thread tension adjustment dial. So everything is adjustable directly by you. Fast sewing speeds. We've got the PQ 1600S, 1500 stitches a minute. So that is a lot of stitches. Keep your fingers out of the way. You can really get some quilting done fast. The other nice thing about this machine is the feeding mechanism. When you are working on any sort of fabric, whether it's a thin fabric or whether it's a denim or your cotton fabric, this machine will allow you to have that fabric feed evenly as it goes under the presser foot. And it does this because you have 4 different settings here to adjust your feed dogs. So I'm going to see if I can zoom in a little bit. And I'm not a cameraman, so I don't want to give anybody any seasickness, but I'm going to try to just zoom in a little bit here. So very easy. There is a little dial here that you turn to set your settings, and there are 4 different settings. I have it set on the first setting, which is just your regular feed dogs. So they're going to work just as if any sewing machine is going to be the standard default setting for the feed dogs. Then I can actually drop my feed dogs by going into the second setting. This is if you're using something that you might not want those feed dogs to catch on, and you don't need the feed dogs up so high. I'm going to jump to the 4th setting way over here on this end. That is dropping your feed dogs completely. So I might want to do some free motion quilting. I need to drop those feed dogs so they don't catch on my underside of my quilt sandwich. I can drop those feed dogs right here. There's no searching for something on the back of my machine. It's all right here on the front of the machine. And then the 3rd setting in here is the pin feeding mechanism. The pin feed works along with your feed dogs, and there is a little pin inside the machine that pops up. And so if you have a lofty fabric, some kind of a felt, some kind of a lofty quilt that you're working on, or even maybe one of those harder to sew fabrics that might be a little slinky and it needs a little, and that's a technical term, I think, slinky. If you have that fabric and you want to get it under your presser foot and you're having a hard time, that pin will actually help pull that fabric evenly under your foot so that you can sew it nicely. So I'm going to move this back down just to the regular feed dog setting. And then I also want to point out here, this is the reverse. So you have a nice just lever here to reverse up and down. It's very easy to use. That is your reverse. Here on the top, this is how you're going to adjust your stitch length. You can go all the way from 1 up to 7 millimeters. So you can do basting on this. And let me zoom out because I want to show you. Here we are. So we talked about the table that comes with it. The table is very easy to pop on and off. Move my fabric samples here out of the way. It just slides right off. And then I do want to point out, for those of you who might like a knee lift, your knee lift just stores at the bottom of the table. It plugs into the front of the machine. You can use that knee lift to lift and lower your presser foot as you're sewing. So if you're someone who likes to just really get going with your sewing, you want to do some chain piecing, you can pop that knee lift in and use that as you're putting your pieces in. You can lift that presser foot, pop it down, and keep going using your knee. So, 1,500 stitches per minute. We really want to get some quilting done. So that knee lift allows us to not waste time by putting our hand behind the machine and lifting and dropping all the time. We can just, coordinate ourselves and use that knee lift. So I'm going to switch over to my other camera and show you the side of the machine and show you some of the accessories that it comes with, the different feet. And then I'm going to show you some stitching because we all want to know how it stitches. So give me just a moment. All right. Looks like my cameras are actually working today. I'm not going to jinx myself. So this is the side of the machine. The bobbin mechanism is actually a side bobbin. So it goes into the side of the machine, and it is a metal bobbin that you're going to use. Has a metal bobbin case. I'm going to try to do this right in front of the camera. So you have your case and your metal bobbin. You do want to use metal bobbins with this. It is an all metal machine, as I said. So the metal bobbins are going to work the very best. I wound this bobbin last night. The bobbin goes in and you are going to pop it into the bobbin case. And you're going to make sure it's going clockwise. And then to pop it in, if you look on the outside of the bobbin case, there's a little, I don't know if you can see that. Try to get it up close. The little divot on the top, that is the top of the bobbin case. That goes on the top. It slides right in, and you'll hear it snap into place. And then you're just going to close the side, close the top, and you're ready to go. Some feet that the machine comes with. It comes with the pin feed foot installed, or actually attached to the machine. I shouldn't say installed, it's attached to the machine. It is a very narrow foot. It's actually great if you're doing any kind of small seams. There is a distance guide on the needle plate for 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 5/8, but I do like this little narrow foot. Then we have a general foot. It's also somewhat narrow. I'm going to try to hold these up to the camera for you. You got the narrow, or this is the standard foot. Comes with a roll foot, a roll hem foot. You're going to get invisible zipper foot. And then you're going to get an adjustable zipper or piping foot. It's got the adjustment on the top of it. Of course, we're going to use this for quilting. We're going to do our free motion quilting. So you're going to get the free motion foot. It's got the clear open, well, it's a clear plastic, but you can see through the bottom of the foot. And then we have a 1/4 inch foot that comes with the machine. It does not have a guide. It is the 1/4 inch foot without a guide. And it's got the markings on it for your quilting. You'll also get, this is a seam guide that can attach. And you'll get some extra bobbins. And then, of course, you'll get other accessories along with the machine. So it's quite the set of feet that come with the machine. And of course, if you need any additional feet, Brother does carry additional feet for the machine. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stitching quality of the machine. As I said, I do use this machine for piecing. I use it for anything that I need to go through a lot of layers. If you wanted to make a denim quilt, this would be the machine to use because she's going to go through that denim with no problem, just like butter. I'm going to switch cameras because I forgot to point out one other thing on the top of the machine, which is very important. At the top of the machine, I told you that we could adjust the stitch length. We've got the way to adjust the feed dogs, but we also have the ability, because this machine has that pin feeding system, because we have the ability to drop those feed dogs, and we do want to work with all different sorts of fabric, we have the ability right on the top of our machine is a dial here, and then there is a little window, and this is actually our way to adjust the pressure on the presser foot. So if you are going to go through a lot of layers of, say, denim, you're going to sew through 5 layers of denim, you may not want that presser foot to push down so hard on that denim to allow that denim to go through the machine evenly. So you have the ability to adjust the pressure of that presser foot. So back to my needle, I'm going to show you some stitching here. I have just a piece of, this is just cotton quilting fabric. I chose black because I've got a cream color thread, and I thought this is going to be easiest for you to see the stitch as it stitches. So I'm going to go ahead and put my fabric under. It does come with a foot pedal, and I am going to go ahead and start. Now you can go as slow as you want with the foot pedal, or you can really put the pedal to the metal. I'm going to use my thread cutter. You can see that stitch. This is the front. This is the back. And let's move on to something a little bit heavier. I have a piece of denim. I'm actually working on some denim projects right now, so I have a significant number of denim scraps. I've got just a piece of denim, like your pants. Put that under there. And you'll see that the machine has no issues going through 2 layers of denim. We're still getting that nice stitch. I might want to increase my stitch a little bit. And I'm going to actually fold this over, so we're going to go through 4 layers of denim. And I'm going to just lift the pressure on my presser foot just a little bit. Look at that. No hesitation from the machine, no skipped stitches, beautiful stitching. You could just sew to your heart's content with this using any kind of fabric you'd like. Now let's take it up one more notch. I have a piece of cork. So the cork, you know, is it's not much thicker than the denim, but it is a different type of fabric. So I'm going to fold my cork in half. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to just adjust the presser foot pressure just a little bit. Listen how smooth it sews right through that cork. I had no sticking of the presser foot, no hesitation, no skip stitches. So if you wanted to do any sort of zipper bag making, any kind of bag making, this is a great machine. I'm going to fold this cork over so I have 3 layers of the cork. I can do a back stitch. Again, I got a really nice stitch back and front. So let's go ahead and do one more with the denim. I'm going to take this piece of denim I have, and I'm going to roll it once, twice, 3 times. So that's 4 layers of denim. And let's do one more, 5 layers of denim. Under the machine, I'm going to raise that pressure foot pressure up a little bit because I do have more denim under there. And I'm going to increase my stitch length because we got lots of layers. And five layers of denim. Still no issues with my stitch. One last final thing that the machine does come with that is really nice. I'm going to get out of the way, back up to my machine. There she is. As you can see, I don't have the table on when I was doing that. The machine does come with a really nice cover. So if you wanted to keep this out, and I don't know if you're like me, but I have 3 cat helpers that like to sit with me in the sewing room and do their best to help with all my projects. They also like to unthread my machines. So if I wanted to leave this machine out, I could just put the thread cone stand down and go ahead and put my cover on. And that will keep the kitties from unthreading my machine. So I'm going to come back to my original camera and just let you know that I was using cotton thread for my demonstration today, but I have used thicker thread, a polyester thread. I have used like a Tex 35. I've used a Tex 45. And the only thing I've done different is I put in a different needle. One thing I will point out is because the bobbin goes in sideways, the needle, when you put it in, the needle goes in sideways. So that flat part of your needle, the back of the needle, goes to the arm of the machine. So your machine needle threads from left to right. So that's a great tip. Don't put that needle in the way you're usually going to put your needle in because you won't get any stitching. You want to make sure your needle is going to be threaded from the left to the right. So Blaine, I know I'm a few minutes early, but I thought maybe if there were any questions, because I didn't get to see the screen, if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer before you tell them how they can get this great machine.
All right. If y'all got a question for Jennifer, go ahead and put it in the chat right now. Kyle's looking for it, and he'll let me know what they are.
I didn't get to look at the screen while I was over at the machine.
Says, what is the heaviest weight thread?
Well, it's going to depend on what you're sewing. I've done Tex 35, 45, which is really heavy thread, but you just have to make sure that your needle is going to accommodate that thread. So if you're using a heavy thread, don't use a size 12 needle. because that hole is going to just shred your thread. I wouldn't try to sew with yarn. I don't think you could do the yarn, but I've done some heavy thread with my sewing.
All right, next question is, does it have an automatic threader?
It does not have an automatic threader. So if you'd like, I can show you the threading. I just happen to have it threaded. It has a pull down threader, and you just wrap it and it pulls it right through the eye of the needle. No button threader on this one.
Trap door.
Things for cleaning the lint is what they're
Cleaning the
asking.
lint.
Something like that.
Well, that side of the machine that I opened up, if you look on the side, when you can get on the side of the machine, you can clean all the lint right from the bobbin case right there. If you have the table on, there's a trap door on the table where you can also access the bobbin.
Okay, and they're asking the throat space.
Throat space is about 8.7 from needle to the side of the, the arm of the machine.
And then does it have a walking foot?
It does not come with a walking foot, but you can purchase a walking foot as an extra accessory.
Is this a high shank or a low shank machine?
That's a good question. That one always stumps me. These feet are different than the ones on our combo machines. These are not snap-on feet. So each foot has its own shank on it. So I believe it's a high shank machine.
All right, and then can you sew knits?
Yes, you can sew knits on it. That's what's great about that pin, is that pin can help you with your feeding.
Okay.
That is about it.
I think that's it, Jennifer. Thank you so much for coming on Quilt Fest. Always great to see you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All
Thank you
right,
for having me. It's always enjoyable.
all right, we'll talk to you soon, okay? All right, everybody, let's show you this Brother PQ 1600S. This price is $999. This is a great straight stitch machine, 1600 stitches per minute, or 1500 stitches per minute. Give us a call for more information at 800-401-8151. Free shipping, and we do have some financing available. So if you need that, get on the phone, give them a call. If you want to check it out, just go type in PQ 1600 in the search bar on the website. And if you need some help while you're on the website, we have live chat agents too. You can ask questions and they can help you check out as well. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on. And we have our good friend Karen Charles coming back in. Now, Karen, she is an educator for Singer Viking and Pfaff. And she's going to be talking today. I think we're talking all about the Pfaff Performance 950 today. And so let's bring Karen back to the show. Hey, Karen.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful.
Are you still
Very
holding
excited.
up okay?
Oh, yes. Full of
Because I know
energy.
you're pulling double duty this week. This is your 9th demonstration. And later on, you're going to do your 10th one.
Yeah. Am I the only one doing that?
You're the only one doing it. We were talking about this yesterday. Kyle said he believes you have the record for the most demonstrations in one festival.
Oh, wonderful. Well, that's great. This is my first time joining you. So.
I know you came in and owned this place.
Well, I don't know about that.
All right, Karen, well, I'm going to let you get going, and I'll see you back here in 25
All
minutes.
right.
Okay?
I think you're going to be impressed with the
Oh, I love this
Great
machine.
Performance 950.
All righty.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Well, today I am going to be showing you all the highlights of the Creative Performance 950, and there really is a lot to talk about. It is, I think, one of the, and Pfaff has so many amazing specialty techniques and specialty feet, but the quality of the embroidery on our Pfaff embroidery machines is really exquisite. Now, not only does it have some of the best lighting in the industry, has an automatic needle threader, it's got over 12 inches here and almost 6 inches from the base to the top. So you can fit a California King quilt in there. It makes it really easy to quilt. I've got lots of things to show you, But I really want to focus on how easy it is to use our Creative Performance 950, because not only is it Wi-Fi enabled, but it has a help center where it's got built-in videos to show you how to do things. So if you don't know how to wind a bobbin or put the foot on, that's all there. And it is got some really incredible features. So I thought I might start there for a moment. And we were talking about the kinds of things you can do, the kind of quality you can do. This is, it's too bad I'm so far away or I would show you, but this is something that I embroidered, and you can see how sheer it is. This is a stretchy knit. Look at that. And the quality of the embroidery is absolutely exquisite. And that's what kind of quality you should be expecting when you're embroidering with a Pfaff Creative Performance 950. All right, isn't that amazing? On a sheer fabric like that, that you're going to get that kind of quality. No puckering, no pulling, absolutely beautiful, beautiful embroidery. So I know sometimes I wear it, but usually that embroidery is down at the bottom part of the jacket, so you don't see it too well. All right, so we're going to switch over, and I wanted to show you the screen. All right, this is over 10 inches. It's a tablet-like screen, like your phone or your tablet that you would be working with. So you're going to be just touching with your finger, and it'll respond to the heat from your finger. And if I wanted to come back, let's say it was a new machine, and I wanted to learn how to wind a bobbin or do any of those things, I could go to the Learning Center, and there's I think there's over 170 videos that are built in. And maybe I want to get started, and I want to know how to, say, put the bobbin in, because maybe you're new to Pfaff, right? So here you can read all about it in English. And then whenever you see that symbol, there's a video that's built in. And it's a really high definition video. It's going to really show you a lot of great detail, exactly what you've got to do. So there's no guessing on how to put the bobbin in or how to wind a bobbin or any of these kinds of things, because it's right there built in. Of course, there's a manual that comes with the Creative Performance 950, but it's nice to have all these features built in so that you can go, maybe you want to learn how to set up for embroidery or use the accessories. Here we have a multifunction foot control. We've got instructions for the quilt binding attachment, and we have the embellishment accessory that is really cool. We'll talk about that a little bit more, but let's just go in, and I'm going to go back, and we'll just go into embroidery. And we're going to start in embroidery, and then we're going to go to sewing. All right, so we can find all of our designs over here, and there's built-in designs, and there's great menus. You can scroll from menu to menu and see all the designs. There is, let me think, I wrote down 840 different embroidery designs. They're all categorized by the type of embroidery. But maybe you're looking for yarn couching designs and you don't know how to find them. Well, that is exactly what the Learning Center is for. Because if I go to my embroidery techniques, when I go in, I can find out about how to applique, how patchwork and quilting. You know what that is? If I was looking for quilting designs, I could go to quilt designs. Patchwork in the hoop is actually paper piecing in the hoop. And if I go there, it'll bring me designs that are paper piecing in the hoop, and then it'll tell me how to do it. If I go to freestanding embroidery, I have freestanding thread only, and then I have some pop-up designs. Now, I'm going to come back over here because some of you may not be doing a lot of embroidery. You might not realize the kinds of things we can do. Freestanding embroidery would be things like Christmas lace ornaments, or this scarf. You see, you think I like purple? This is lace, and that lace is made with our embroidery machine. And you, of course, the nice thing about making lace is you can use any color threads you want to. And the words that you're going to find in here, where it's talking about freestanding embroidery and pop-up designs and things like that. We also have a website called My Sewnet Library that has a lot of designs that can be used with our accessories. And that is kind of a really nice feature. The pop-up designs are designs like this, where you create them on a wash-away stabilizer. There's leaves that go with this. And then there's a design that you're going to embroider on your fabric, and there'll be a place for you to attach the leaves and the flowers. So for every different type of technique like that, we have designs available and the instructions on how to do it. Now, let's say we go to cutwork embroidery. We have regular cutwork, and this is, you know, when we're talking about piercing power, I'm telling you, the Creative Performance 950 and many of our machines that have this wider body area have a piercing power that's actually phenomenal. I can't just tell you how much it is. And you might say, well, why do I care about, right? This is 11 layers of denim fabric. And I've used some decorative not decorative stitches, like zigzags and straight stitch. It did an amazing job of going through layers. I had a sample around here that went through 30 layers of a cotton quilting fabric. And it is incredible, that piercing power. And you might say, well, why do I care about that if I'm into embroidery? Well, this is where you really see why the piercing power is important, right? This is not just a straight stitch machine. Look at that embroidery. Can you see that it went right through the seam? This is a design that's cut work, and it's cut work using scissors. So the designs are very, very made specifically where it's going to show you where you're going to cut the fabric away. You use a wash away stabilizer. But imagine this embroidery went right through that seam all the way up here. It didn't deflect the needle or anything. And if you look on the front of this, you'll see the same. Look at how gorgeous that is. Right through that seam, you can see the seam there. And it did a beautiful job embroidering. So, and you can see down here, it's even, there's a seam down here, right? You would never know that all that extra fabric was here. And that's the kind of quality embroidery you get with a Pfaff Creative Performance 950. Now, that's working with scissors, right? I'm going to come back over here. We also have cut work with cut work needles. And Pfaff has absolutely, whoops, there's nothing on that one. Pfaff has exquisite different types of embroidery techniques. So these are, this is a design that's done with the cut work needle. Imagine if you had to go in and hand cut all these little pieces away. You probably wouldn't end up doing it. But because you have the cut work needles, it'll tell you how to use the cut work needles. And even if you have a cut work needles from maybe an older machine like the Creative Sensation, they're the same needles that will work in your Creative Performance 950. We really try and make it so that as you move from one machine, you decide to trade up, you don't have to buy all new hoops and everything. So if you have an endless hoop from an older Husqvarna Viking, maybe a Creative Vision, the same hoop will work on our Creative Performance 950, which makes it really easy to consider getting a newer machine, right? Here's another example of that piercing power. This is done, this is real leather, and I've been using this purse. This is very, very thick leather. You can see how thick it is. And the cut work needles cut through that leather and took the fabric away. And then I put another lining behind there to do that. So that's the kind of thing that you can do with your using cut work needles. All right. So you can kind of see how important it is to have the instructions built in on how to do these different types of embroideries. I also have this one here, which is a jacket that I purchased, and I just added the cut work design to the back of it because it was a little bit boring. I wear this one with my lime green shirt, and it really kind of stands out pretty great. And let me just move some of these things out of the way here. Okay, we're going to go back just a little bit more, and we're going to go to yarn embellishment. So if you didn't know about this, yarn embellishment, our Pfaff machines have been able to do yarn embellishment for 25 years. All right, and so these are an example. This design is built in. This instructions on how to do this are, you just go there and it will bring you designs that work with the yarn embellishment the yarn couching foot set, and then you can tell you how to do it. And this is a design I got from the My Sonnet library, and I did this probably 20 years ago, but this Afghan is just amazing. And so these are why you're not just buying the machine, but all of the accessories that you can use with them to make these absolutely fabulous techniques are a big part of what makes Pfaff so wonderful. Now, if I come back, I'm going to go over here. We have thread velvet, we have fringe embroidery, puffy foam, and we also have felting. So we have felting needles, and the felting needles are amazing. I've created lots and lots of designs with that. This is an example of something that I did in embroidery, and you can also use the felting needles for free motion quilting. So lots of fun techniques that you can do, but if you go to the help center, it's going to show you how to be able to use the felting needles to get an example, to do this kind of stuff. And plus, we do all kinds of videos too on our Pfaff Facebook page that really show you how to use these. I know I've got some coming up this summer that I'm going to be doing more with that kind of stuff. All right, so here's another yarn couching design that I didn't pull over here. This is what it looks like, by the way. When you use it, I use Aqua Magic, where this is a wash away stabilizer. And then when you're done, it turns into something beautiful like this. I'm going to make a sweater out of that. Don't you think that would be a gorgeous sweater? Okay, back to some more exciting things. We're just going to spend a few more minutes in embroidery, and then we'll switch over to sewing. So we've got our specialty hoop techniques, where we've got endless hoops. And so maybe we want to find an endless design that we're going to use for quilting that's going to be just continuous. You read about how to do it. It talks about your hoop that you're going to use. And then when I go to the word content, it brings me all these designs. All of these designs are meant to be continuous designs. And many of them are quilting. And then there's some that are embroidery also. And we can close that down. Right? And where do we have this? Here, we're going to just close that down. This is, there, we got that. All right, now, let's say I'm making an embroidery design. We have what's called an embellishment accessory. Again, I can go to the Learning Center to find out how to do it. But if I'm just going to be loading a design in here, I'm just going to come in and I'm going to bring in a design. Let's say I should have chosen the design ahead of time that I want to go. But this is my editing screen, all right? This is where I bring in designs and I can play with them and rotate them. Right now, I'm going to make my hoop bigger here. All right, so you can see all the different hoops here. I think there's at least 16 to 20 hoops that are optional hoops that are available. You can see all the different hoops that are there. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you. This is a hoop that is 14 1/4 by 10 inches. This is a design that I did. This is an example of what you can do with the embellishment accessory. You can bring in yarn and beads and furry yarn and anything you want to. You'll see up on the wall there, I have the butterfly. Let me see if I can pull that down a little bit. There's a butterfly, and the design below it, there's beads that are sewn on. Well, they're sewn on with the embellishment accessory, and that's just pretty phenomenal. I am going to show you how you can make an applique like this. I use my applique functions that I have that are built in to be able to create borders and frames for my embroidery design. So I'll show you how we do that. But let me show you a couple more of the embellishment accessories. Here's another one. I got one on a jacket behind me here. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? That is done with the embellishment accessory. There's ribbon, there's yarn, and I've incorporated it with some quilting techniques. And this is kind of like another work in progress where I kind of keep adding things to it. But to be able to do this type of exquisite artwork is something that Pfaff is so well known for. And if you haven't had a chance to see some of them, you'll kind of get an idea of what you can do. It's very exciting. We have all kinds of videos, and we have the My Sewnet Studio that gives you a lot of help and support learning how to do these techniques. And let me see, I'm going to come back over here. Now, you think this is a big hoop, but this is actually not our biggest hoop. We have a hoop that is called the Grand Dream Hoop, and this one is 13 3/4 by 14 1/4. So this does not come with it. It's an optional accessory, but that's as large of a design as you can do with the Creative Performance 950. Okay? So I'm going to put this back, and I'm going to go in and I'm just going to design something on my screen. I'm going to come back over here, and I'm going to select, let's say we select a 360 by 260 hoop, and I'm going to close that down. So on my screen here, I can make a design. I can change the size of it by just dragging it. If I want to rotate it, I can rotate it like this. I can duplicate it. If I touch and hold on the screen, I can choose duplicate, multiple, and rotate and mirror image. I also have functions right down here that will allow me to mirror image and flip it and move it like this. So I can design my whole screen of what I want. Maybe I wanted to make a quilt label or something like that. Then I can go into my fonts, and there's some absolutely exquisite, beautiful fonts. I'm just going to come up over here. One of my favorite is Pearls. You can see, look at all the fonts that are in here. Everything is super easy to use. Okay, I'm just going to put my name in here, or I can do something like Made with Love by. So this is like texting on your phone. So I'm just going to go back to small letters. And if I'm lucky, I'll spell correctly. All right, now there it is. Oops, I got MAE, so I got to go back and delete one of those letters. Made with, I can't spell and talk at the same time. Love. So right now, that's a straight line. But if I wanted it to go in a curl, I can change the angle of it and decide that I want it to be angled up. And maybe I'm going to put it up over here like this. All right, and then I'm going to close that down. And you can see on the screen, there's my words that I've done. When I touch it and I move it, it's showing me the size of the design. And I can set my machine to have inches or millimeters, however I want it to go. And then I can keep going back in and adding more words. Or I could do a whole greeting card or anything that I wanted to do. When I'm ready to go, I'm just going to press stitch out and I'm ready to embroider. So really quick and simple. Now, let me pretend that I wanted to do something and I wanted to make an applique frame. I'm going to just take this design and I'm going to make it a little bit smaller here. Wait a second here. Drag it down. I think this design, let me just change the size here. Oh, I've already made that one as small as I can. So that design, I can make it bigger. But now if I wanted to make it bigger or smaller, and I've already changed the stitch count, that's when you go to resize, because resize will let you change the stitch count. And so you can come in here and you can make your design any size you want to, and it will change the stitch count as you go. See how pretty that is? Very simple to be able to change the stitch count. And now I can touch OK and I'm ready to go. So you have two ways of changing the size. You can use scale, which will make it bigger or smaller by up to 20%. And if you want to go more than that, then you go to resize. And you can see that was pretty simple and easy to do, wasn't it? And then if I wanted to make my own applique shapes, right down here, I have my applique, create applique. And so I could go and choose from many, many different shapes. I've got all these regular ones. I've got these dingbats. So I could make an applique cancer ribbon or any of these different shapes just as easily. I'll choose the circle just to make it fun here. And I could make it an oval by unlocking this and making it, just drag it bigger like this. And so when I'm designing things, often when I'm making some quilts, all right, I'm going to have to move it back in there like that. And then I'm just going to say, I'm ready to go. But I can choose any of my different stitches. These ones are autofill. Say I wanted that decorative stitch instead of to be one of the satin stitches, I can choose a decorative stitch like that. And look at how beautiful that is. Wouldn't that be fun to do that? And so it's really easy to create your applique shapes and make your own frames. And that's what I do a lot of when it comes to working with things like this, is because I might have a great design. I don't necessarily want to spend the time piecing the borders and things, so I can just come in here and add my frame to it, and then this becomes a reverse applique, and I've got a ready-made picture that's just ready for my binding if I'm done. And in this case, I haven't added the back to it, but I could have just as easily done that when I made my applique, and then it would be ready to be just finished in quilting. All right. So we're going to spend a little bit of time. I know we've got a few more minutes left here, so we're still in good shape. I'm going to show you if we were done from here. All right, I'm going to move over and we're going to talk about how to go from here to sewing. Now, if I'm sewing, I've got my embroidery arm in place. Let's zoom out here. If I wanted to go to sewing without going back to the home page, it'll remember what I'm doing here. So I'm going to go to sewing. And then my screen will change. It'll bring me over to sewing. And then all I have to do is go and change my foot. So let's look a little bit closer at how our automatic needle threader works here. This is my threader. And it is a fully automated needle threader. I'm going to come over the hook, come right through here like this, and then I'm going to cut my tail away. And when I touch this button right here, all right, I'm going to touch that, and it's going to thread my needle for me. Look at that. Isn't that wonderful? I love our automatic needle threader because it works so much better now that we're not touching it anymore. So I am going to take off. This is our foot that we use for embroidery. And it is, you don't have to take the ankle off, which is a really big advantage when you're embroidering, not to have to take that ankle off. And when we come back here, you'll notice down below here, this is your knee lift. So Pfaff does tend to have, most of their machines have an automatic knee lift that comes with it. Even though we have the automatic lift with our feet, they still do come prepared with the knee lift. In case some of you might have a machine that you're used to it, then you don't have to relearn old habits. You can keep using the knee lift if you like to. One of the things I love about our Pfaff machines, and especially the Creative Performance 950, you know, they never need to be oiled. There's a lot of machines out in the market that need to be oiled regularly, but our Pfaff machines do not need to be oiled, and that makes them really, really nice to work with because you don't even have to think about stuff like that. So as we're going back, let me just show you a couple of other things that I'm doing here. Last time I showed on one of our Pfaff machines the beautiful decorative stitches we have. This dress was made, and you can see there's ribbon stitches here, there's decorative stitches, there's lots of lace embroidery. These designs, if they're not in the machine, they're on the My Sewnet library. But I want to show you the decorative stitches. When we're looking at our decorative stitches, Pfaff's decorative stitches are really, I mean, look at that. That's the same stitch that I used on the body of that dress. It looks completely different when you choose a different color to it. And as you're looking at them, that's a sewing stitch. And so is this. That's a sewing stitch. We have stitches that go up to 52 millimeters, which is over almost 2.5 inches wide. So when you're looking at your stitches, Pfaff has exclusive stitches that nobody else has. You don't have them in any other way on any other brand of machine. And even though I'm an educator for Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff, they each have their own special stitches that make them unique. One of them is radiant stitches, and these have a programmed in stop. And I should have worn my shirt because I did these stitches around the neckline. They call them radiant stitches because they go perfectly around a curve of any shape, and they're really great for working with when you want absolute perfection. You can also go and put them at different angles, like 45 or 60 or 90 degrees. Anything you want to do, you can create these different shapes with them. And then we have our double ribbons, and these are done really specially, and they are unique to Pfaff machines. And the Performance 950's got a great selection of them. They've got our single ribbon stitches, and you can see I've used different sizes and different widths. You can go anywhere from 1/8 to over I think it's 1/3 or a little bit wider than that, because there are different stitches that are wider. All right. And then we have stacking stitches, and these are very unique because they've got a special way of setting them up. So you'll do one color of the design, and then you're going to start back at the beginning with a second color. I should have made the fish in here a different color. I didn't think about it at the time, but look at how gorgeous it is to see a 2-color design, how fun that is. And then we've got some others here. So there's quite a large grouping of these stacking stitches that go on top of each other. So that's another thing that you can do. And then we have floating stitches. And these are stitches you can use, and they call them floating stitches because you don't really see how they're connected. And so when you sew them, you can use them to sew 2 pieces of fabric together, and then when you open them, you'll get that decorative look. Or you can sew them in the middle of the fabric, and then you don't even see how they're stitched together. So I use that a lot when I'm doing garments and embroidery for something like that. I thought I would show you how that's done because I haven't covered this yet so far. And before I do that, I'm just going to show you a couple more embroidery things. We've got still plenty of time, so that's good. So this is a design that I made myself, and it is embroidery designs done with the embellishment. You can kind of see how I'm building it. And in our software, we can also build and make our own embellishment designs. But look at those flowers, aren't they fun? So that's part of the embellishment attachment you can get as an accessory. And this is also done with the embellishment accessory. This is so soft. It's made with chenille yarn, and it looks like it's crochet, but it's really just so beautiful and so delicate. And the embellishment accessory, you can put any kind and in any thickness of yarns and ribbons and beads in there. You can the beads that I've used up there, I think, are 4mm. But there's lots of videos out there if you want to find more about how to work with those kinds of things. And I'm just going to show you one other thing that I absolutely love. And another thing I like to do is quilt with my Creative Performance 950. Because I have all this space and all this fabulous light, I love to be able to quilt my quilts with this. This is a design that it had 48 blocks to it. And because I have such nice big hoops, instead of having to do each of those blocks individually, I brought 2 of them in. So instead of having to do 48 hoopings, I only had 24 hoopings. But we have what's called exact position, which allows us to be able to quilt as you go and line things up just perfectly. And if you look at the quality of this, this is on a silk dupioni, and on the front, that's the front. And if I look on the back, the quality on the back is just as beautiful. I don't know if you can see that. Some of it's a single stitch stippling, some of it's a triple stitch, but isn't that amazing how beautiful that is? And I think the fact that we can quilt our quilts with embroidery so much is, I consider having a long arm a machine like the Creative Performance 950 is like having a long arm with automation, because not only can you sew and embroider with it, but I think you can quilt your quilts with it and get really incredible results. And it doesn't take up the kind of space. Who has room for a long arm that might be 10 feet by 5 feet? It requires so much room, and not everybody has room like that. But you can get this kind of quality quilting with an embroidery machine. Where did my other one go to? I had another somewhere here. Let me see if I can pull it up. It looks like it disappeared. Oh, well. Oh, there it is. Sorry about that. I have limited space here. Sorry. All right, look at this. Isn't this gorgeous? All right, and if I show you up here, that's the front of it, or that's the front of it. Who knows? Because the quality of it is just as gorgeous on both sides, and it is exquisite. Now, the Creative Performance 950 has 2 different types of tension. One is the traditional tension you have on most machines that exist in, for the last 150 years. And then when you're doing decorative stitching and when you're doing embroidery, it's using the active stitch technology. And it does it automatically. You don't have to think about it. You don't need to know about it. It really is going to, and I'll show you how that works, just so you can see. Not that you have to do anything to it, but let me see if I zoom out here a little bit. All right, so if I look up here, right now, you notice it says my thread tension. So a lot of times people have trouble. I've often been teaching in classes, and I'll tell people, okay, everybody change your stitch length to 2.0. And many people don't know where to find the stitch length. But here, everything's labeled in inches. I mean, everything's labeled in English. And you can change the language. If you speak another language, there's multiple languages that are in there. This is your needle position. And on the Creative Performance 950, you have 37 needle positions. So you can move your needle left to right, and you'll see it moving on your screen. Here is your stitch length, and so you can make changes to it. And this is your tension. All right. And then if you touch right where it says tension, there's a little toggle switch. You'll see that it's going to show your pressure foot pressure. So everything you need is right on the screen. You don't have to go hunting in the settings to find any of these things. These are all built in right there, okay? Now, if I go and change a stitch into a decorative stitch, let's see, I'm going to just choose, we'll just choose this one right here. Now you're going to notice that instead of it saying tension, it says thread metering. That's the active stitch technology that's at work, and it does it for you. You don't have to think of it. It has automatic tension, and so it's automatically going to set things up exactly the way you want for every single stitch you're going to work with. But if you had the reason to change it, you can override it in any way you want to. and I can change the stitch length, the stitch width, the pressure foot pressure, everything that I want to, and set my machine up the way I want. But one of the things that I really love about the Creative Performance 950 is maybe when I'm piecing a quilt, I'd like to have I'm going to go in here to my quilt stitch, and I'm going to choose stitch number 1. All right, and that is going to give me my straight stitch, and it's here where it says stitch length. I personally like to piece my quilt with a shorter stitch length, and if you haven't thought about this, you really should consider it. I always piece my quilt with a stitch length that's shorter, anywhere from 2.1 to 2.0, but you can choose. You can see all the different settings that I can choose. So if I decide that that's the way I want my machine to turn on because I do a lot of piecing, then all I have to do is touch and hold and save that as my default stitch. And then when I turn my machine on, it automatically comes up the way I want it saved. And you can change the background color right here. These are all settings. So you can go to display and you can turn things on and off. Maybe you want your machine set to inches. You can change it and set it to inches instead of millimeters, and it'll automatically do that. And then here where it comes to personalizing it, you can choose colors. If you want a darker color for the screen, then it gives you a darker image. So you're really meant to set your machine the way that you want to use it. And that's really nice when it comes to setting up the way you want to work. Now, over here, I did pull in this little accessory I have. I know many of you, I know as I'm getting older, I'm having a hard time seeing. They have a new accessory. It doesn't come with it, but it's one that you can buy, and I'm sure that Blaine can help you with that. And this is a magnifier, all right? And there's 3 different levels of magnification, and this is the way that it comes in. But what I love about it is if I'm going to be ripping stitches, have you ever tried to rip out stitches on black fabric? Well, because the lighting here is just so phenomenal, I can come in here and I can see every single stitch, black fabric and black thread. And because I don't have to hold the magnifier, it makes it much easier to work. But, as we're getting older, if you find that sometimes your vision is starting to go and you feel like you want a little bit of additional help, it's nice to know that that exists, because it really makes it, it's a machine that you can grow older with, and it's always going to be able to do what you need it to do. So I think I might be running out of time here. I haven't even covered a 10th of the things that I wanted to talk about, but I hope maybe you're interested. And the Creative Performance 950 is absolutely the most gorgeous sewing and embroidery machine. The quality is there. But you know what? There's one thing that Pfaff is famous for that I have not talked about, and it is just breaks my heart if you don't know about this. And that is that our Pfaff machines have, and I'm going to move this out of the way, we have a built-in walking foot that's back here. And all you have to do to engage it is pull this down, and now your walking foot's engaged. It doesn't take up any space. You can see how the visibility is just perfect. And because the walking foot doesn't take up all the space, it makes it really, really easy to get very close and see what you're doing, whether you're doing free motion quilting. But one other thing I wanted you to know about is in this feeding system, the feed dogs, there's 8 separate feeding areas. And so let me see if I can get in here a little bit closer so you can see that. You see that there is 8 separate areas here for your fabric feeding, and then you've got 3 in the front of the needle here. And so that gives you perfect even feeding for any kind of sewing or quilting you're doing, whether you're going to be working with leather or vinyl or polar fleece or quilts. You're going to get absolutely amazing fabric that's going to just feed through no matter what it is you want to sew on. So I guess it's probably time I should pass it back. I came right down to the wire this time, Blaine.
You sure did. Well, Karen, that machine, like you said, you could probably spend 3 days on it. It is so just jam-packed of features on both sides, in the embroidery and the sewing side.
It is.
So I think you did a great job of an overview of touching on as many things as we could in 30 minutes. So great job. And we'll see you back here in a few minutes, okay?
All right. Bye, everybody.
All right, everybody. This is the Pfaff Performance 950. Now, you look at the price there, $16,999. This is a very special machine for Sewing Machines Plus right now. You have to call in. This is a call-in special. Don't let that Quilt Fest price scare you too bad. We have some really good pricing this week for this. So give us a call if you're interested in this machine. We do have some great financing available for it as well. And then we're going to ship it free nationwide for you. Again, 800-401-8151. And they'll take your order. All right, guys, we're going to move on. And our next presenters coming up is Paige Bartlett. And, you know, Paige, she's a baby lock educator, a fabric painter, pattern writer, and a lover of quilting, serging, and machine embroidery. Her studio is located near Tulsa, Oklahoma. Her mom set her down at her baby lock sewing machine when she was 5 years old, and she has been sewing ever since. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Paige Bartlett. Hey, Paige.
Hi, how are you?
I am awesome. How are you doing?
Amazing. Thank you so much for having me on. I feel spoiled being with you guys 3 times this week. So
I know it's been great
here
having you on. And I know we're talking about another great baby lock machine today. So I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll be back here in about 25 minutes and tell them how to get one.
Awesome. Thank you, Blaine. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I am on the Baby Lock Accomplished today. This is my daily driver for quilt piecing, bag making. This is really great for home deck, for curtains and things like that. So I'm going to show you how I quilt on this machine. And like I said, I do my quilt piecing and a lot of my smaller pieces. Instead of going to the long arm, I love to free motion quilt them on this machine as well, because the free motion quilting is gorgeous. So I cannot wait to show you all about it. So this is, like I said, it's the Accomplish, and it sews 1,500 stitches per minute. So this really is your cross between a home machine and an industrial machine. It stitches very, very, very quickly. The stitch quality is beautiful. It's a mechanical machine, but it has some things on it that really spoil you compared to an industrial machine. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those. I see a comment, how much does it weigh? I'm not sure, but I've taken it to retreats before. And so it has a metal outside, but it's not really heavy like a lot of those metal machines. So yeah, it's light for how good of quality it is. So I'll just say that. So, okay. So there are a couple things on this machine that I love. First of all, I'm super spoiled by this cut button for like an industrial-esque machine. There's also a needle stop, needle up and down stop. So for example, when I'm pivoting, I have the option to keep my needle down, which I really, really, really love. And I actually keep this option on all of the time. So there's that part. Here's your backwards button. And something really, really cool about this machine is that it's got several options here for your feed dogs. So we've got, and it's all color coded as well. And I'll explain more about this. So you've got your first option here. This is feed dogs down. So this is for when you are free motion quilting. We've got a pin system on this machine, which is unique. So what that means is there is a pin that is right behind the needle, and it allows you to keep your fabric straight while you're sewing very quickly. It also allows you to sew on some of those heavier fabrics, and this pin really just brings that fabric through, and so you're not really having to pull or push or anything like that. So that's part of the like heavy duty part of this machine. This is just your normal feed dog settings. I would use this just for quilt piecing and things like that. And then this brings your feed dogs up a little bit. So this would be for heavier fabrics as well. Maybe you're sewing a little bit more slowly. You don't need the pin, but you really want those feed dogs to pop out from the bed of the machine. And that is what you're going to use there. And so it's really easy to change this. All you have to do is flip the little switch here, and it does exactly what you need it to do. So I'll back up a little bit. There's a little hook here that you can see, and this is for the sewing table that comes with this machine, the quilting table. And we are also really spoiled with this table. It is big. It actually has a ruler at the bottom that has inches and centimeters on it. So that's really nice. I've used this several times to make sure my blocks are the same, like the correct size and things like that. So you don't necessarily have to leave your machine and go over to your cutting mat. You can check a lot of your measurements on your table, which I love. I usually use this table. I leave it on my machine at all times just because I'm super spoiled by it. It's a really big table. And what I also love is that this little window is here. And when it's on the machine, that means since this machine has a side loading bobbin, you can open this window and get easy access to your bobbin area without having to take the table off to access your bobbin, which is fabulous. That's a really nice feature there. If you turn it over, you'll see that there is a knee lift compartment in the bottom of your sewing table. So if you need to take your machine with you somewhere, it just fits really nicely in there. It's a great storage space. And then the little table legs have adjustable feet on them, which is really nice also. So I love this table. I leave it on all the time. I have it off today just because I'll be turning my machine all different ways to show you all the features on it. But normally that lives on my machine permanently. Okay, so we'll go back to the machine. So here is the machine area. Here, as you can see, is the thread area. So here's another kind of spoiled thing on this machine, is that you can put the big cones on this machine without a thread stand. So I love big cones because I don't like running out of thread. So I have this big cone on here, and it has space for 2 cones actually. And I love to buy a double cone of each color that I use. And I like to keep that cone right here so that I can use my thread for my bobbin winding. So I don't have to take my thread off of my machine to go wind my bobbin or anything like that. I just like to keep an extra there, which is super fun. And then here's your bobbin winding area. I like to leave an extra bobbin there. And this machine comes with 5 bobbins. So that's really great as well. They're metal bobbins. And so I'll travel over to the front of the machine. Okay, so this is where some of the color coordinating comes into play. So on our feed dog options, we have green, blue, red, and black. Here we also have red, blue, and green. So this kind of gives you some hint. This is your hints about your foot pressure. So since this machine can sew on such a wide variety of fabrics, they have this color coded. So for example, it shows how much pressure you'd be putting on your foot based on what option you've chosen for your feed dogs. So for example, we've got the green here, which is bobbin feed dogs all the way up. You've got blue here for your lighter fabric, so less pressure on your foot. And then your pin system here, which can be used for any of these options, heavy pressure and light pressure, depending on what you're using your machine for in that time. And this little knob on top can move that pressure up and down. So that's great. I love to leave mine on in because I normally sew with my pin system up just because I like to sew quickly and I like for my piecing and my sewing to be really straight. So that's a great option there as well. This machine also is super easy to thread. It's a little bit different than a computerized machine. So I have my thread here and it travels up in my telescope, which can be raised and lowered for traveling. So I have mine all the way up and it comes down into this little pin here and it has 3 holes on it. And the beauty about this is that this machine takes a very wide variety of threads. So you can choose how much tension you want your machine to have by bypassing some of those holes or threading through all 3 holes. So I am sewing with 50 weight cotton thread here because I'm quilting. So I use all 3 holes when I'm threading in this case. And it goes through those 3 holes down into your tension around this little metal hook, down under this hook here, up to the take up lever and straight down to the needle. So it looks a little bit different than what you're used to if you are on a computerized machine. If you're used to threading long arms, this will look very familiar to you. So I'll come down to the needle area. Okay, so here's my needle plate. This window opens up. And I'm going to bring that a little lower so you guys can see. So this drawer opens up like this for easy access to the bobbin area. And I'll show you inside of there in just a moment. There is also a threader on this machine. The needle is a typical home sewing needle. You can use sharps or ballpoint needle or whatever you like. I have sewn a lot of clothes with this machine. Really, really great for all kinds of needles you would need for sewing garments. And I love that this machine also has really clear markings on the needle plate. So we've got 1/4 inch, and I've got my 1/4 inch foot on now. I've got 1/2 inch line and a 5/8 inch line. You've also got a 1/4 inch line here, which means you're a 1/4 inch away from your needle. This is really handy when you're putting on quilt binding and you're sewing off that corner when you're sewing the binding down onto the corners of your quilt. This is going to give you a perfect measurement. It's very, very, very nice for quilters. I definitely feel spoiled with this machine. And so something that I love, this is one of the accessories, and we're going to get into accessories next. Something that I love about this machine is it has a very unique seam guide that comes with it. This is optional. You can take it off. When you put it on, it just hooks on to where your foot hooks on as well. And the very cool thing about this is that you can leave it on and you can move it. So I like to put mine up if I'm not really using it. And the cool thing about this is that you can change the options here. So if I weren't using it, I would put this all the way up. You've got a nice clear area here and I don't have to use it, but it's there if I need it, which is amazing. And so you can move it from side to side like this. So if you want it further away, you can put it further away. If you want it close to the needle, you can do that as well. And something that I really like about this is that the, move my fingers out of the way here. Tighten this back up. So what I like about this needle plate is that these markings here have grooves. And so it's really easy to bring that seam guide right into those grooves. And so you know that your seam guide is in the perfect spot. So it really settles into these grooves. And you can also use this as a seam guide as well as for quilting. So for example, this is a sample that I made. This is just a little bit of applique, raw edge applique. And I put my walking foot on for this, but I've also used my seam guide, and it's really easy to do just micro quilting, cross hatching, anything you like with this. So this is a really, really nice seam guide. I love this seam guide just because it's so adjustable, which is so fun. Okay, so that's our first accessory in our first foot. That's the 1/4 inch foot in the seam guide, which I love. There's some other things that come with this machine that are fabulous. And this isn't all of the accessories, but it is all of the feet. This machine comes with a lot of accessories. So I'm just going to take you through the ones that I would use maybe for quilting or for quilted bag making. Okay. So first, this is my adjustable zipper foot. This is also adjustable depending on how you're wanting to sew your zipper onto your project. So there's your zipper foot. We also have a invisible zipper foot, which is fabulous. This is our free motion quilting foot. I'm going to show you how this works. And it is a hopper foot, which is so nice. We've got our walking foot here. And there actually is a warning on this walking foot. This is specifically for the Accomplish. And it says, please do not sew 1,500 stitches while using your walking foot. You want to slow those stitches down. So that's really nice that they have that there. This is a fantastic walking foot. I love this walking foot so much. It's great for quilting. You've got a hammer foot here, which is nice. You've got a standard just sewing foot here. And one of my favorites, these feet are very, very similar to one another. Let me bring you guys, there we go, sideways here. So these feet look similar to each other, but this foot is a little bit special. This is the flex foot. And so you're able to go over some of those really big seams, or your fabric is uneven, or you're sewing over some big things. That foot flexes so that you can sew over those seams with ease, which I love, 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 love. So that's one of my favorites. This machine also comes with needles and an extra pin. So if your pin needs to be replaced behind your needle, it comes with an extra, which is also fabulous. Okay, so bobbin area. I walked you guys through the threading, and here is our bobbin area. Okay. So this window opens and your bobbin is right inside there, side loading. I see a question about twin needle. No, it does not take a twin needle. This machine has a small opening for the hole. And so it's not your typical oval opening that you're used to seeing. Since this is a straight stitch only machine, it does not take twin needle, but the fact that that hole is so small really keeps your stitching beautiful. So good question. Okay, so here is my bobbin fully wound. Here's my bobbin case. And this is fabulous. When you insert your bobbin, you wait for that pop, and there is a cutter right here. And this cuts the tail of your thread to the perfect length. So it goes in through that area and back and that cuts your thread off to the perfect length. So, so, so nice. So that when you do bring that bobbin thread up, it comes up easily and it's the perfect length, which I love. It's so nice. Okay, so let's see. Let's do some sewing. We've got about 10 minutes left. So here is my 1/4 inch foot. I'm gonna move this out of the way. Okay. So I'll show you the stitch quality on this machine, which is amazing. Typically, since this is a quilt sandwich, I would use a walking foot for this, but just for the sake of time, I'm going to show you how it stitches with the 1/4 inch foot on. And so you can go very slow or very fast, which is really beautiful. That thread cutter cuts your thread, and you've got really pretty stitches here. I'll clear up my camera so that you can see that, hopefully. Really pretty, especially for the speed. And they look beautiful on the back too. That's something that I really care about, is that my stitch quality looks the same on the front that it does on the back. And so the stitches are gorgeous. So I love that. And I'm going to show you the free motion quilting foot, which is really quick to put on. Remove the seam guide, remove the 1/4 inch foot, and put that free motion quilting foot on. Okay, we're going to lower our feed dogs completely because we're free motion quilting. And here, I'm going to put my foot down, bring that bobbin thread up. Okay, so I'm going to do a couple stitches. Cut my thread. And I can go back and cut it shorter later. Okay, so we are going to start. I'm just going to show you some meandering and some loops, which is a very beginner free motion quilting fill. So let me see if I can bring you a little bit closer here. Okay, great. Here we go. Oh, my thread, I cut my thread a little bit loose. That's okay. It happens. Should have tacked down a couple more times. Let me move you out of the way here so I can. Okay. Okay, here we go. Thanks for being patient with me. All right. Bring my bobbin thread back up. Okay. Here we go. All right. So this machine is different than a long arm in the fact that it does not have a stitch regulator. So you get to control your stitch length by how fast you're sewing and how fast you're moving your fabric. So I like to free motion quilt pretty quickly. So I like to sew a little bit faster and move my fabric a little bit faster. And that makes my stitch length consistent. So here we go. We're going to go a little faster. So there is my meandering on this machine. This is so fun. And so once you get to the hang of it, it's super easy to keep your stitch length consistent. So I'm going to back you up a little bit and we're going to do some loops next. Okay, so there are my loops. So free motion quilting is super fun on this machine and it looks beautiful. So if you are a person that likes to sew quilted bags, quilted jackets, if you like to make quilts or anything quilted, this really is your dream machine because it's just so heavy duty, it's fast, it's efficient, all the things that I love in a sewing machine. So I will take it back to you, Blaine. Thank you so much for having me on today. It was fun.
Well, thanks, Paige. Great job. And thanks having you part of Quilt Fest. Hopefully we'll get to see you again real soon.
Yes, thank you so much.
All righty. Have a good one. All right, everybody. This is the Baby Lock Accomplish. And we have a free walking foot that's going to come with us, valued at $70. You see the price there. Quilt Fest pricing is $11.99. We do have a call-in special on this as well. Some financing, special financing, free shipping nationwide. And this is the actual Accomplish 2 because there is Accomplish and then Accomplish 2. This is the Accomplish 2. Again, 800-401-8151. If you'd like to get this great straight stitch machine. So, all right, we're going to move on and we're going to talk all about some cabinets and chairs. What do y'all think? First up, we got Valerie Tribble. And, you know, Valerie works directly with the dealers and consumers at quilt shows across the Midwest and the West Coast, helping educate them, not only our dealers, but also consumers, that sewing and comfort can let them sew a lot longer. And then we have Scott Ehart. He is the director of sales at Arrow Sewing. Armed with a sales team of 4 crafting, quilting, and garment making ladies, Scott manages the day-to-day sales operations, helping spread the word that sewing and comfort makes you sew longer. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Scott and Valerie.
Hi, happy Friday, Blaine.
Happy Friday to y'all. Thank y'all for being part of Quilt Fest. And hey, I know we've got a lot to cover, so I'm gonna let y'all dive straight into it because we got some great specials on some of the cabinets and chairs today. So I'll see y'all back here in 25 minutes.
Okay, sounds good. We're back.
Like that.
All right. So happy Friday, everybody. It is a beautiful, sunny, warm,
It's a blustery day here.
70-some degree day here in Wisconsin. It's like summer for us.
We don't know what to do.
No.
Because it's
open
going to
the
snow.
windows.
It's going to snow
It's
next
gonna
week.
snow. Yes. Always snows on my birthday. Always snows on my birthday. That's April 1st. So always snow on the ground for that. So we have some great show promotions, Quilt Fest promotions here for you guys today. So earlier in the week, we saw the Kangaroo and Joey,
our best-selling cabinet,
which is available in 3 colors.
Yes.
And then on Tuesday, we showed you the Wallaby cabinet, which is our more small and compact cabinet, but still yet has that large opening to fit 95% of the machines out of the market. That's in white
with
and
the
teak,
free kiwi as
with
well.
the free kiwi as well. And today,
what do we have today?
Today we have our Aussie cabinet. This is our largest
It's the whole wall.
cabinet. Look how huge and expansive this
It's
is.
ginormous.
So when it is completely open, this is 8.5 feet long by 4 feet deep. So such an amazing workspace. Scott, that is like twice the size of you.
I'm so little.
So just look at all of this space here. So you have the right leaf there for you to work on. You have the left leaf here that folds open. You've got the beautiful quilt leaf that comes out in the back. It's got the 3 cubbies on the right-hand door, but the nice thing is it has this little caddy that pulls out to extend your workspace here on the left. So you can set a serger here, and it does pop out.
It's multi-position.
You can even put a little tote in there. You can store a small serger in it. It's got 2 little soft closed drawers. You can turn it if you don't want to have it open, and you can still have access to your drawers. You can stick it in here. But if you want to really
open up that space,
you can hook it onto this door right here. Scott, why don't you sit and give them a demo? Actually, we'll open up the kiwi there so we can show them with that free kiwi that you guys are going to get with this cabinet as well, just how much workspace that you have. Like this is a lot.
It's a lot. That's
so
okay.
Scott is going to show to you just how large and how open that is for you to maneuver. So you can cut, you can press, you can move over to sew.
We're going to get our steps in.
Or your rolls in.
We're going to get our stepping rolls. We're going to tap dance our way over. So we can cut. We can press. We have drawers upon drawers upon drawers upon drawers upon shelves. We can organize our blocks. And then we're going right to sewing. And then we've got all this room over here on the left-hand side as well. So, I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I'm going to have too much fun. I got too much room here.
So there is that. Look how large that is. That is a lap blanket right there. And that fits right across. So,
I mean, the whole blanket fits on there.
Yes.
It's incredible.
So S&P Nation, this is my my third quilt. So I made these out of my father's old bib overalls and his flannel shirts. And I made 3 memorial quilts for him. And I told you guys the other day, I was going to bring those and show you guys, but just look how large this area is. And
one of the fantastic things that Valerie just kind of showed is as we're working on our wow, you're not kidding. It is heavy.
Here, let me open it up again. I get to do that.
Isn't that fun? See, that there's a reason why I like doing that. So what we're seeing, and if we bring this back over here, what we're able to then do is our project is supported on the left-hand side, and then we're able to move our large projects to the back onto that large quilt leaf in the back. And what happens is that the project is supported on the left. The quilt leaf is catching it in the back, so it's not falling off the back of your work surface where it just pivots on the needle, and then your stitches just go all sorts of out of line. Ooh, we got a side view camera. Look at that. Nice job, Ethan. So now you've got all this expansive workspace, and the cabinet just catches your project, and that's going to give you those nice straight seams. Yeah, Linda, it is actually all previous
So my
clothing
father
attire.
passed away. It will be 2 years in August, and my mom gave me all of his bib overalls. So I took his bib overalls and cut them into 7-inch circles, and then used his flannel shirts in here as well, and then just offset them with different pieces of fabric to alter the colors. And then the back side is all decorative stitch, but it's got all of the staining and everything from, we were farmers, and so has all the staining, and he always used his pants as his napkin. So
It's a fun stitch that you did too. I didn't
Yeah.
even see that.
And the nice thing and the fun thing is too, because we were farmers, we didn't have a lot of money. So my mom always patched all of our clothes and everything. So I even kept all the ones with patches on. This
Oh, you
one here
have to.
has 3 different colored patches, Scott. I don't know
Oh,
if you can see that.
That's a great block.
But it has 3 different pieces.
So we
in it.
got 3 different patches, and look, her corner's still even lined up. Nice job.
So this was, I did not have a quilt leaf, and I wish I did on my cabinet when I was making this. But yes, so I have made 3 of these now. So that is on my resume now.
I like it. So this is our Aussie. Well,
I'm
my
going to
back's
actually
the
show
camera.
them
Should we?
the lift here, just like we showed you guys the
Oh,
other
yeah.
day. So it's got that A7 opening. A7 to us is 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. It has that 3-position hydraulic lift. Machine and the weight of the machine does all the work with the hydraulics. We do have options if you don't want to fight your machine or push down like that. You don't have the leverage. You can talk to the folks at S&P about getting these with an electric lift. But as you can see, the machine does all of the work. Just comes up with ease. Again, purchasing this acrylic insert is a must. It is a game changer. How it will just make sure that your stitches are nice and flush. They don't pull or drag when you're pushing it through. So I did fight with mine a lot, but we are going to show you how compact this gets when this closes up. Because remember, this was over 8.5 feet long when it's completely open. And Scott's going to get that front piece there.
So your caddy, again, multi-position. And then when we're going to fold it up. So if you remember, Valerie talked in the earlier in the week that the cabinets, they're like the transformers. This one is truly the transformer.
And the Aussie here does have these little J hooks on the end right here just to lock those doors into place. But this folds down to a very small footprint. So when it is completely closed up, you're looking at 4 feet by 2 feet. And this, again, is part of our Kangaroo line. So not only are you going to get that lifetime warranty, the body of the cabinet is on heavy-duty locking casters. This specific cabinet is available in white antique. Ships very quickly out of Wisconsin. We have great assembly manuals, top-notch customer service for you guys to be able to call in if you get stuck or need replacement parts or pieces. But this is just an absolute amazing.
Look at that shot. We went from the whole wall.
We did.
To just this. Where'd it go?
Hey, you actually can fit it.
Well, I can fit on this one. Look. Hey, Mom. Look. I'm tall enough to ride the ride. Finally.
So, but don't forget, you also get that great companion piece right there. You'll get the free kiwi. Comes with that pressing mat and the cutting mat. Like Scott showed you a little bit earlier, there's drawers upon drawers. But there's also 2 removable thread trays in there too that you can take out in place. Scott, like he's been telling you this week, he's got belt brackets and he hangs them on the wall for
floating shelf.
Because we all need more storage. We all have those scraps. We all have, all that extra fabric and whatnot. But you get 2 of those, and then the bottom drawer is big enough for an iron or a small serger. So whatever, Scott likes to say the 3rd drawer is choose your own adventure. So you can put whatever you want in there, but it does have some great storage. Again, would come in the matching color, and that is absolutely free. That's a $700 cabinet that you're going to get absolutely free.
Cabinet accessories. That's SMP's. That's their gift.
Yeah.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
So this whole setup here that you just saw,
yeah.
$19.99 with the hydraulic lift. Again, if you do want to have an electric cabinet, please reach out to the folks at S&P. They will be able to help you and get pricing on the cabinet with an electric lift. So
are we going to toss it back to Blaine?
I don't know. He said, I'll see you in 25 minutes. So he's probably off having a Reese's break or something.
All right.
So
well, we
can
can
push this out of the way here.
We can talk and move.
The next one is, and of course, Jane's not here today.
Oh, we didn't do her cabinet on her day. Oh my gosh.
So the next
Sorry,
one
Jane.
Here. Oops, I'm caught on the
Scooch.
carpeting.
There we go. Oh. Go this way.
Hey, I'm a woman driver. What can I say?
There we go.
All
Are we
right.
centered? Hey,
So-
that'll work.
Oh, I brought in all 3 of my quilts, so just in case I did
We got
bring all
extras.
3 of them in. I have some extras. I'm just going to throw these up here quick.
So what do we have? What is Jane's favorite cabinet?
Jane's favorite cabinet is this kookaburra, and she literally just got hers assembled not too long ago. because she had some damage in her basement, so she had to get a new
Oh
one.
no.
So she has her kookaburra, which, look at this table. This is an absolutely amazing table. In the front, before we open it, let's show them all the features.
All the accessories?
Yeah. So in the front, you have 4 full view soft closing drawers. This
So if
cabinet
you're really
comes in
angry,
all 3 of our colors.
they don't
don't
slam.
I-
Does that help with if you're angry at your project,
And
or does
you
that
can't
make
slam
it
It
worse?
just kind of slowly glides in. So kookaburra cutting table. Do we have to scoot it up? I think there we go. So
There we
Ethan's
go.
showing the drawers. But you've got 4 drawers right there. Again, this cabinet comes in all 3 of our finishes. So the white, teak, and the gray. But
Wait, there's more.
on the other side, it has 3 adjustable shelves. Am I facing right? There we go. 3 adjustable shelves. So you can adjust these to whatever height. Scott, what do you do with your kookaburra? Because my kids took mine for at home, and it's their craft station. So I don't get to use mine for sewing.
So what my wife and I actually do is we don't actually use the adjustable shelves, because what you can do, a couple different things. If you're going to go diagonally, you can have a full bolt of fabric in there. But what we're actually doing now is we store, are these full bobs? Oh, these are little ones, but we started using the AccuQuilt product. There we go. And we store our bobs in there, and it works as a great space for any of those items that you have to store vertically. So think you can also do your rulers in here as well. It's that place for those things that don't have a space.
Yep.
You can really custom tailor
you can
this.
Stick a bolt of fabric in there. It does stick a little bit out a bit, but you can still lay them sideways in there too.
You do all sorts of things. So it's nice that you have that flexibility with the adjustable shelves to really create that space, to create that home for the things that don't have a home.
Marty, I'm going to tell you a little secret. All of my circles and squares were cut by an AccuQuilt die cutter because me cutting about 500 7-inch circles of denim, my hands
would have been
not usable.
So that is, those are the features. But wait, it gets really big. We talked about transformers. When it was closed down,
it's 20 by 40.
You were 20 inches by 40 inches, but then you have these 2 leaves on here, which add an additional 25 inches on both sides. So you go from 20 by 40 to, let me walk all the way across. I like to dance.
70 by 40.
70 by 40. And again, it's bigger than I am.
Mary Bell is asking, how would you fit your embroidery hoops in here? Could you store your embroidery hoops in here for your, the shelves are adjustable.
Yeah, depends on, great question. Depends on the size. If it's the 1.5 foot hoop on some of the bigger machines, that it might stick out a little bit. But that is a wonderful question, and we've got more hoops than we know what to do with here, so we're going to explain
this would be
those.
awesome for your Caterpillar as well. So this doesn't necessarily
there we go.
need to be a cutting table for you to have in your workspace. We have a lot of people that buy this. I also make the chunky blankets, and this is a perfect size to make a chunky blanket. So, you can do it for crafting.
We forgot.
It does come with a cutting mat too. So the cutting mat fits across the whole top here. It is a soft healing cut. Oh, and it's taped.
Ethan, you taped it on us. That's okay.
We'll just leave the tape on there, just for storage purposes. This is how he stored it in here. But it does come with this whole entire this cutting mat that covers the whole entire top. And the nice thing is it's got the rounded corners. So Scott, you've got a better view right there. But yeah, the rounded corners, so your fabric's not going to catch on it.
And the mat
Yeah,
are both.
All are rounded.
Hey, there we go. Got it.
Put it up against your black shirt.
There we go.
So this is 36 inches high, 70 by 40. But again, it's just that perfect height for cutting. It's that perfect height for crafting. A lot of people have actually purchased this because they like to stand and sew. So they use this, especially if they're using their embroidery attachment on here. So a multitude of things that you can use this table for. It doesn't necessarily need to be.
No, it's not just cutting. And the great thing, you mentioned the embroidery machines. Just like with the cabinets, the main body of the kookaburra table is on those heavy duty locking casters.
Yeah,
so you lock those casters down, program your design, and let it run. It works fantastic.
This is a nice one. For mine, my kids use this as the craft table. I put the cutting mat down because walked into my youngest daughter's room last night, and she's been wanting to be a fashion designer. So she's been painting her designs that she wants, and there was paint everywhere on the carpeting.
Hopefully it's
on her
watercolor.
chair. Yeah, Resolve worked.
Okay.
But this is what they are going to be using once I get the basement set up for their space, so they can sit and paint on this as well. So Kookaburra, lifetime warranty, comes in 3 boxes. Takes about maybe 2 hours
2
to
hours.
put together.
Yeah, I did it with the kids. My helpers.
Your helpers. Very good instructions. A great, like I said, customer service is absolutely phenomenal, and they'll help you get through anything.
And then also with assembly, with all the cabinets, and that includes the cutting tables, we do have an entire YouTube channel dedicated to the assembly as well. And if there's ever a specific spot, if you're stuck on it, you're reaching out to Chris or Kirsten, and I mean, they can do these in their sleep.
Yeah. And, Ethan did such a great job. Ethan is behind the scenes here running the cameras for us today. And he did such a great job with all of the videos and everything like that to make sure it's easy for you guys. A lot of hours spent to make sure we hit all of those details for our customers so that they, on the weekends when they have nothing to do, and we're not around, then they can sit and watch one of the videos. But
we look really fancy for a small company in between cornfields and a forest.
We are in the middle of nowhere of Elkhorn, Wisconsin. So.
Yeah.
We are going to take this off, and then we are going to come back in.
We'll just scoot this and then move chairs.
Move this here, and then we've got the chairs.
The
coming
chairs.
Back. I know we've talked about the chairs already a few times this week, but you can never see them enough times. So.
Okay, you do that side. I'll do this side.
Wow, we're
switching sides.
Switching sides here.
Yeah, and kind of a great recap. We saw when we started, we saw with the
solids in the back.
Well, that's what happens when I'm organizing. That's why Janet doesn't like any fabric I pick.
But we do love our Tilda fabrics.
We do love Tilda. Kind of like a quick recap. We started with the Kangaroo and Joey, and the Kangaroo and Joey, that is the everything cabinet. It collapses down for small footprint. It opens up for expansive work surface. And are we missing a chair? Where's buttons?
Back behind there still.
Did I not get it?
Nope. You got to keep going around the corner.
So Kangaroo and Joey, it hits all those things, which is very much why it's the best seller. Small footprint, big work surface, and storage. Then we did Wallaby for small footprint, but still having storage. And then the Aussie that we saw today. Do we scoot these over? We're sort of in line.
Too, just because you're getting, like, if you order the Kangaroo and Joey, just think of that whole studio setup. Kangaroo and Joey, Kiwi, Kookaburra with a cutting mat,
a chair,
and a chair,
an insert.
You have a complete
That's
studio.
everything.
Every now and then I hear some ladies say that they're very lucky, they're very fortunate that their husbands have either, purchased that for them or have made it to their liking. But I mean, here you can get a whole setup through Sewing Machines Plus.
Fantastic offers.
Great offer.
For Quilt Fest too.
And
that's
you get
the
to
best
pick
part.
your own chair, and that's the great thing. And you can pick your own color on the cabinets. And you have your sewing space. It doesn't have to be just the Kangaroo and Joey. You can get the Wallaby, you can get the Aussie.
You can do multiples.
You can do, yes, you
because
can do all 3.
Because how many have just one machine?
Yeah. I just had a lady that just ordered 2 of the exact same cabinets.
Makes perfect sense.
It does, because she has multiple machines, so she bought
Makes
multiple of the
perfect
exact same
sense.
cabinets. So she has the space to be able to do that. So
we should talk chairs.
Our chairs here. So these chairs are adjustable in height from 18 to
I did
22
this one.
inches.
It got me.
Hey, look at that. See, when you're used to having it on the right side and then somebody assembles it with the left hand, kind of throws you for a loop. But so they're adjustable in height from 18 to 22 inches, and that is from the top of the chair cushion on where that is measured from. It's got that nice 360 spin. So like Scott showed you when he was sitting and working inside that Aussie, he was able to maneuver through that whole area very easily.
And we're on carpet.
And we are
here
on
in the studio.
Yes.
That's a question we get a lot is, how do the cabinets move on carpet? How do the cutting tables? How do the chairs move? So we demo here on carpet. Now, it's not 1970s shag.
It's not shag.
It's not shag. But we're on carpet, and they do absolutely fantastic.
Visionary Creations has 2 of the chairs.
There we go.
And not only does that chair have that great lumbar support that's going to support your lower back while you're sitting and sewing, but also if you lean forward too, and you have to like look at your needle and get a little bit closer. We're all getting a little bit older and our vision is changing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Does change as we get older.
These are blue light glasses, not the Harry Potter glasses I had on earlier in the week. I had a sty in my left eye. I've never had them until I turned 40. Sty in my eye. I'm telling you, 40's rough.
So
Where'd we leave
even
off?
when you lean forward to look at your needle, it's still supporting that lower back. And as you can see, Scott is sitting with a perfect 90-degree angle of his legs, which is very important because you don't want to sit too high. You don't want to sit too low. You just want to have that perfect posture because it helps. Why don't you tell them what it does with your shoulders?
Well, so when your dupa's scooted all the way to the back, your hips seat correctly in the chair, and this bolster, if you're all legs and no torso, if you're all torso and no legs, because this bolster is so wide, it's just going to find that right spot, and you get those happy tingles, and they just kind of melt your shoulders away. So your shoulders relax. We engage our core. We sit up straight. Our elbows come to 90 degrees. Our wrists are in line. And as Arrow says, we are now sewing in comfort to sew longer. But we didn't show the best part.
No.
About chairs.
You were kind of playing with it.
I was. Which one? Is there one with?
I don't know.
With
there
a surprise?
Might be one.
Did we update it this week? I didn't eat any. I promise.
So the backs are not adjustable. And honestly, the key thing is adjusting the chair to the correct height.
Yes.
That back will adjust. I did see somebody that mentioned in there that they have MS and they are wondering if that would work for them. I specifically have MS and I've had it for 7 years, and I use this chair, and it is such a relief on my lower back. Just because of my myelin in my neck is deteriorated. So like Scott said, it takes that pain and strain off your trapping your shoulders and all of that. And it does, especially for me as well, sitting. I don't have that discomfort when I sit in this chair.
It takes that strain out. And Jill Sweet, I did see the comment in there. My grandfather was actually in a polka band. And yes, dupa is Polish for your butt, in case anyone needed their language art lesson for the day. Dupa is your bottom.
My grandparents actually traveled and were polka dancers.
What if they played together? How cool would that be? Also about the chair, we've been talking about the height, but Ethan, I don't know which way
you need to go
roll.
closer. This way.
Back?
Now
here we go.
There we go.
Okay, so I'm on my tiptoes because the chair's all the way up. My feet don't touch. Now again, I got little legs. So for me, I got it again. I'll show you why Valerie keeps laughing at me in a second. So for me to sit correctly, I have to be all the way down in the chair to sit correctly in this chair. And the reason that she's laughing at me, and a question that we get a lot is, how hard are they to put together? Very easy to put together. So to put these together, you're just going to pop the wheels into the star base. The hydraulic cylinder goes into the star. And then this is your mechanism here. Let me turn that. This lever, this is how you're operating the chair. Now, there's an arrow on here to have it on the right-hand side. Sometimes I might be at a show putting these together rather quickly.
And talking.
I am known to distract myself. It happens.
Shiny objects.
And I have been known to sometimes put this lever on the left-hand side. Now, I say that is actually a feature of the chairs. They are ambidextrous. Or I just missed the arrow. But, that's okay. And then for the backrest, this does come assembled in the box.
Hey!
We'll be fine.
What's in the chair? You got to turn it.
Look.
Just for Blaine today, we got a Reese's, a Mountain Dew.
I didn't even know this was the chair either. I thought it was the buttons chair. Blaine, I am the guilty one of why these always disappear. But to put this backrest in, it's just 2 bolts. So you're talking a total of 6 bolts, and you need a Phillips head screwdriver. And
an Allen wrench, which comes with it.
And the Allen wrench that we provide. See, Chris, you could have the height adjustment on your left-hand side. And I think we wrapped it up. Perfect timing back to Blaine with snacks.
Yeah. So Blaine, we're going to turn it back to you. If you want to go over all the pricing and everything on the Aussie, as well as the Kookaburra and these amazing chairs. I'm sorry, the chairs don't come with snacks in though. They're just,
That's a prop that I eat then.
Oh, I could use that Mountain Dew and the Reese's and the Hershey bars. I tell you,
need a little pick me up this midday on Friday.
I'm telling you. Well, thank y'all so much for being on, our Quilt Fest. Great job, and we're going to tell them how they can get all these great products. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Blaine, for having us.
All right. Talk to y'all soon. All right, everybody. I tell you what, those chairs are awesome. But hey, let's talk a little bit about the cabinets first. The first one that we talked about was that Aussie 2. It comes in ash white. It has a call-in special, free $6.99 Kiwi sewing storage caddy with the purchase, and available in gray and teak.
Ash, gray, or teak.
Okay, so the Aussie 2 is available in ash white and teak, and then the Kiwi, you're going to get that to match. So you can do that in the ash white and the teak. All right. You see the next one's the Kookaburra. This is the one that Jane Klaus just got. It was at Road to California, saw Valerie demonstrating this one, and Jane had to have one. So she got this. This is the Kookaburra cutting table. It is the Quilt Fest pricing on it is $11.99. We have a call-in special on that as well. Kyle, what colors does this come in?
White and gray.
So it comes in the 3 colors. It's going to come in the teak, white, and gray colors. We do have some special financing for all the cabinets, and naturally you can call us at any time about any of them. And then here's the great thing, the call-in special on the chairs. You see the price $329 on all the different chairs. Now, one thing I want to stress to you about the chairs, don't be fooled by imitations, because Kyle and I have discovered there's a few companies out there selling these things that look identical to Aero cabinet chairs. Trust me when I tell you this, don't waste your money, because it is a very, very big inferior product to the Aero cabinets or the Aero chairs. So make sure if you want a sewing chair, you get the Aero chair. They've been around forever. These are the highest quality chairs that you're going to absolutely love them, and they're going to last you a long, long time. I think these things are awesome. My wife, Michelle, has one, and matter of fact, I sat in it yesterday when I got home. It's awesome. So make sure y'all don't get fooled by the imitations. Make sure it's an Aero, and a great place to get them is from us, because we carry the full line. Again, give us a call. We have a call-in special on that. Normal price is $329, but we do have a call-in special, 800-401-8151 for any of the Aero cabinets, and even the ones that you didn't see on the show. Give us a call. There's a call-in special on every single one of the Aero cabinets. So if we didn't show one that you're looking at, give them a call, okay? All righty. We are going to start with our first educational session of the day. And we got our good friend, Becky Thompson, coming in. And she's going to talk about quilting methods with the long arm. And y'all know Becky. She is part of our Takeover Tuesday crew. She comes on here once a month on Tuesdays and does a show. And then she does a live virtual event or a virtual stream every single morning on YouTube. Her channel is called Power Tools with Threads. We are always super excited to have Becky on. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Becky Thompson.
Well, hey, Blaine, hi.
I saw you running in. Well, hey, Becky, good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so glad to be here to talk about different methods that you can quilt with a long arm. So I see there is my Power Tools with Thread. My peeps are here with me. So very nice. Very nice.
The Power Tools with Thread crew's here. The SMP Nation's here. So we're all ready to see this. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in just about 11 o'clock.
Okay, Situation Room is in the house, Bernadette says. That's absolutely right. So, hey, everybody. Hi, I'm Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread, and I have a YouTube channel called Power Tools with Thread, plus a blog. So, as Blaine mentioned, we have the Situation Room, and that is a virtual stitching retreat where all skill levels are welcome. And it it's live streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Central. And we hang out for about an hour. And we have embroidery Thursday and giveaways on Friday. So, and you got to be in the live in order to be eligible for the giveaway. And anyway, we have a great time in there. And you guys just follow me on my stitching journey. And I'm always sewing something. So we do quilting, machine embroidery, some scan and cut, all kinds of cool things. We have a virtual kitchen in there. We even have once a month, my husband actually quilts as well, and he's doing a block of the month for Legit Kits, and he streams on my channel as well. That's an afternoon thing, and we have happy hour in the kitchen. It's a lot of fun. So you guys be sure to look me up, Power Tools with Thread, on YouTube. Okay, so I have been with you guys all this week going through quilting the How to Build a Scarecrow from Lori Holt. And it just turned out absolutely beautiful. I will be back at, I don't know what time zones for me, right? At 3:30 Central for me. So that's 1:30 for y'all on the West Coast at SMP. And we're going to finish off the bottom edge of the quilt. But right now, I wanted to talk to you about the different ways that you can use a long arm for quilting and the considerations and things that you may not think. If you're in the market for a long arm and you're chewing on it going, you know, I really want to be able to finish my own quilts myself. And, you know, I've got these ginormous quilts where maybe if you have an embroidery machine and you have thought about finishing them on an embroidery machine, totally an option. And that's very doable as well. But if you've got a big quilt, I wouldn't do anything more than a baby quilt on an embroidery machine. That's just too much like work. But for a long arm, now some people say, well, I don't know if I have the space. And if that's the case, you may want to consider a sit down like Belle Bruner has been showing all this week. That's a great option for you to be able to take a seat. And when you're quilting with a sit-down machine, so I liken it to this. If you're a doodler, if you can draw and you're a doodler, you will probably do really well with that. Because with a sit-down, you can do ruler work with it, but you're also going to be kind of doing free motion, right? And you can do free motion on a sit-down or a stand-up machine. So dexterity considerations are something that you might want to think about. If you can't stand for long periods of time, if you're going to, let's say that automation is not in the budget, and I get that, been there, done that, right? And so you're going to be doing it all on your own. Well, that's certainly an option to do. You guys are getting a total different look of my sewing studio today because I have the long arm turned around. There's the back of it. We haven't seen the back of it. So okay, this is really interesting. Cynthia says, I presently have 20 quilt tops that need quilting. Cynthia is the perfect candidate for a long arm, okay? Because if you think about what it's going to cost you to send that to a long armor, first of all, make an appointment with the long armor, drive over there. You got to, you know, and then you have that time and whatnot. And then you got to drive and go get it. And you're paying them. You're paying for the thread. You're paying for their time and whatnot. You can kind of do the math and work that out and go, you know what? I might be able to do this myself. And for me, even if I was living in an efficiency apartment, y'all, I would have a long arm. It'd be right in the middle of my living room. I wouldn't care. And that would be my whole sewing thing, but that's me. I get it. So a lot of people say, well, I don't have the space. Well, you kind of do. This used to be a 2-car garage. I took it over, remodeled it, and now it's my sewing studio. So I would be all about getting rid of that big, long, formal dining room table that nobody uses anymore because that season of life has passed, and now you're going to somebody else's house for the holidays, and I'd pop a long arm in there. What about that great big living room you've got, or family or den that nobody sits in anymore? So there's a lot of different places that are outside of the box from your standard sewing space, because I hear that all the time. That's the biggest thing. I don't have the space. Well, I think you kind of do. You just have to make it work. And I know we have people we have to consider in our lives. You might be living with somebody else saying, absolutely not. You're not putting that long arm in here. Just keep going, keep going. What about that boat? That like that. Okay. So if you're going to be standing, and you can stand for long periods of time, the most basic method of long arming is free motion. And that's where you've got the handles and you're standing there and you're just kind of stippling. Okay. There's a lot of considerations that have to go into free motion. Do you have the ability for that? And I mentioned doodling a few minutes ago. Well, I can't do that. I can't doodle. It's not, I freeze and everything gets really small and it's hard. Okay. So for me, I did have a sit down at one time. And for me, when I'm at the sit down, my hands just stayed in the same spot over and over and over. And I could not maneuver that fabric under the needle. So for a stand-up long arm like this one, this is the King Quilter 2 Elite. And this is a machine. It is for Sewing Machines Plus. It's the only place you can get it. And when you're thinking about, okay, I can stand and that's no problem. Now with a sit down, you're moving the fabric under the needle. Think about if a pencil was in one place, you take the paper and you're moving the paper under the pencil to draw. It's essentially the same motor skill set. With a stand-up long arm, you're now moving the machine just like you would be moving the pencil across the paper. You're doing all of that. So one of the drawbacks to free motion is it takes a load of practice to get the scale right of your designs. So when you first start on a quilt, you might be kind of wound up and you're tight and you're doing this and it's going fine and it might be kind of small. And then you kind of get loosened up and you're feeling better as your rows go on down the quilt. And you get to the end and you find out your design is larger than you started with because you don't have anything to regulate that size. You can take a picture in the beginning and make sure your picture is to scale all the way down. You can use your phone for that. So that is something that you need to take into consideration. Or you might be the opposite. You might start really big and then your brain gets comfortable and your design gets smaller and smaller as you go. So not only are you having to come up with the design yourself, and it might even be something as simple as a stipple. I stippled a quilt first time around some applique, and I realized I was getting larger and larger as I went. And so you've got to think about that as well. Certainly can be done. Now, this right here, this machine floats like the wind on this frame. So this is the Studio 2 frame right here, and it has a beautiful long big table on the back. Okay. And this is the old frame. Now they have a 10 or a 12 foot Studio 3 frame, and you can use the built app on your phone to teach you how to put it all together and whatnot. Okay. So we talked about free motion, right? We can stipple, you can do designs and whatnot. You might want to do ruler work. Ruler work is another way that you can quilt your quilt. And I want to show you the King Quilter does. Let me step out of picture here for just a second and get my goodies. So the King Quilter does come with a ruler base. So you're going to get this with it. It's not an additional purchase, which is very nice, including the foot. It has the Sure Foot. And the Sure Foot has a taller, see the crown on that right there? So the Sure Foot is taller, and you need that because the standard hopping foot that comes on the machine can jump on top of rulers, right? We don't want that. We don't want that. So you could get the ruler base. I love this ruler base. It requires no tools to put it on, which is really nice. It just slides right on and slides right off. Very easy to do. Doesn't take a lot of strength. I've got these arthritic hands and I'm not a fan of that. So when you're doing ruler work, again, you might need to think about doodling. Ruler work requires some planning. I guess all designs do. What do you want to quilt? Okay. Well, I want to quilt some circles, or I want to quilt, here is the multi-clam shell. This is really nice. And Quilting with Harriet has a book that uses this. She wrote it. She's a former handy quilter educator and wrote a book that uses this clamshell ruler. But see how thick that is? This is it is thicker than a standard cutting ruler because you don't want that hopping foot to jump over the top. So you would not have the motors engaged. You would not be using any kind of, let's say you don't have any automation. So you just are using the handles and you're just coming around. And you've got to think about that. And there are loads of videos out on YouTube for you to be able, Natalia Bonner from Peace and Quilt. This is her ruler and with her orange pop on there. You can do straight line quilting. Let me show you what happens when your needle hits the ruler. I don't know if you can see this. Let me see. Can you see the chip in the bottom right there? See that? I'll hit the light on it. That's what happens. Broke a needle. So you got to be really careful when you're doing that. That's a big consideration. But there are so many, just loads and loads of rulers that you can do. Stitching to the inside, stitching to the outside. You can do loads of ruler work. I've got my share. I have my share. I even got stars. Look at that. How cool. So there's an additional cost involved with getting the rulers if you're going to be doing ruler work. Okay. So that means you have to think about what you're going to do and when. And a lot of people will take some clear plastic and a dry erase and kind of draw out what they're going to do on their quilt. Yeah. So Felicia says, I don't have time to doodle. That's right. And I can't. So I've tried all of it. Why do I have all this stuff? Because I've tried it and it didn't really work for me. Okay. So now, because I like to do things, I think I'm going to do it the least expensive way possible first. And then when I figure out something I can get by with it, that's what I'm going to stick with. Well, best laid plans. Okay. So let me move these back over here so I don't step on them. All right. So another way, another method you can do for quilting on a long arm is using what's called a pantograph. So an edge-to-edge design is something kind of in the industry that's in the automation, and it goes from edge to edge. And the pantograph is the paper, and that's this right here. So I want to talk to you guys about this. Let me put this back over here, and we're going to talk about how to use the long arm in order to quilt using this. So this is such a very cool way. This is, if you can follow a line, okay, you can do this. And again, your motors won't be engaged because you wouldn't have automation on it, or you might, I don't know. But thank you. Tanya loves my studio. Yep, I took it over completely for sure. So one of the things that is very helpful if you're going to be doing pantographs. So the pantograph is a paper. Usually they come in 12, maybe even 14-foot lengths. Okay, let me zoom you in so you can take a look here. I got this pantograph and the grid that it's under from Urban Elements. Melody is a wonderful young lady. She lives up the road from me in New Braunfels, Texas. So with a pantograph, you are going to be quilting rows on the front of the machine, but drawing and moving the machine from the back. And the King Quilter 2 Elite comes with the handles, wrong direction, y'all, already on the back, okay? And you also have another screen back here so that you can do precision, which will work for the, you've got precision, you've got manual, and you have the I, which is idle or cruise. Okay. And the cruise method allows the needle to go up and down on points, and it will just kind of cruise around and make beautiful stitches. The precision is really good for ruler work, but you can also use precision for doing pantographs as well. So I'll zoom you in a little bit, let you see this. Now this grid, again, I got the grid from Urban Elements, and I've got this thing pressed right against, the grid is right against the edge of the frame right here, all the way down. And then you use the laser. So let's take a look at the laser. You use the, well, so when you're aligning the grid, let me show you. When you're aligning the grid, you want to make sure that if this little, like these little loops right here, the bottom of this loop is just past the edge of that, it's just past the edge of it here. Or you can do the points and make sure that everything meets exactly, so that you know that that pantograph is straight underneath the grid. And it should be the same distance on the grid. This bottom loop should be the same all the way down to the other end of the long arm. Okay. So this is pretty cool. I'm going to see if I can show you. I don't know. I can't. Let me see if I can let you see what I, running out of cord here. Let me see if I can let you see what I see. Let me come right here. I'm going to step in front. I'm sorry. So if I go right here, this is the very corner where the head of the needle is, right there where that needle is. That's the very corner of my long arm, or where, I'm sorry, the edge of the quilt. And on the back of this, you get the laser, okay? And the laser comes with this. This is nice. This is the King Quilter 2 Elite. And it just plugs in right here in the back of the machine. And when it plugs in, you're going to get the little light, okay? And so I can put it right up to the edge of the quilt, right up there. And then what I want to do is down here on the plastic, okay, I'm going to take my tape and I'm going to put that right there. So that tells me I'm going to put about 1/4 of an inch away from the outside of the laser. So that's the edge of the quilt. And on the pantograph, I don't know if you can tell, we have ghost lines. These are the faded out lines right here, and also faded out lines up here. These indicate the rows above and below the actual quilting that you're doing. And then you have the dark lines are what you're going to quilt on. Okay. You've never seen a pantograph demo before? Well, this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. So now I want to make sure that I align my panto. I'm going to go do the exact same thing so I don't get you guys mixed up. I'm going to do the exact same thing all the way down to the other end of the long arm. Okay. Whoop. Hold on. There. So now I'm going to bring the machine. I might have to take my cords with me here, all the way down to the other side, if I can. Come on. And I'm going to put it right at the corner, okay, of right at the corner of that. And I can see the red dot from the laser. And now I'm going to take some more tape and put it about 1/4 of an inch away from the laser. Okay. So now I know that on the inside of the pink tape is my complete quilting area. Okay. So let's bring this back. It's giving me resistance to push it right now because my motors are on, because I'm in the middle of long arming with automation. So one of the things that people get real turned around about is, how do I make sure where I know to, how do I advance it? And you need to make advance marks on the quilt. Okay. So the easiest way to do this is to come to the very top. Let me show you here with the laser. So I'm going to come to the very top point right there and put my laser at the very tip. I don't know if you can see it. It's at the very top point, okay, of that pattern. Is that the high? That's the, yeah, let's see. That is right. And I'm going to, right here, I'm just going to, I want a ruler because I'm a little particular about this. Hold on a second. Let me get a straight edge. I have one in here somewhere. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to put this straight edge ruler right on the edge of that tip. Okay. And I'm going to make a line right here on my tape. And that line is number 1. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see the red on the pink? You cannot. Let me get a different color of dry erase. Let's see if the black one will show. So the line is right here on the tape, and that's number 1. Okay, so that's the very tip of that pattern point. Now I want to bring it all the way down to the bottom. Okay, right there. I don't have enough tape on that. I didn't tape it all the way down. All right, I'll put some more tape here, you guys. There we go. Okay, and so what I want to do now is I'm going to make this line right here, and this is number 2. All right, so that tells me now when I am quilting away and I'm coming in that I want to end, okay, I would need to, well, it's actually the highest point that this ends up here. I need to make sure that I can hit that point up there. And then when I get finished with this row, all right, I need to drop the needle right there at that line number 1. I need to drop the needle, and then I'm going to roll the quilt manually. I'll use the little handles over here, and I'll roll it back until my laser gets to line number 2 and stop. And then I can start quilting again. That's how you advance those rows on when you're doing pantographs. And that way you make sure that they are evenly spaced all the way down the quilt every single time. Okay, that works every single. If I have robotics on the machine, why would you do a panto? Oh, this is just an educate. I don't. That's a brilliant question. All right, and so the pantograph really is just a guide. And when you get finished doing this, nobody's going to come over and look and go, oh, this loop is different from that loop. Okay, those people are not your friends. It's just a guide for you to be able to kind of follow it around and run the pantograph. Now, I have done this before, and I'm really bad at it. And a lot of it has to do with your own level of OCD. Because quilters, we can be a little OCD, can we not? So it has to depend on your level of OCD, okay? If it really bothers you that pantograph's not working, okay, that you're trying that and that's not working, that's when you really need to start. Maybe you want to save your pennies. Maybe you need to go ahead and invest and get that automation, all right? And so automation, I went through this, dance with the machine. That's right, we're going to dance with the machine, right? Another thing you might do when you're doing pantographs, I meant to mention this, I forgot. If you're standing with your hands on the handlebars right here, okay, and you're doing this and you're coming around, you're kind of leaning a little bit, and you got to check on the ergonomics. That can cause strain up your arm and your neck. So you might consider, just let me put the camera over here a little bit. You might consider putting your hand here or in the back or whatever and standing to the side, okay? And so you're going to come around and you just follow the light like a cat. Just follow the light. And that works really well. All right. But like I said, if that's not for you, then, and I was never satisfied with it. I tried simple patterns. I tried straight patterns. I tried all different kinds of patterns, and it just did not work for me. So the next step was automation. Now on the King Quilter 2 Elite, I am using Pro Stitcher. And if you come back in, let's see, what is this? It's like 2.5 hours. I will be back and we're going to finish up with automation on the front of this quilt. But I have Pro Stitcher, but you can also use the Butler Robotics, and Butler Robotics has many different levels, and you're going to, they'll be on here. Aubrey is amazing at that. So I met Aubrey at Road to California, and she's a phenomenal instructor. And you know, that may be because there's different levels of automation, and something may be more budget friendly. I used to have Butler Robotics when my very first long arm was the King Quilter Special Edition from Sewing Machines Plus, and it had the Butler on it. And I used that and I really enjoyed it. And I actually made a bunch, I think about 5 videos using the Butler so that you guys could, and I created a playlist for it. So you can look at those and take a peek and go, is that something that might work for you? Okay. So robotics, Deborah says robotics for me. Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad you like the demo. But there are so many different ways that you can quilt with a long arm. A lot, you know, people get kind of overwhelmed with the size of it. They get overwhelmed with the price, and I understand that. But y'all, these are one of the machines that if you are a quilter, over time, it pays for itself. And it makes perfect sense to get one of these. And you can start where I'm just going to start with stippling and then work your way into using rulers, and check out videos on YouTube on how to do ruler work. Angela Walters has some excellent ones. You're still thinking about the Butler. Billy Lou reached out to me this morning with an email. She's thinking about it. Yeah, people say, I don't have time to practice. Well, I understand that. And that's annoying to me too. I want to just get it done. And I'm one of those, let me just get it done kind of people. And I like playing with power tools with thread. So I am all about the automation, but it doesn't have to be that way for everybody. Okay. So, yeah, I call it YouTube University. You can learn anything on YouTube, right? So anyway, I hope this gave you some food for thought for different ways that you can quilt with a long arm that might work for you. And Blaine's going to come back in here in just a minute and talk to you about pricing and all of that kind of stuff. If you are thinking about it, you guys, the Quilt Fest is definitely the time. The SMP Quilt Fest is the time to do it. The prices are so low, and you're going to get the best deal at this time. So do you guys have any questions? Thank you, Karen. I appreciate that.
Well, hey, Becky. Great job.
Hey, Blaine. Thank you.
Well, great job as usual. And thank you so much for being part of our education program. And I know we're going to see you this afternoon doing a King Quilter demo. So we'll see you back here and then, okay?
All right. Sounds good. See you later. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye. All right, everybody. Becky Thompson, Power Tools with Threads, where you can find her. And I would highly recommend to go check out her live show that she does every single morning on her YouTube channel. And check her out here on Tuesdays. She does a show, Takeover Tuesday, once a month here at Sewing Machines Plus, along with Jane Klaus, Carly Bell, and Joanne Banco. So there we go. Those 4 ladies do it, and they are awesome at it. So, all right, we are going to continue on. Hey, we are in for a treat. We're going to go into the world of Janome America, and we have Miriam Coffey coming in. And now Miriam has a love for textiles and anything she could create with them. Her work has been featured in Modern Quilt Guilds, Modern Quilts, Best of the New Century book. Her local, well, she has a lot of awards, I'm telling you, but she's had many international awards. She's has awards from Comic-Con, Best of Show Award at Asheville Quilt Show, and she's really proud of her first place blue ribbon from the AQS in Paducah, which is a huge honor to have that. And she works with us at Comic-Con San Diego last year. She's going to work with us again in 2025. So y'all make a welcome to the show, Miriam Coffey.
Hello, everyone, and thank
Hey,
you.
Miriam, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. Are you getting ready to come to San Diego?
Yeah, I still have to. I think I booked my hotel, but I still have to book the flight and everything. But
So I know they're saying Comic-Con is going to be bigger than ever this year. So we're excited to have you here. We're excited that we're going to have a booth at Comic-Con with the Janome, and we're super pumped for that. But hey, right now we're at Quilt Fest. We got you here. We're going to talk about a serger, and I'm going to let you take it away.
awesome. Well, thank you guys again so much for having me and letting me be a part of Quilt Fest. I'm really excited to talk to you guys about this machine right here. This is Janome's Mylock 454D. It is a serger, and it's a newer serger with Janome, and we've made some really exciting improvements with this machine that I'd like to go over with you guys. So first of all, we've improved the feed dog system. So it's an 8-point feed dog system for better feeding of your fabric with multiple layers or difficult layers. It's really great for working with lots of layers, and I will show you some examples of that in a bit. But not only does it have that 8-point feed dog system, it also has, the feed dogs themselves are longer than your traditional serger. So it gives you, again, more pulling of the fabric, better feed system to work with those multiple layers or thicker layers or weird fabrics. This is going to be the serger for you. So it also has an improved foot as well. It's been carved down a little bit for better visibility, as well as there's a texture on the base of the foot, like underneath it, again, to help feed that fabric. So all of these things are to help feed with multiple layers, feeding weird fabrics or difficult fabrics. All of these improvements are to work with that. Next, we have an improved motor. So again, that's going to give you more penetration power for working with multiple layers, thicker layers, you name it. This is going to be, you're going to just love this. And I've been serging with this the last couple days and making a couple projects that I'll show you that I think turned out really cute, and we did completely on the serger. It also has Hananite rubber feet, which is a special rubber that's on the base of the machine. So if we tilt this back, see if I can point them out. It's these black rubber feet right here. That is to improve the reduction of vibration and noise. So it's going to make it quieter and smoother. Which is why it's called the sailing line, because it's smooth sailing with this machine. And you're just going to love it. It's going to feed really nicely. And with that with those special feet, it's not going to be as loud. I will be sewing on it later, so you'll be able to hear it. With the sound system, it does always sound louder in the recording, but it doesn't sound as loud in person. But it also has a thread-colored threading system, which I will point out when we get closer to it, but it's basically just open your door, and it has the numbers that you need to order in, the order of threading, the color coding thread path, so you never have to, well, you can always pull your manual out, but you don't have to because it is all right there. You do get a printed manual, and it has that easy thread path. In addition to having an easier thread path, the lower looper is always kind of known for being the hardest thread to thread because of the location of where it is in the machine itself. But we've actually improved the way you thread the lower looper. It has a little notch thing that you push and engage, and then two little pieces pop back out, and you're going to see two little hooks that you'll hook into, and then thread the eye of the looper, and then you are good to go. And then you just push that lever back. It's going to pop back into the machine, and you're ready to start serging. So that is a really nice feature to have because it makes serging and threading the machine a lot easier, which is again kind of people's number one concerns with sergers is how difficult is it to thread. That's kind of the number one question that I get anytime I'm talking to people with sergers. They're like, how difficult is it to thread? Because they see all the threads and it seems really overwhelming and intimidating. And with this, it makes it a lot easier. With the color coding, with that little lever that pops the little hooks into visibility and easy access, it makes it a lot easier. And again, that lower looper is the hardest one to do. And then that upper looper is just two little hooks and then one threading through the eye of the looper. And then it's just the needles left, which is basically just threading your needles just like you would on a sewing machine. So that's not difficult. We do that all the time. So you're going to really be able to gravitate and jump onto this machine really easily with that thread system. There's also a retractable knife on the side. So your door opens and you can lower your knife through this little lever here so that if you are doing a rolled hem or anything that you don't want your knife in the way, you don't want it to be cutting, you can lower that knife and get it out of the way. There's also marked seam allowances on the door here. For 5/8 seam allowance. A lot of machines are going to have some sort of marking on them, but a lot of times they don't always indicate the actual dimension of what that is, or the that indication of what, you know, is it 3/8, is it 5/8, or whatever. What does that marking mean? And we actually have it written on the machine that it's 5/8, so you know, because that's your standard garment construction seam allowance, which is really nice to have. And then next we have a simple little thread cutter on the side of the machine right here. That's not new or super exciting, but it's not available on all sergers, especially at this price point. So having that little very easy thread cutter is very nice to have. It makes it very convenient. Just a little serge out, cut your threads backwards to forwards, and it's going to trim those threads really nice and clean for you, so you don't have to use your scissors if you don't want to. There's also a differential feed, which is going to either stretch or compress your fabric, which will, again, either give you more space between, like, it can give you the sort of like lattice look where you have like little wavy stitches. Not the stitches itself, but it stretches the fabric out to make the fabric itself wavy. Like you can do that on hems, on the bottom of a skirt, scarves, you know, whatever you want to do. Ruffles kind of makes your own ruffle sort of a thing. Or you can compress them down. There's lots of reasons why you want to use your differential feed, and that's sort of different. That's new. That's different for sergers. That versus a sewing machine, they don't always have the differential feed. And then next we have, it is a 4 and 3 thread overlock. So you can do a 3 or 4 thread as well as a rolled hem and many more stitches. It does come, like I mentioned before, with a printed manual, which is really nice because not all machine companies are giving you printed manuals these days. A lot of times you'll have to print them yourself, which is kind of a pain. But it would give you a little printed manual that has lots of goodies, lots of information in it. Has your thread path, has troubleshooting. It has all the different settings that you may need, presets and recommendations all in here. So you've got great information in here. As well as it comes with tweezers, 2 different screwdrivers, one for the needle and then one for the plate, as well as an extra pack of needles, because you always need needles. Because you do have to change the needles on your serger. It's not just your sewing machine. You do have to change them on your serger as well. So now that we've kind of gone over some of the really cool features on the machine, let's just kind of go over the anatomy of the machine just quickly, and then I'm going to show you some samples. So this is this serger, the Mylock 445. Or 454, sorry. And we have, again, it's a 4-thread serger. So we have our 4 threads in the back. We have our telescoping thread stand. We have our pre-tensions right above here, and then our tension discs right here. And then we open our door, and it has our thread path. Our thread path is marked and labeled, so you don't have to worry about forgetting how to thread it, it's going to have all of that right there for you. Again, you have your manual that you can always pull out if you need a little more in-depth visual on or written instructions on how to do that. Again, our door opens. To lower your knife, you just push forward and then rotate down, and then it's going to disengage your blade. Or I can just, again, push out and then rotate the opposite direction, and it re-engages that knife. And then if you need to change the width of your, where the knife is, you can increase or decrease this right here with this dial. And then we have our stitch finger right here, where we can pull that forward and engage it into a rolled hem, or keep it on standard, which is where I'm going to keep it for now. And then shut that door, and then shut this front door as well. We also have our stitch length, which is that we have a few dials on the side. So this first dial is our stitch length, and that will be how we increase or decrease our stitch length by turning that dial. And then the second dial is our differential feed. Again, that is how you can stretch or compress your fabric. And then lastly, on this last wheel is our flywheel, which is where we can turn and raise and lower our needles. So that's kind of a little overview of the serger. I'm going to show you a few samples. So these are some zipper pouches that I made the other day, and they are all made 100% on the serger. And if you are interested in this project, next week I'll be doing a full tutorial of it here, and we're going to go over this more. But it's basically just a really cute little zipper pouch. It is lined, and you don't see the seams on the side where the zipper is. You do see them for the boxed corners and the side seam, because it is done 100% on the serger. You could top stitch this if you wanted to, but you don't have to. I didn't, and I think it looks just fine. But if you want that, if you like the look of the top stitch, you can take it to your sewing machine and stitch it out. But I wanted to do it 100% on the serger, so there's no top stitching. So not the end of the world. And with this flexi foam, it actually works really well. You just give it a little press, and you just press those seams on the inside, and you're good to go. So, but in honor of Quilt Fest, I wanted to incorporate some ways that you can use your serger in quilting. So not only can you use your serger for garment construction or bag making or whatever, you can also use it to finish your quilts as well as construct your quilts. So first of all, to finish your quilts, let's pretend this is a full quilt, and you can serge the edges of your quilt to secure them before you bind them. So it keeps your fabric or the stitching from unraveling, and just flattens it and gives it a nice edge before you bind it. And then you would bind over this. This is also really great for if you do have a long arm and you like to make bags. You can pre-quilt yardage of your fabric and then cut them up to make your bag pattern. Instead of having to quilt the pieces individually, you just quilt the yardage and then cut them out like I did here. So this is actually a piece of a bag that I'll be making. And I just serge the edges of all of the pieces, and then I will construct the bag later. But this way I know that it's not going to unravel because I've cut into the stitches, because it's all secure. If I don't make the bag right away, I know it's secure and ready for me to sew whenever that is. Because I've got, just like you guys, I've got a laundry list of things that I want to make, but we just don't have the time. So this is on my new to-do list. So this is a great way of using your serger in sewing, as well as making actual quilt blocks. So here is some quilt blocks that we're going to make. So we're actually going to make these now. So you can see the front is really cute, and the back is also really cute and nice and clean. And there's no frayed edges. It's nice and secure. I don't have to worry about things unraveling, or especially because some of these are woven fabrics. These plaids, these are all wovens, which unravel a little bit more than regular fabric. So serging these was really nice. It cleaned up all of my edges, made them all nice and secure. Don't have to worry about them unraveling and getting all nasty on the back. So you can use several different patterns. There's a bunch of patterns that you can use for making quilts themselves, piecing on your serger. I'm just going to do a simple log cabin because I like log cabins and they're easy to do. So that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to make one of these little 4 patches. But before we do, I want to just do a couple test stitch outs to show you how beautiful this thing stitches out. So first of all, I have some knit fabric here. It's nice and stretchy. It's kind of some lycra, sort of like dance, like skatewear material. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to lift our foot up, and then we're just going to, I'm going to have it doubled up. Cut our threads in the back, and then we get a beautiful serged edge. I also want to show you how it looks with multiple layers. So this actually has 6 layers, and you can see it has some really pretty stitches front and back, and nice and secure stretching. So we're going to go over this because it has 6 layers of this versus just the 2. So we're going to lift our foot up again. Same thing again, cut our threads, and then a beautiful serged edge going through 6 layers of this knit lycra fabric. And we can do denim on it, we can fold it and serge that up and practice on this. So let's go over some layers here. Again, we can lift our foot up. And then we've gone over a bunch of layers on our denim. And then I could switch to a thinner fabric and I would have beautiful tension and I wouldn't have to worry about messing with my tension or playing around with it because it's a Janome quality and it's a great machine that I think you're going to love. So let's go ahead and let's make a couple blocks. I'm going to move you a little closer. So beware of me moving the machine or the camera. So if you get a little sick, close your eyes. This is your warning. So we're going to close our eyes for a second, and then we're going to lower and get closer to the machine. There we go. So now we have a closer look at the machine. Now that we have a closer look at the machine, I'm going to open this up again, and I want to show you the thread path of this. So we have, the green is our lower looper. I threaded it in the colors that these are indicated so that you can see where each one goes. This lower looper right here goes through this first little hook, through the eye of here, the eye of this, and then this is the little lever that we want to push. And then these 2 little hooks come out. So I'm going to get my head out of the way. So see that little green hook there? Right here. Pointing at it there. And then there's another little hook up here that you'll hook around and then through the eye of the looper. And then when you're done with that, you just disengage that and it will go back to its original place. And then our upper looper is just through here, through the hook here, and then the eye of the looper, and then you are good to go. So it's very simple, not too intimidating, and it's ready to go. So I'm going to move a little closer. Sorry, this rubber mat floor is hard to move to roll the chair on. So we're going to actually chain piece just like we do on a regular sewing machine. So see how I have all this frayed, you can sort of see I've got some frayed edges because this is a woven that comes easily undone. we're just going to lift our foot up and we're going to cut off and clean up that edge. And then again, we're chain piecing. So we're just putting our fabrics right side together, just like we would normally. And these are 1.5 inch squares. And you can also just tip up the foot. If you want to, instead of having the having to lift the whole foot up, you can just tip that foot or just feed it under and the feed dogs will grab it. And then we're going to do this last one, this last block, or because we're going to do 4 blocks because we're going to make another 4 patch. So again, right sides together. This one's a solid, so there's no right side. And then same thing here. Let our feed dogs take it. And clean up those edges. And then we're just going to, I'm going to cut these apart. And then we will, these edges, don't worry about these being a little messy because they're going to get cleaned up on the next pass. So the way this block works is it has 3 center blocks that are all the 1.5 inch finished at 1 inches. So we're going to just finger press this. So I've got my 2 together and then I'm going to add 1 more. And then right sides together again. And then that will get cleaned up later. So don't worry about that. It's not going to get cleaned up on this pass because of the way it's constructed, but it'll get picked up on the next one. Let's see, it looks like my lower looper came undone. So let's go ahead and fix that. And you can see, so our lower looper, I'm going to pull that out and I'm going to cut a clean edge here. And we're going to go through here. Let me grab my tweezers. And then we're going to engage that little hook there. And then we're going to put this behind here, and my head's going to probably get in the way. So we put it on that little hook, and then 1 more against this hook here, right there, and then the eye of the looper right there. So we're just going to take our thread and thread that through and grab that on the other side. And then I'm going to just make sure this didn't get twisted around this little hook here. We don't want that like that. So we're just going to, and then I'm going to put this underneath the foot and get it out of the way. So we're going to lift this up and then we should be good. And then I'm just going to test this out. We should be good. I'm just going to cut this on the side because it's annoying me. I don't like threads, which is why serging, it makes it really nice to be able to get rid of all those threads. Let's see, it looks like that. Let me just rethread both of these because it's, let's get this looper, because you should do it in a certain order. So let's just undo both of these. We're going to undo the upper and the lower looper, and this will be good to show you how to thread this. So we're going to go, and then after I thread this, I'm going to pass it back to Blaine because I'm going to we're almost at time here, and I'm going to show you guys, just make sure that this is threaded through here, pull that, 1 more through here, and then again get that hook and then go through these last 2 hooks. So I'm trying not to cover the your visibility. I'm trying to make sure that you guys can see this too. we've got our looper threaded, and then we just need to grab it, put this underneath the foot, lift our foot up, and thread that. And then now the lower looper. This one's nice and easy. Right through that little hook there. One more. Actually, two more. Through this little hook. And then through the eye of the needle. Just like the Sia song. And then feed that through. And then make sure that doesn't get caught anything like it did. Underneath the foot. And then should be good without having to rethread the needles. Just lower the foot. Okay, I think that's good. That has fixed our threading issue. But I'm going to, since we're basically at time, I'm going to move you guys back and say thank you guys. Sorry for having to move it again, but thank you guys so much for joining me. And I'm going to toss the baton back to Blaine and let you guys go over the great pricing that you have on this machine.
Well, hey, Miriam, thank you so much. Great job. And always a pleasure having you on our shows. We'll see you again real soon, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much for having me.
All righty. Okay, guys, this was the Janome 454D. This is the great serger. Tell you what, look at the price on that too. All you Janome fans out there, you know the quality. $599 is the Quilt Fest pricing, but we have a call-in special. So get on the phone. If you've been looking for a Janome serger, this is a great serger. This is our most popular Janome serger that we sell. $599 is the normal price. We do have the call-in special. Give them a call. We do have financing available. Free shipping nationwide. 800-401-8151, and they'll take your order. All right, we are going to move on, and we are going to go all the way to Handy Quilter, and we're going to talk about that Moxie XL today. And we have Sandy Renlesbach, and Sandy loves all things fabric, especially all forms of long arm quilting. She started her needles art journey in her childhood, learning knitting, crochet, needlepoint, cross stitch, and garment sewing. Growing up in the very center of Utah, she participated in opportunities available to improve these skills, and she has proved them. Yes, she has, and she's here today to show you. Y'all welcome Sandy to the show.
Hi, how are you
Sandy.
doing?
I am fantastic. How are you today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Well, great having you back on the show. And I know we're going to talk about the Moxie XL today, so we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
I'm actually going to talk about the Moxie as well as the Moxie XL. I actually have two of the machines here in front of me. I have the Moxie and I have the Moxie XL, because I know that there were a number of people that asked, what's the difference? Can we see the difference? So I have them both side by side, so you can see the Moxie is a 15-inch throat space. The Moxie XL is a 18-inch throat space, which is the biggest difference that is visual, that you can visually see between the two. The other difference between the two is the monitor, the machine screen. On the Moxie, it's a small little screen that you actually use the handlebars to maneuver around that particular screen. On the Moxie XL, you have a machine screen here that is a touch screen. So that is one additional change, is that touch screen. The touch screen the touch screen for me is easier to maneuver around. But this one on the Moxie is still pretty easy to maneuver around. We also have one more machine in the Moxie family that we don't actually have here. It's actually the Moxie XL ST, which is a stationary machine that we have on a stationary table. It's actually this machine, but instead of it having the carriage on the wheels, it is a stationary machine, a great machine. So we have the 3 machines in that Moxie family. So I want to know if you have any comments or any questions about the machines, just let me know. They're both great little machines. They work great. I love both of them. And even though Blaine said we're going to talk about the XL, we're actually going to stitch with the Moxie this afternoon. And we're going to do a project. We're going to do a little bit different. Yesterday we talked about Pro Stitcher. We're going to use Pro Stitcher today, but we're also going to do some free motion rulers. And we're going to do a project. I'm going to show you the project that we're going to do. It's basically a Bargello type quilt. I'm going to lift it up so you can kind of see. Let me move this machine out of the way so you can see a little bit better. I'm not going to actually sew on that machine today. We're going to sew on the Moxie, but I'll show it again. Now, the key to this particular project is you're going to be using a striped fabric. Striped fabrics work great. And basically, what we're going to do, we're not going to actually use this fabric, but what I do is I take the fabric, I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to sew one seam. There is one seam right here. I don't know if you can see the seam, but I take it so that I make a tube. So with this tube, it's a tube of fabric, and then I'm going to cut this tube of fabric into strips. And then that is what I'm going to use to do this mock Bargello type quilt. So I've actually gone ahead and put the first strip down. So if you look, I've got the first strip here already stitched down. And we're going to start using Pro Stitcher for the first part, and then we're going to change and we're going to do this with rulers. So you have the option of using Pro Stitcher or you have the option of using rulers. I've basted down the first strip. Now I have the one strip, and let me tell you, as far as cutting, how I cut is I have a strip that is 3.5 inches, then 3 inches, then 2.5, then 2 inches, then 1.5 inches, and then 1 inch. And then I reverse that. So then I started with that 1 inch. I'm going to go 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, and 3.5. And I just vary those because that gives me some variation as I am actually putting these particular strips down. So I have actually basted down the 3.5 inch strip. I am now going to take the 3 inch strip, and you can see it's a tube. I'm going to take it and line it up to make sure I have it oriented correctly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this down on the long arm, and so we're actually creating this quilt on the long arm. I'm not creating it beforehand, I'm just doing it all on the long arm. I'm going to line it up. I look at where I want it to line up because it's a Bargello, so I'm offsetting it. I look at where it lines up, and I take a pair of scissors, and I'm going to cut where I decided I wanted that bottom to be. So I'm just going to cut right there. I'm now going to line this up against, and how far up you go is up to you. When it's the wider fabrics, I like to do a more gentle curve, but as I get to the narrower fabrics, I like to be able to give it a little more interest. I make it so that it is actually greater distance. So I'm lining it right up here. I'm going to go here. I need to put my glasses on so I can see. I'm going to put my horizontal channel lock on my Pro Stitcher. I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread. I'm going to do a little tie off. And I'm actually going to now, can you see how I've lined everything up along the edge there? I'm going to go ahead and just stitch this out. Now, one thing I want you to be aware of is when you're using Pro Stitcher, if you're leaning against the bars, it does distort your stitched line. So I'm just going to stitch this along. I'm going to stitch off, turn off my channel lock, and I'm just going to pull this down so that it's smooth. And I just kind of, and then I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to come down here and I am going to stitch along the bottom. Now, when I'm stitching, I am actually stitching about 1/8 of an inch, not that 1/4 of an inch, because I want the 1/4 of an inch covered when I do the next stitch. I'm going to stitch off, and I think I need to advance my quilt a little bit. So I'm going to go over here, advance it a bit. See how easy that was to advance? Now I'm going to go with my next strip. I'm going to make sure that it's oriented correctly. And I'm going to look at it here, lining it up. But then I'm going to say, where do I want to line it up to? Let's take it, and I don't measure. I just kind of look at it. How do I like it? I'm going to do it here so you can see now how those lines are actually moving. I'm going to trim that fabric. I'm going to line it up with that other one so that it's smooth. And you can see how fast and easy this is to create a really interesting quilt. Let me go ahead and turn on the horizontal channel lock, because that helps me keep that perfect horizontal line. And I'm not quite liking where that's going. So guess what? I'm going to go ahead, turn it off. I'm going to move it up. I'm going to turn it on again. And I'm just going to follow it along. And I was not real happy with the way that looked, because for some reason it was off just a bit. So guess what? I'm just going to go back the other way. Did you hear that beeping? Should I tell you what that beeping is? That beeping is actually telling me I am sewing too fast. So I have that stripped down so you can see how it's starting to make this design that moves the stripes in this direction. Now I'm going to do this with a ruler. So I have a ruler base. I'm going to go ahead and let me cut my threads, because I'm going to put this ruler base on. And I'm going to actually also change my foot. I'm going to show you how fast and easy it is to change a foot. Oops. Am I still on? Okay. Okay, so you saw that. Now I have to change my foot because anytime I'm using a ruler, I have to use the sure foot, which gives me a 1/4 of an inch profile because I need it to make sure it is not hitting my ruler. So I'm going to go ahead and just take this foot off. I'm just going to loosen it. I don't loosen it all the way to take that screw off. I'm just going to lift it up until I'm going to make sure it comes off. Whoops, I tightened it up a little bit. Let's loosen it. There. Okay. I'm sorry. There. So now I'm just going to tighten it. So it's really important that when you use rulers, you're actually using rulers that are a 1/4 inch thick. The ruler I will be using is this mini scallop that has a great side here with this foot that's a 1/2 an inch, and I like that for alignment. And it also has etched lines in here. And when I do this, I'm going to put my next strip down, which is this one. I'm going to do basically the same thing I did before, making sure it's oriented correctly, and then decide where do I want it. Let's bring it up a little bit more. Let's bring it up to there. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. Let me move these out of the way. Looking at the time, kind of making sure we're still good with time, and I think we are. Making sure we're still oriented right. Perfect. Now sometimes I'm just going to lay this here, making sure it's all lined up. One thing I need to be aware of with rulers, the ruler base, you almost need a little bit extra room because the ruler base will could hit your side clamps. So let me go down here, bring up my bobbin, bring my thread underneath the foot, do a few stitches to tie off. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the ruler here on this side so that I'm lining up this to the edge of the fabric, and I'm using the rest of the ruler to help hold this down. Now when I'm stitching where my hand is. I'm not going to hold it here. I'm not going to hold it here. I'm going to hold it where I'm going to stitch. And I'm just going to stitch along here. Oh, I had a little jog right there. But can you see how I move my hand with this? Now the one thing, I still have Pro Stitcher engaged, the gears engaged. Because I'm doing a straight line, I am perfectly fine doing that. I could turn those gears off with just that one button. But because I'm doing these straight lines, I'm just going to leave them on. So again, I need to just shift it a little bit. And there we've done it with a ruler. So you have options. You have the option of doing it with Pro Stitcher, or you have the option of doing it with a ruler. So can you see how cool that's going to look when this is done? So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4 strips. We are now on this 5th strip. Again, I'm going to line it up to make sure my orientation is correct. Then I'm going to slide it up. Let's slide it up that far. As I mentioned, it does not matter how far I slide it up. It's up to you how you choose to do that. Let's just do it there. Cut it. I'm actually going to stitch this down, coming back the other way. I find doing it coming back gives me a better end product. And there's that beep telling me I'm going too fast. Okay, now I'm going to put this down, line it up, just like I did the other one. Come back in and get my ruler, lining it up with my ruler. Are there any comments or any questions? So you can see how easy this is. And you have options, like I mentioned. You have the option with Pro Stitcher or the option with your rulers. Now, I don't have handy grip on this particular ruler. Most of the time, if I'm doing something like this, I'm going to put handy grip on my rulers because it gives me a little bit of, it's like a little sandpaper type thing that gives it so that the rulers don't shift as much, so that it gives me a little bit more control. And I want to go under that seam, over the seam. So I'm going to just hold it down a little bit. I'm going to continue to stitch, shifting, lining it up. And you can see how simple and easy this is. Except I need to back up because it was going not where I wanted it to go. Now with this, the great thing is if you go a little bit narrower on your seam, it's not a big deal to just go ahead and stitch right over it, position it correctly and stitch it again. Because it does give you a great, that seam's not going to be seen. It's already buried. I need to shift that. There we go for that next one. So can you see what a great fun design this is making? And I just kind of use a finger to kind of hold that down. And I'm going to base this down a little bit here. And you see how easy it is to go back. It's stitching perfectly fine going back the other way. So I can stitch the left from the left, or I can stitch from the right. Okay, let's find my seam here, making sure it's oriented correctly. And then I'm going to move it up. Line this up again here. And I'm going to trim it. And I'm going to do it again, just like I did before. Oops. Okay. I'm going to line it up. So you can see how easy this quilt is to do. And I finished the whole thing on the long arm. Now, I have an option when I'm ready to quilt this, is I can go in and quilt each one of these strips individually, or I can go and do an edge to edge and do the whole thing after I've got all of my pieces pieced on here. So I can do basically everything on the long arm except that final binding stage, because I can also attach my binding on the long arm. It's kind of cool. So you're doing as much as possible on the long arm. Let me put my hand back where I need it to be. Easy peasy, right? Let's line it up. Again, I'm going to be careful as I go over this little seam, because I have basically one sewn seam that I've done for this entire project. Line it up again. Move my ruler. Oops, I got a little fold right there. If I would probably go in and unpick that, but for what we're doing, I'm not going to, because it folded under on me as I was holding that ruler. And my goal is to have a perfect 1/4 inch seam. These aren't perfect, but that's okay. It'll still be fine. And I just sew off. I'm going to fold it down. And for some reason, that ended up lining up perfectly with the other one, but that's okay. We're just going to move forward, because I actually need to, once again, advance the quilt. Let me smooth out my batting. I want to make sure I don't lose the foot. Okay, what time is it? Any questions about this little project that we're working on?
So somebody asked what's the difference between this machine and a Moxie ST?
The ST is really, I'm going to stand over here. The ST is the Moxie XL, but it's really, they've not put the wheels on it, and it really fits on a table. So that it is a stationary machine, so you're actually moving the fabric instead of moving the machine as you're stitching. But really the difference is it's put on a table instead of the frame, and so you're moving fabric instead of moving the machine itself.
And then can you take the machine from the Moxie ST and put on a frame?
You can, but there is a conversion kit that you would need to. Oh, sorry. Let me, the question was, can you take the Moxie XL ST and put it on a frame? You can, however, there is a conversion kit that is needed to be purchased, because you would need to buy the frame, you would need to buy the carriage, but it can be converted. Because it is the same machine, but with a conversion kit, you can take that ST machine and put it on a frame. With a carriage and this whole frame.
All right, and then we have a last question, which is, could you make a queen size quilt using the Bargello method?
Yes, you can. The key would be, because so the question was, can you do a queen size quilt doing this? Yes, you can. but there are a couple of things to keep in mind. You might need to, now I did just the width of fabric on some of them, which does limit the size. But if you were to actually sew an extra width to that before you made your strips, then you can. The other thing you can do is, if you have a stripe, is you have a stripe fabric, and as you're combining the two striped fabrics together, you can put a coordinating fabric that's got a cool design in the middle. So then what happens is you end up with this design here that just kind of, it takes it and it just follows and is very cool looking. So you can make a queen size quilt doing this whole thing on your long arm, and it makes it really cool. But my recommendation to do that, like I said, is you need to sew some strips together as you're making your looped fabric. Make it so that it's long enough so that you can actually do it. So you can combine two stripes, or you can add that extra piece in the middle of your stripes. The key is, when you're doing your strips, is it has to make sure that the horizontal strips are this way.
And the next question we have, Sandy, is what is the name of the quilt pattern on the quilt behind you?
There is not a quilt pattern. I frequently make my own patterns. There is no pattern for that because I made it up. But it's really basically a window pane design that you do with these were actually layer cakes that I used, and I actually just chose 3 values, a light, a medium, and a dark, and placed it so that it made that window pane design. As far as a pattern itself, there is not a pattern because I make it up myself. And I think we're going to stop here unless there's any more questions, and I can turn this back over to Blaine.
Well, hey, Sandy, great job. Thank you so much for being part of Quilt Fest. And thanks, Handy Quilter, for being one of our sponsors. Now I'm going to tell them how they can get one, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All righty. All right, everybody, that was the Moxie XL and the Moxie standard one, which is the 16-inch, and then we have the 18-inch. The one we're showing you right now is the 18-inch. It is $69.95. Give us a call right now. We have a lot of different combinations of this. We also have that 16-inch that she showed, and we do have the sit-down. So if you wanted a sit-down version, we have 3 different versions of the Moxie that we can talk to you about. Give us a call if you have any questions about any of the 3, or you want to order one, 800-401-8151. We do have financing available as well on all 3 machines. And so give us a call. All right, next up, we are bringing our good friend Karen Charles back in. Karen is a national educator for Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff. And guess what? This is her 10th demonstration during Quilt Fest. She's been doing 2 a day for 5 days now. This will be her 10th one. She is an absolute rock star. So y'all welcome Karen back to the show. I think you're on mute, Karen.
There we go. My camera shifted a little bit here. I'm not quite sure what happened.
All right, how are you feeling?
Wonderful. Hey, can you let me know when people have questions so that I can answer them? Because I went back.
What we'll do, if you want to, if you can stop maybe just a couple minutes early, and we'll at the end, I'll just tell everybody to go ahead and put their questions in for you at the end, and then we can read them all off to you. How's that?
Okay. Hey, I just want to go back for if there's anybody watching from this morning, there were some questions and I tried to type them back in, but it was pulling me off the page. So our Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff machines have many things in common. They all the embroidery machines, they use multi-format. So if you have a brother or baby lock or different ones, our embroidery machines can read all those formats. They've made it easy for you to have more than one machine. And so you don't have to change the format. If you use PES or you use EXP or different formats, even Tajima and some of the industrial formats, our embroidery machines, both Pfaff and Husqvarna Viking, can use all of them. And if you've got you can always find me. I've got YouTube videos if you put in Karen Charles embroidery, and I do videos on my Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff Facebook pages. And I also have my own personal Facebook page, which is Karen Loves to Quilt and Sew. So if you have any more questions I haven't answered, you can always find me there. And I post all the pictures of things I make there too. So I'm ready to go.
All right, Karen, we'll see you in a little bit then.
All right. And I hope some of those questions have been answered. All right. So some of the things are very different about Husqvarna Viking and Pfaff, but they also have a lot of things in common. I absolutely think that there's a reason to have one of each of them or two of each of them, because they each have something that's really exquisite and different about them. All right. So I'll show you some of the decorative stitches. We went over some of these before. All right. These are applique stitches. These are only found on Husqvarna Viking. And we have, these are programmable stitches that you can put in and create ones that look like quilt designs. And these are really amazing because they really can be put together in all different combinations. I hope I'm going to be able to show you some of those. And of course, we have our sequin stitches, which are fabulous. And we have our Omni Motion stitches. But one of the things that's very, very different right now, I am on the Epic Quilt Designer 97. All right. And in the past, we've had some different machines, but this one has a lot of features that our top of the line sewing and embroidery machine has. And it also has a lot of features that are very, very different. For example, if you have an older Viking, you may have some 7mm stitches. Well, the opening in the stitch plate for the Epic 97Q, all of the stitches, the basic stitches, they open up to like 9mm. So you can see what a difference between a 9mm stitch is and I'm not sure why I'm kind of off base here a little bit. Let me get into place here a little bit better. All right, so that is what the stitches look like. Isn't that amazing to see those stitches? They're just phenomenal. And remember when I told you that the Husqvarna Viking has incredible satin stitches? Well, they really do. They're just so unusual and so different. So I hope that you will think about that as you're going. But we're going to go, and I'm going to go, oh, I know why it looks so different. Let me see what's happening here. We're going to come over here like this. My camera is all messed up here, and it's not working the way that it's supposed to. So let me see what's going on here. Something is disconnected. I'm just going to pull it out and put it back in here and see if I can connect it again. And if not, we might have to do things a little bit differently. I'm sorry about this. I was so busy working on some things that I got sidetracked. All right, so we're going to look at some of the things. The other thing that we have is we have floating stitches. These floating stitches were on our Pfaff machines. They are also on the Epic 97Q, and that makes it really phenomenal here. And I really cannot figure out what is wrong with my camera. I know what it must be. Sorry about this. I just realized what it is. Oh, thank goodness I figured it out, because now I should be able to come back in. Yeah, that's better. That's the way it should be looking. And then we should be able to have this camera. It's not connected here. Boy, I'm losing all my time here. I got to speed it up. Let's see if I can get that working. No, that camera is not working. All right, well, I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to pull this over so you can see this a little bit better here, okay? And this is the first time I've had a problem with this, so I'm not quite sure what's happening, but we're going to take care of it one way or another here. All right? All righty. So some of the things that make our 97Q very, very different, let me just zoom out here a little bit like that, is it has a built-in walking foot. Just like our Pfaff, there is a few Husqvarna Viking machines that have a built-in walking foot, and right now that is what I have set up, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to select the stitch. All right, and I may not be able to show you things quite so easily here, but I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to zoom in and show you. Now, Husqvarna Viking has a sewing advisor, and so you can select your fabric. All right, let me see if I can zoom in here a little bit. All right, and all right, there you go. So you can select your fabric, and then you can select for the type of sewing you want to do. And if you wanted to do, say, a blind hem, then when you select the blind hem, it'll pop up and it will bring you the stitch, and then you can scroll. It'll tell you put on the V-foot, and then it's going to show you a video. All right, so it really will take you through the whole process of how to do a blind hem, and you're going to get all of that information. Wait a second here. It's showing you how to pin the fabric, how to put it in, lifting up the IDF, that's the built-in walking foot, and putting on the correct foot. So isn't that amazing that all these videos that are built in here? So for all different types of sewing and all the exclusive stitches. I did see some people that were commenting on the last one that I did this morning that sometimes it's hard to learn how to do things. But when you've got all these videos that are built in, you don't need to know how to do everything. You just have to be able to, let me just move that down here like this. Sorry, I'm trying to get you a better view. I cannot figure out why my other camera is not working. So I've got to try and find another way to do this. So just hold on a second here. And I'm going to see if I can loosen this up. And I am just very sorry that we're having a problem with this. Let me see if I can zoom out. There we go. All right. Okay, so now the other things you can do when you're working with different stitches is not only do you have the built-in walking foot, this is an example. Remember I was talking about anytime you have our machines that have this larger body, like the machine we were using this morning, the Performance 950, this is a type of denim. Look at how heavy that denim is. This is the same denim that they make those 401 Levi jeans from, okay? It's very, very heavy. So right now I have stitched, there's 4 layers of it here, and then I have another 4 here. And I wanted to show you, I don't have a special needle in here. I don't have special thread. All I've got is it's bobbin thread in here, and I've got rayon thread on top. And you might not believe this, but this is 8 layers of fabric, and it's stitched through no problem. Here, I'm going to pull this up here like that and go underneath. That's 12 layers of fabric, all right? So we have on our Husqvarna Viking sensor system, so the foot will come down automatically and start stitching. And when I start stitching, oops, let me go back. It's telling me I don't have my walking foot in wait a second here. I'm going to choose a straight stitch, and then I'm just going to come down. All right. Wait a second here. Let me go down here. You see that? Look at how gorgeous that is. All right. It's just going to sew as far as I want to. I'm going to go and cut. It will sew. That's 12 layers of denim. And so much so that you can see the foot can barely lift up, right? Look at that. Beautiful stitching. All right. And on the bottom, you've got the white thread because I have the white bobbin thread on there. So that piercing power makes it a perfect machine for doing, if you're a bag maker, if you like to work with heavier things like canvas and stuff like that. Plus you have all these specialty decorative stitches here that are absolutely gorgeous. Now, we talked about the floating stitches. This is an example of a block that I made, and I used the floating stitches here, and I sewed strips together, and then I cut them apart, and I'm going to put those blocks back together. A lot of different things you can do with that. But we have a whole menu that work with specialty feet. So the floating stitches can be found in menu J, and then we have different menus for working with 3-hole yarn foot. Here's an example. Look at how gorgeous that is. This is a heavy cord, and I've done decorative stitches over the heavier cord. And there's a whole category of stitches working with for 3-hole yarn foot and for all kinds of specialty feet. Now, there's something really special that I need you to see, and that is we have a projector. And I am going to zoom in for this. All right, I'm going to menu 1, and I'm going to turn the projection on. Because if you've never used or had an experience with projection, the projection can do a lot of different things. Let me get my fabric. All right. I've got some fabric and some stabilizer here. And right now, I have in my options, not only do I have stitch preview, I'm going to turn stitch preview off, and I'm just going to turn the grid on. All right. So if you've ever had trouble sewing straight, a grid is absolutely amazing because I'm going to change the grid color to white. And over here, and I'm hoping you can see, let me see if I can zoom in here a little bit. Now, let me see. Hold on. I'm going to move this down. See if I can get it to come down and slope. There we go. That's better. Okay. Can you see the grid? Now that grid, I can make that grid any size I want it to be. And if I wanted to change, I'm going to just keep the color white. And I'm going to, I feel so awkward here. I'm going to change the size of the grid to 30 millimeters. All right. And so now look at how far apart the grid is. And I'm hoping you can see that well enough. You see that? And so if I wanted to quilt my fabric, I can line up that edge of the grid over here. And now I can do like, you know, Bear Bradley type of bags. I can quilt my fabric. And I'm going to use that edge of that guide to guide me. And when I want to stop and turn the corner, I'm going to stop with the needle down and the foot lifts up automatically. And I can use the edge of this and the grid over here to make sure that I'm going at an exact 90-degree angle. And when I turn like this, I know I'm going to be in the right place if that line goes over. I'm going to do one more stitch. I can do a half stitch at a time. All right. And then I come over here like this. And now I'm looking over here. Isn't that amazing to be able to do that like that? And I know you're having trouble seeing, and I'm having trouble holding this camera. So I'm going to give it one more try and see if I can slope it and get it to stay better so I can zoom in for you. It doesn't want to do it. Hold on a second here. I got one more thing I can try. That's going to do. There, this will work. Thank you for your patience, guys. I'm so sorry about this. Yeah, all righty. Hold on. I'm afraid we're going to lose a couple of minutes here, but I just got to get this correct. All right, so hold on a second. And I'm going to try and fix this whole problem. Doesn't make sense to try and go any farther until we get that working. Okay. And let me just put something underneath here. Let's see if we do that. Nope, it needs to be farther than that. My camera skills are letting me down. There we go. Okay. So the nice thing about something like this grid is if you're a quilter, you don't have to mark lines anymore because you've got the ability to follow that grid. Now let's pretend that this was a border and I wanted to put a decorative stitch in the center there. All right. Right now, my grid is centered on my needle, but I would like the grid to be centered on my foot. So I'm just going to go over and I can, on my screen, I have the ability to change the position and I can change the position. So now, whoa, I put it at a 45-degree angle. I don't want that for what I'm doing right now. So I'm just going to bring that back. I want to change the position button to 15. And so now my grid is centered on my fabric. And if I turn my stitch preview on, I can go in and let's say I choose a satin stitch that I wanted to do. Let me see, I'm going to do this one here. All right. So now I see my stitch on my fabric. So not only do I know how big that stitch is going to be, I know what it looks like before I've started to sew it. So the Epic 97 quilt is absolutely phenomenal for quilting because it has the grid, but it's also phenomenal for sewing and doing any kind of garment sewing because you can see what your stitch is going to look like on your fabric. You can see that the stitch is the right size, and you know exactly what's going to happen before you start. All right. Does that make sense? And I'm hoping this makes sense to everybody what we're doing here. Now, I can turn off the stitch preview. I have all different kinds of things that I can do with that projection. but this is a completely different way to sew. And if you have another embroidery machine and you would like to have a machine that is a sewing machine that's giving you all the best features, all the most beautiful features, and also has these great functions to have the projection and the stitch guide in here, then the Epic Quilt 97 is the best machine in the world for you. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to choose a stitch, and I can't move my camera right now, but I'm going to choose the stitch that works with this projection, and it is called Guided Pictogram Stitches. All right, a second here, let me find them. And then I'm going to show you. Now this stitch is going to be, it's going to look like a star, all right? And when you look at it, it doesn't really, it's not going to look too much like a star to begin with. And I'm going to turn off the grid, and I'll cut my scissors here, all right? And so this stitch uses the projection in the same way. The stitch that I'm seeing right here is where I'm going, okay? And I'm going to sew, and I can use the start stop button on my foot pedal, and it's going to stop when it's time for me to do something. So there is a dotted line right now, and I'm going to put that on the line of stitches that I already stitched. And these can make absolutely gorgeous quilt designs. Let's see if I can zoom in here a little bit more. No, I think I'm zoomed in as much as I can. Well, I guess you're just going to have to wait and see for a second. So I'm stitching, that line is staying parallel. When I stop, the grid line that's here, that dotted line, I'm always going to put it on the last line that I stitched. Okay, and now when I start, and I can pull this right away here. So when I'm starting, it's going to stay right on that line. And I'm going to turn, and that dotted line is going to go on the last line that's connected to my needle. Wait till you see this. This is really phenomenal. All right, one more time. I'm almost done. You're going to see the star connecting. So there's a whole menu of stitches that work like this. All right, there's my last one. And now I'm just going to come and join up the star. And then I'll cut, and I'll show you what we made. There's a whole menu of these stitches that work with the projection. And these are just one of the menus that work with the projection. There's some stars that are bigger that work with yarn and doing all that kind of stuff. And as we go, and I'm going to change the camera over a little bit to the screen. So I'm going to do this carefully. Okay. Whoops, daisy. I am just a failure today. Sorry about this. All right. So when I'm working on my screen here, if I wanted to learn how to do something, I can always go to the JoyOS Advisor, and maybe I want to learn about quilting. I can go there. I have options for free motion. I have options for piecing, quilt binding, and applique. And so maybe if I wanted to go free motion, you would see different options. I have options here for stippling with the spring foot or with the floating foot. I have echo quilting. I have instructions on how to use the ruler foot and the ruler foot with a special kind of ruler, and then doing continuous borders. And so all of these things are going to bring up information and show me how to do it. Also, here's the quilt binder. I have two options for doing quilt binding. I have the binding, a traditional binding with miter corners, or I can use the quilt binding accessory. And when I open it up, it's going to tell me how to do everything to use the foot. So any of our accessories you can find here, like a circular attachment. We have a circular attachment. It'll be one of the accessories that's mentioned there. You also have a help for needles and for stabilizer. And when I come back here, and if I just want to go into my sewing stitches, all right, and I'm looking to go, I can go to my exclusive stitches. There's my applique and pop-up stitches and sequence stitches. And when I would open up so if I went to, let's say I went to applique stitches. When I go in there, it will tell me how to do it. and I can make the lettering bigger so I can see it better. All right, and I can scroll. It tells me put on the S foot. So you don't really need to know how to do anything because all this information is built in and all these videos are there. And when I touch the word content, it will bring me the designs that work with that technique. So let's say I wanted to do the mouse. All right, so I'll select the mouse and then I can watch the video and it will show me how I can do that stitch on my screen. Let's see, I got to just double check and see what time it is here, 20 minutes. All right, so we've got 10 minutes left. So you'll notice up here, I want you to see, this is the symbol for stabilizer. And depending upon what fabric you have selected, it's telling you what needle. Now, do you notice that up here in red, it's showing me that I have the A foot on. And what it's recommending is the S foot. So over on my, where my foot is, there is a camera back here that's looking down and can see if I'm using the recommended foot. And if I'm not using the recommended foot, it will show up in red. And then if I put on the correct foot, and I'm going to do this so you can kind of see how this works. All right. Wait a second, let me put the foot on. It's hard to put the feet on and hold the camera at the same time. Oh, I know it's not going on because I need to lift up the IDF. The built-in walking foot doesn't go on this foot. And I'll show you how you'll know that anyways, all right? And so now when I put that on, my machine will recognize that I'm not, that I have the correct foot on, and it will just let me go. Now, any feet that have this flat black like this, they will not use the built-in walking foot. And it's called the integrated dual feed, which adds feed teeth to the top and the bottom, so you get perfect even feeding all the time. And if you look at the foot like the A foot, this is our traditional foot. The back of it is cut out, and you can see the back is cut out, and that means it will work with the walking foot. So if I put that back on, the foot will go right into place, and then my thread is going to go through, no problem. Now we do have our built-in fully automatic needle threader, and all we have to do to use it is to come here like this, bring it up over to here, and then we're going to cut the tail away, and I'm going to use the automatic needle threader, and magically my needle is threaded every time, and it works beautiful because we're not touching it anymore. And then when you look at some of these other buttons here, we have our selective thread cutter, we have our start stop button, and we have our needle up down when we start sewing. And if I'm going to just start sewing here like this, if I put my foot on the pedal, on the foot pedal on the ground, the foot automatically will come down. Wait a second here. I do need to change to a straight stitch so you can see this. All righty. All right. So now when I put my foot down, I'm going to start sewing. And that's because of the sensor system. The sensor system knows how much fabric's underneath there, and however much I'm sewing, it's automatically just going to go, and when it stops, the needle's going to lift up so that I can turn and pivot. And that's one of the things that helps it working with that heavy fabric also. All right. And then when I'm done, if I touch the scissors, then it will stop, cut the top thread, pull it to the bottom, and lift the foot up and lift the needle up all at one time. And that sensor system is really incredible. And I can't imagine not having the sensor system for all the sewing that we like to do. It really helps when you're doing free motion quilting because you can keep your hands free. You can press the start stop button. And when you want to stop quilting, all you do is tap your foot pedal and the machine will sew. If you're doing a straight stitch though, you always want to lower your speed control down, and this is your speed right here, because when you start the machine up and it's doing a straight stitch, it will sew 100 miles an hour, and I'm not even joking. Let me see, because it's very fast when you're sewing. I need more fabric if I'm going to do that. All right, it is incredible how fast it is when you start sewing. All right, I'm going to do it just so you can see. And then if I want to stop, I just tap my foot pedal and my machine will stop in a second like that, okay? So it's nice to have both the foot pedal and the start stop button working all the time. A lot of machines, they can't do that. If you're going to use the start button, you have to disconnect your foot pedal. Well, on our Husqvarna Vikings and our Pfaffs for that matter, our foot pedal and our start-stop button are always active. So that's a fabulous, fabulous feature. Now, you know, when you think about how you're going to do half square triangles and stuff like that, all right, think about how that laser is going to help you. Or when you're sewing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on my projector. And instead of using the grid line, okay, I'm going to turn on the stitch guide. All right, and the stitch guide can be any color you want to. Right now it is pink, and I'm going to change it to a white to make it brighter. And I can make that line, you see that line that's showing up there? All right, and I'm going to make that line, I can make it brighter if I want to. And I'm going to try and do that so I think you can see that. And so let's say I wanted to do half square triangles, or I was doing flying geese. All right, this is the flying geese. You know how you sew from one corner to the other? Well, I can use that line instead of having to mark all my fabric. All right, I can sew, and all I'm going to do is watch where that stitch guide is and make sure it's coming through the other end here at this point. So instead of me having to mark my fabric, I'm going to be able to get those perfectly pieced flying geese without having to mark any lines on my fabric. And now this part here is going to flip back. All right, and then I could take my next square and put it over here and do the same thing. And here I have perfect flying geese without having to mark any of my lines there to be able to sew. So that projection line is a total game changer when it comes to quilting. And if you've never, now that's one of the reasons why they say this is a perfect machine for quilting. All right, I started a bit farther back, so I'm going to go back there. All right, so now when I start sewing, the only thing I have to do is make sure the line is going to come through. And I'm going to sew on there, cut my thread. And then what you normally do is you go in and cut the extra fabric away. But look at that. Isn't that amazing to have perfect flying geese like that? In seconds, I've been able to do something that would have taken a lot of preparing. We would have had to draw all those lines ahead of time. But now with the projection lines between the grid and the stitch guides, you can do all of this in seconds, and you don't really need to have to. I think I got an example of this. Let me just pull it over. I do have one over here. Yeah, here's an example that I've done. All right, this is a book cover that I'm making, and I'm using the flying geese on that. So this, it just looks perfect. It gives you a perfect finished results every time, and it's all because of the special features that are on the Epic Quilt 97. And let's see how my time, I'm coming to just about an end here. I'm so sorry to have all these problems with the camera. I'm going to tuck my head in here and look, I'm going to just pull it back a little bit like this, because I think I can get myself back on screen here a little bit. And I'm going to pass this back. Let me see if I know what I can do. There we go. All right, I'm going to pass this back to Blaine. And I've had a complete failure with my camera this afternoon. So it's a good thing I did a good job a little bit earlier, so everybody knows that I'm not completely useless. But I hope everybody found that was interesting. Did anybody have any questions about the Epic 97Q?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do right now. So if anybody's got any questions for Karen before we let her get out of here, go ahead and put them in the chat right now. Kyle will be looking for your question.
The grid and the projection lines really are a game changer when it comes to sewing, because it's not just that we've got that phenomenal, I mean, look at that. That's 12 layers of a very heavy denim. So if you're a bag maker, you know, like you might get an industrial machine, but this is functioning like it can do a lot of the things an industrial machine can do. Plus you've got all the sewing stitches and the capability for quilting too.
All right, Karen, it looks like there's no questions coming in. That means you did a great job. Thank you so much.
I don't know about that.
And hey, thanks so much for being a rock star this week. I know 2 times a week. That's a lot of demos and a lot of machines, and it was awesome. And everybody was singing your praises.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, everybody. It was wonderful to be with you. And
All right, Karen.
hopefully you'll
See
see
you
another
soon.
time. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right,
Good luck.
bye.
I hope somebody wins the machines and some of the prizes.
All righty. Okay, everybody, let's talk a little bit about the machine that Karen was showing today. So this is the Viking. Now, this is the Epic Quilt 97. And again, we have a call-in special. Plus, we're giving a $300 or $700 free quilt kit with it. The price on it is $84.99. We do have the call-in special, so make sure you give them a call if you're interested in this. This is such a good-looking machine, too. We have some financing available, and naturally, we're going to ship this free right to your doorstep. 800-401-8151. Excuse me, to place your order. And so anyway, we're going to continue on. Hey, we got Jory Snyder coming in. And Jory, throughout her childhood in Texas, her mother was an avid sewer and crafter. So sewing and crafting was a part of her DNA. One of her first memories was making a custom sticker to screen print and personalize her Barbie doll clothing. And after graduating from Texas Tech University, she got a degree in apparel design and manufacturing. So y'all make a big welcome to Jory Snyder. Hey, Jory.
Hey, hey, Blaine. Hello,
so
everybody.
Jory, I got to tell everybody the story. And I don't know if you'll remember this, but this is kind of funny. I remember I came home from the Baby Lock convention. It's probably a couple years ago. And you and I had met and talked and everything. And I told my wife, I said, I was so embarrassed. And I don't know if you remember this, but I walked up to you and I said, hey, Jory, if you need anything. And I went in my pocket to get my business card and I handed you my room key. You remember that?
I do, but we laughed about it. It was funny.
I know, but that was so funny. And I was like, well, and my wife went, oh, you were, really wanting to give her something, huh? It was so funny. It is like how things happen. But I had my business cards and my room key all in my pocket and just grabbed whatever was square in my pocket. But that was so funny. But anyway, every time I talk about you or see you, that flashes up in my head that time. So, but hey, I know we're here to talk about the Sashiko 2, and I'm so happy you're here. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Well, hello. I am just so happy to be here today talking about one of my favorite machines. This is the Sashiko 2 machine. The Sashiko 2 machine is a specialty machine, and it does a hand stitch look. Let me show you what I mean. I have a sample. So you can see the hand stitch look. It looks like that is done with hand stitching, but it's actually done on the Sashiko machine. I've also done it on the backs and the sides of this little bag. This machine is perfect. If you've wanted to add that special hand touch to your project without actually having to hand stitch, this is the machine for you. On the front, it does a beautiful hand-stitched look, and you can get different looks, and I'll show you how to do this here in just a second. And on the back, it looks just like a regular sewing machine stitch. This is the absolute coolest machine. It's a mechanical machine, so it's really easy to use. Let's see here. It only has a bobbin. There's no top thread to worry about. You just load your bobbin and you go. It has a specialty needle that is exclusive to this machine. And it's a pretty neat machine. So let's see here. Let's get you up close and show you some more. Show you some of the goodies. All right. Let's pull you guys up a little bit closer. Bear with me for just a second. All right. I'm going to move my table up. Here we go. So this is the Baby Lock Sashiko 2 machine. And it comes with a printed manual. The printed manual has ideas on how you could stitch out on the machine. It has a fabric guide. It has a suggested thread guide. It's got all of the information that you're going to need for this machine. And in addition to that, you get this quick reference guide. It's made of really nice cardboard, and you can keep it at your machine. And it's just a quick reminder so that you can get your machine up and going really quickly. So over here to the right, we have the stitch length and the stitch spacing. And I'm going to talk more about that here in just a minute. It goes all the way from 2 millimeters to 5 millimeters. And you can go 2.5, 3, 3.5, all the way in between. And then right here, you have your positioning button. Depending on the project, there are a few different modes, and the color of the LED tells you what mode it's in. Over here on the side, we have our presser foot height. So I can adjust the height in case I want to pivot with my project. And up here on the top, we have our presser foot pressure adjustment. So let me show you a couple of things that I've stitched out, and we'll kind of talk about them. So over here on the far left, I have a long stitch and a long space. Excuse me. Right here, I have a long stitch and a small space. The next one, I have a long stitch and a long space. This third row, I have a small stitch. I set it to the shortest setting, and I set the spacing to the largest setting. So you can get different looks. And then over here at this very last row, I set the stitch spacing and the stitch length at the very same setting, 2 millimeters, and I got really tiny stitches. Now you're not stuck to just doing straight. You can stitch curves, you can stitch circles, you can put ribbon on. The foot is perfect for a 1/4 inch ribbon. I'm going to try to get up closer. I don't know if you can see it because of this gold ribbon, but there's stitching that's holding the ribbon down. All right, well, let's play with this. So I have a quilt guide right here, and I'm going to lift my presser foot up. There's no need to mark your fabric. I'm going to line my previous row of quilting up with that row. And I am going to set my stitch length for 5. That's my favorite one. And I'm going to set the stitch spacing for, let's do 3.5. All right. When you start stitching, you want to make sure that your presser foot is down, and there needs to be fabric underneath the needle. And look at that magic happening. I can adjust this quilt guide so that my stitching can be closer together or farther apart, however I want it to be. And when you stop, you want to make sure that, again, you're stopping before the needle goes off the fabric. You pull the fabric, you pull the thread out, and you just use the thread cutter over here at the side. And this is what we just stitched. We just stitched this beautiful row. Now, if you guys will notice, I did not backstitch. You don't have to backstitch on the Sashiko machine. It automatically locks the stitches in place, which is really nice. I tell you what, why don't we put some ribbon on? Let's do it. I'm going to cut a little piece of ribbon here, and I'm going to use some tweezers to just get it kind of pulled underneath the foot. All right. And we're going to let the foot do all the work. There we go. My ribbon wasn't in there very good. Now, there we go. There are also other attachments you can get to do smaller pieces of ribbon or braids. Think of all the embellishing that you can do on your projects with this. And I'm going to cut it off right before we get to the end. Bring it over here to the thread cutter. Let's see if I can get that a little closer so you can actually see the stitching. Isn't that lovely? And it was so easy to put on. We didn't need anything special. We just put the ribbon right underneath the foot. Let's do something else. Let's do a curve. So to do a curve, I've got a line drawn on here to help me. I'm going to adjust the height of my pressure foot. I'm going to move it to about 3. And I think I'm going to make the stitch length and the stitch spacing 5 on this one. And here we go. Adjusting the height of the presser foot just allows you to move the fabric really easily underneath it. It's really easy to do curves. What questions do you have about the Sashiko machine? And the most important thing is to remember that you have to end on your fabric. So don't stitch off, and bring it over and use the thread cutter. And there we go. We've got a beautiful wave. What you would do with these thread tails is you would take a needle and just weave it back in a couple of times to make it secure. I'm just cutting them off since we're making a sample today. All right, let's try something different. Let's do some pivoting. I have a shape here that I'm going to stitch out. So I'm going to change my stitch length. I'm going to make my stitch length just a little bit shorter. And I'm going to start in the middle. All right, here we go. When I get to where I want to pivot, I'm going to push the button, raise my presser foot up, and just turn the fabric. I touch the button again, and it goes back to the normal position. When I get ready to pivot, I'll touch that down again, rotate my fabric, put my presser foot down. I'm going to touch the button again. And now I can continue stitching as normal until I get to the next spot, put my presser foot down. And it is so easy to do curves or pivot. This machine is so easy to use. There we go. All right, I think I'm going to stop right here. So I'm going to raise it back up, bring it over to my thread cutter. Not too bad. Too bad at all. Let's see here. Let me check the time. All right. Let's see here. All right. So we've shown you guys all of these cool stitches that it can do. And I showed you the stitch on this gold ribbon. I did want to hold this up here. This is another project that I used the Sashiko to quilt. And then I finished assembling this little drawstring bag on the sewing machine. But this is another example of how you can use the Sashiko. All right. And let me hold this up here. Believe it or not, this was made on the Sashiko. That's what the back looks like. This is a little heart that I just made for Valentine's Day. And this Sashiko fringe is a special technique that you can do on the Sashiko. The Sashiko is so much more than just basic stitching. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So one of the things that just came out is this Sashiko inspirational guide. Now this is an additional purchase, and this is full of all kinds of pictures and techniques for this machine. It's less than a year old, and one of the techniques in this little book is Sashiko fringe. And I'll show you a picture of her flower in here. Let me find it. Oh, here it is right here. Isn't that just beautiful? That's one way that you can do the fringe. You can do it just in a certain area, or you can cover a whole shape with it. Let's see here. Look at this beautiful collar, you guys. This book is so inspiring. I'm just now starting to go through it. You can yarn couch pliable cording and yarns down to get beautiful texture. Who else is excited about this machine? All right. So if you end up with a Sashiko 2, you definitely want to get this guide, because this guide has pictures for absolutely everything that you need to do with this machine. All righty. Let's see here. One of the things that I want to show you is there are some screw plates here. Let me lower my table a little bit so that maybe you can see them. I don't know if you can see them, but there's 2 screws that are right here. And if you have a serger, you may already have some of the optional accessories that you can purchase for this machine. So, for example, this bias binder. This bias binder can screw on right here. This is one that also works with my serger, and you can make your binding and add it to your project at the same time, and it will add it with this beautiful hand-stitched look. So there are a lot of optional little accessories that you can buy to go with this machine as well. Let's see here. All right. I did not talk about thread. So this is a very interesting fact. You guys may not know this, but the Sashiko was actually developed in a serger factory. Isn't that cool? So the best kinds of threads to use in the Sashiko, a really good serger thread works wonders on the Sashiko. Long, strong polyester threads, they look beautiful. Today, I'm using Madeira's Pitona thread. It's a 40 weight, it's a strong cotton, and that is what I have wound in my bobbin. And let's see here, I don't have that much time. Let's see here, what else? Making sure that we've gotten everything covered. Oh, you guys, this is another optional accessory. So this is the extension table. And if you're going to be doing projects that are a little bit larger, like lap quilts or bags or projects that are just a little bit larger, you're going to want something extra to support those. And so this extension table, it easily moves, but it is a great extra purchase with your Sashiko machine. This machine is just so easy to use. I know I keep saying it. All right. Let's see here. I'm thinking let's do another couple of rows. So I am going to line it up right there. Let's do this one. Let's make this one with a 3 and a stitch length of 3, 3.5, and stitch length of 2.5. Uh-oh. All right. Sorry about that, guys. One of the first things that I did when I got my machine was I made a sample so that I could see all of the different combinations of the stitch length and the stitch spacing. And I recommend that you do that too. What I'm stitching on right now is a quilt sandwich. It's just 2 layers of cotton and a piece of lightweight batting in the middle. All right, let's see what this one looks like. Isn't that cool? And you know, I didn't mention this, but you can stitch on the ribbon and make ribbon trim to stitch on with something else. You can either stitch the ribbon on directly, or you can stitch it on at a later time, or you can glue it on. Whatever you choose to do. Let's see here. When you're using the Sashiko, I like to keep my backs really clean. When you're using the Sashiko, you do want to make sure that you don't go over the same row again. That could cause your machine to jam. So just be aware of that. All right, I'm going to do this smaller row now. And we're going to do some curves. So here we go. This time, I'm just eyeballing it without a line. We'll see how well it turns out. right, well, let's check on the time. It is getting close to that time. So let's move the camera back so that we can all visit and see each other. All right, and I think that Blaine will be coming back on here in just a second. Let's see here.
Well,
Hey,
Jordan,
Blaine.
great job.
Thank you. Do we have
tell
any
you-
questions about the Sashiko?
Let me see. Has anybody got any questions for Jory before we get her out of here?
One of them was, does it go faster than what she was demoing, or is it just that one speed?
All right. Yeah, they were wanting to know, does it go faster than you were demoing, or is it just the one speed?
It does go faster. I did not have my foot down on the foot pedal the whole foot pedal to the metal, because I was standing up behind the camera. But yes, you can absolutely go faster. I was just going slower just because there was a camera between us. Good question.
It is. Any more, Kyle?
Is there a specific bobbin size?
Specific bobbin size?
It uses a class 15.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Anything else?
How can I get one?
How can you get one? We're getting ready to tell them how they can get one. Well, thanks so much, Jory. Good to see you again. And I'm sure we'll see you again real soon. All right. Bye. All right, everybody. This was the Sashiko 2 by Baby Lock. And this is this machine, it sews so great. I love the way the stitches look on this. And I know a lot of people are incorporating this in their quilts now and giving it that unique Sashiko stitch. $22.49 is the quilt show price. And we do have a call-in special on this. So get on that phone and give them a call. Tell them you want to look at that Sashiko 2. Financing is available. Free shipping. 800-401-8151. And we'll give them a call and get yours ordered now. All right. We are going to move on. And guess what? We're to our second educational session for the day. And we have Katrina Walker. Katrina is a sewing industry professional who has published dozens of articles for sewing magazines, including Threads, Creative Machine Embroidery, So Stylish, Stitch, Sew News, Sew It All, and Love of Quilting. She's is a popular instructor both in national sewing shows and online, where her classes for Craftsy, Creative Spark, Sew Daily TV, Sulky, and all those around, you can enjoy them worldwide. And guess what? You get to enjoy her today doing some education here at SMP Quilt Fest. So welcome, Katrina Walker. Hey, Katrina.
Hello. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
Great to see you again. Thank you for being here. And we're so excited about the educational class you're going to do. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in 30 minutes.
Sounds good. Hello, everyone, from my studio in Spokane, Washington. And I'm super excited to talk to you about piecing with silk. Now, some of you may remember from last year's Sew Fest, so I'm known for my serger expertise, but what really rocks my boat actually is textiles. And I first became known in the industry actually for my silk and wool expertise. So, it's hard to resist the allure of silk, isn't it? It's such a beautiful fabric. You have all that luster. It's just gorgeous. But it's not quilting cotton, right? And that's a good thing, right? But it can result in some frustrations and disappointments if you don't know how to handle it properly. And so I'm here for you. I'm here to help you sew silk with success and no tears. There's no crying and sewing, right? Just like baseball. So pardon me, I'm getting over a virus. So if I cough, at least I'm not contagious, right? There are perks to being online. So anyhow, so let's start with some of the nuts and bolts about sewing with silk and piecing with silk. And so one of those is, of course, needles. And needles and thread, of course, the nuts and bolts of anything we do with our sewing machines. Well, and even if we're hand sewing, right? So when we're sewing with silk, it's really important that you use a fine, sharp needle. And so what I'm sewing with today, and certainly my preference, is to use a Microtex needle. Now, Microtex needles have a very fine, sharp point, And so many silk fabrics are tightly woven. They're tightly woven. And so you need a sharp needle to sneak in there between those threads in your fabric so that it sews successfully and it has less puckers and things. Now, there's also, Schmetz makes a beautiful superfine needle that also works great. And if I don't have either of these, then I'll use a top stitching needle. So again, the idea being a needle that has a sharper point. Top stitching needles, of course, are great for a lot of things because they have that deeper groove, the deeper groove that can handle thread flow more smoothly and a larger eye. So a lot of advantages to using top stitching needles. But for silk, I generally am going to reach for my Microtex as my first choice because it has the correct needle point. In fact, Microtex needles used to be called sharps and they changed it to Microtex mostly because they invented microfibers. And guess what microfibers were made to imitate? They were made to imitate silk. So there you have it. So those are our needles that we prefer to use for successfully sewing silk. Now, you can use silk thread to sew silk. And I do like to use silk thread. This is some silk thread from Clover. Superior Threads also sells silk thread. Excuse me. There's a few others. But silk thread is really lovely. The nice thing about you're using silk thread with silk is that it has the same care requirements as the fabric. So that makes it, of course, very compatible. Now, when you sew with silk thread, one thing you want to practice is to use what's called taut sewing, which means you keep the fabric taut between your hands as it moves to the machine. That doesn't mean play tug-of-war with it, but you keep it taut because this is so slippery. People who are used to sewing with cotton threads or cotton-like threads, they're used to the threads being kind of sticky and kind of sticking in the fabric. Silk thread doesn't. It's very slick. And so it's great for gathering and for basting. It's great for unsewing. I appreciate that about it. But it's important that you have to keep the fabric taut while you're sewing, or it will actually gather itself right up along your stitching line, which can be very frustrating. Now, another thing you have to be really careful about with silk thread. Now, silk thread, unlike polyester, there's been an urban legend for years about silk thread being, oh, it's so strong, it will cut your fabric. That's just not true. As you can see here, I can actually break silk thread. Can't do that with polyester without cutting myself. So that's just an old misnomer. It's not true. But silk thread has to be kept away from light. It's very UV sensitive. It will actually rot when exposed to light. So if you buy a spool of silk thread, make sure it's been kept in a box or else, out of the light. If not, you're going to want to reel off a layer or so of it before you use it because it may sew okay, but a friend of mine actually hand stitched a petticoat with silk thread, and when she went to hand wash it for the first time, it fell apart because the thread she was using was rotten. So that's the downside of using silk thread. But a good quality polyester I have here, I work with Sulky. So I do work with Sulky Polydeco. I do like just a good quality polyester thread is perfectly fine. I've used fine cotton threads with silk also. Just the key with most thread is good quality. Good quality thread, that's not slubby. If a thread is slubby, your tension discs have a hard time keeping a uniform grip on them. So of course your tension tends to vary. So good quality is what's most important. So with your needles and threads, those are really critical components of sewing successfully with silk. But a lot of success with sewing for piecing silk. So piecing's a little bit different than garments in that we as quilters, most quilt patterns are going to use a very narrow 1/4 inch seam allowance, right? We're not worried about adjusting the fit to fit our bed, right? A quilt is pretty much standard 1/4 inch. Well, silk is not necessarily appropriate to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance with silk. And the reason why is because silk frays very easily. It frays very readily. And so, in fact, pretty much the second you cut it, it's going to start fraying, right? So what will happen is sometimes if someone uses a 1/4 inch seam allowance on silk, it will actually, the seams themselves will fail. The fabric will actually fray around the stitching and the seam will fail before the person gets a chance to go ahead and quilt it up. So I remember years ago talking to someone who is well known for her free motion quilting in the quilting industry. And she's like, oh, silk dupioni, I don't know how you can stand to work with that stuff. Oh, it's just so terrible. And I said, well, did you use a 1/4 inch seam allowance? Well, of course I did. Well, so what was happening was, again, her seams, before she actually got around to quilting it, or when she did quilt it, the seams were failing on her. So she ended up with holes, along the stitching lines. Obviously, that's not attractive. We don't want that. So let me teach you how to avoid that when you're prepping for silk. So the key is, if you want to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, which you're thinking, why wouldn't I? Well, just saying, if that's what you want to do, you need to stabilize the silk with something that's going to keep those seams intact and strong throughout the whole piecing process and until it gets all quilted together, because quilting helps, of course, hold everything together. So you can see behind me, this is a quilt that was in Love of Quilting, and some of you may have seen that TV episode. And it's a combination of standard piecing and what we call the confetti technique. And of course, with machine embroidery on top of confetti fabric. Excuse me. So the way this was pieced, this was using 1/4 inch seams. So here's a leftover block, just an extra block from that quilt. And you'll see on the back here, all of this has been reinforced with fusible interfacing. All right, if you want to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance on silk dupioni, or a lot of silks, but dupioni can be especially tricky, you will want to reinforce it with fusible interfacing. This will keep it from fraying. This will keep your seams from failing. It reinforces it, makes it stronger. All right. It also helps keep things from wrinkling. There's a lot of advantages to it. Now, the important thing is that you interface this before you even cut it out. Okay. And now, especially if you want to do some piecing with, say, some beautiful OB fabric. Here's a little project I did for, this was for a National Sewing Circle and Craftsy. This is just a little paper pieced tea cozy, and it looks like a kimono. And so it has little pieces. So some of these pieces on here, the little OB, these are actually made from real OB fabrics, and these are actually real antique kimono fabrics. So yeah, so it's my little kimono tea cozy out of the appropriate vintage fabrics. But all of these fabrics have been interfaced to give them support, so that they will be strong. And I could do those tiny little paper piece seams, and everything is going to stay intact for years to come. Now you might be wondering, okay, what should I use? Well, I'm a Palmer Pletch instructor. So of course I use a lot of Palmer Pletch products. This is one I use a lot. They have two that are very, very thin. One is called Perfect Fuse Sheer, and the other is called Perfect Fuse Light. Excuse me. Now, it doesn't really, obviously this is a brand I work for. Use whatever brand you want. You just want it to be very lightweight. And ideally, you want it to be polyester. Why polyester? Because polyester doesn't shrink. Polyester interfacings generally don't shrink. A lot of times, if you have problems with interfacings failing on you, it's because there's what you could call a shrinkage differential between the fabric and the interfacing. So it might be fine when you put it all together, but then when it gets cleaned, either the interfacing or the fabric might have shrunk more than the other materials. So they have to be compatible. So one of the advantages of a polyester interfacing is that it's less likely to shrink. So you're less likely to have any bubbling or any problems with it. Now, that doesn't mean that the rayon ones and cotton ones aren't good. It just means you may need to pre-shrink them first before you use them in a project. Because even if something is dry cleaned, sometimes the amount of heat and steam they use at a dry cleaner can still cause them to shrink, and that causes the bubbling. That is so unfortunate with our projects. So again, use whatever brand you want. This just happens to be what I typically use, available from their website. But either the sheer or the light. Now the sheer, this is crisp. The sheer is a crisp weight. It's very, very thin, but it's crisp. The light is very limp. But for quilting, for piecing, generally, I like the sheer because crispness is a good thing when you want all your piecing to be very regular, very even. But the important thing is to give this some reinforcement. Now you may be thinking, well, I don't want to have to buy interfacing on top of everything else. Aren't there any alternatives? Well, yes. One thing you can do is use a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So instead of using a 1/4 inch, if you alter your pattern to use a 1/2 inch seam allowance instead, that can also save you from disaster. But I know a lot of people don't want to have to buy more fabric, or in the case of silken, you may only have little pieces to work with. So if you really want it to be successful without fail, fusible interfacing is a good idea. And sometimes it just isn't possible to use a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Like I do a lot of piecework on garments. So this was a jacket that I was commissioned to create for Pfaff. And they wanted all this Seminole piecework on these oversized lapels. And there was just no way to do these little Seminole piecework designs using a wider seam allowance. So again, every fabric in this jacket was all interfaced before I cut it into strips to do my Seminole piecework. So there's the lapels it's on the sleeve cuffs. So if you do garments and quilting, of course, don't forget that you can do piecework. If you just have little pieces of silk, you can do some really fun things. Do some cuffs, do a little belt for the back, and just incorporate it elsewhere. But again, all these fabrics were reinforced with fusible interfacing prior to cutting and stitching. So there's 2 things you can do. You can interface it with fusible interfacing. You can cut wider seam allowances, or third thing you can do. So here's another. This was actually created for that same day of filming, but it wasn't in the magazine. But this is silk that has been. This is all silk velvet. So the whole thing is silk rayon velvet, and I better put it on the overhead. Hang on. It's all been covered with machine embroidery stitches. So this is made with the creative embellishment attachment that Pfaff and Husqvarna Viking have for their machines. So there's actually beadwork, there's ribbon work, there's all kinds of things in here. And these are all the stitches, these large decorative stitches, these are all built-in stitches from my beautiful Pfaff icon 2. So this was created, this quilt was created to show off the icon 2 and some of the cool things you can do with it. But anyhow, your alternative way that you can easily piece with silk, and again, this is silk velvet. This is kind of some of the most creepy, crawly stuff on earth, right? If anything, fabric's going to make you cry, it's probably going to be silk velvet, but it's so beautiful. You want to sew with it, right? So here's the secret. The secret to sewing with silk velvet, and if you saw this episode, you know this, but the secret is to starch it. So silk velvet actually washes, hand washes, or I've been known to throw it in the machine, this washing machine too, but it actually washes really well. And so with silk velvet, I will actually starch it. And then when I'm all done with all the construction, I wash it out. Now, again, I work for Palmer Pletch. They have a product called Perfect Sew I use a lot. Material Magic is a product that a lot of stores carry. In fact, I think Sewing Machines Plus may carry Material Magic. That works great. Honestly, Niagara heavy duty from the store. In a pinch, I go to the grocery store, I get my Niagara heavy duty, and I'll lay out that fabric, and I just my cutting table is washable, but you can lay down some plastic, but I just spray it down, let it dry so it's like a piece of cardboard, and then you can cut it, sew it, embroider it, do everything, do the whole construction process. I mean, everything. And when all is said and done, you wash it out. And I do like to give it a little final rinse in a little fabric softener. And I'll usually hang it to dry. And then when it's mostly dry, I actually throw it in the dryer. I throw it in the dryer on low to medium heat and let it fluff up a bit. And then you would never know that velvet will just look just like you never touched it. It's amazing. So remember to starch. Now, people always ask me, they'll always ask, what about best press? Can I use best press? Best press is great for getting out wrinkles and things. It's great for getting it really smooth. It's great for cottons, for that kind of thing. It is not stiff enough. Best press is not stiff enough. When I say starch, I mean starch it till it can't move. So it's really important to just hose it down with the product of your choice, and so that it can't do anything naughty, because it will do something naughty otherwise. So if you choose to go that route, and you've tested your silk, made sure it was washable, like I said, I've never had trouble washing silk velvet. I don't starch my dupioni. In case you were wondering, no, I don't starch my dupioni. I don't starch kimono silks. I don't starch them because I do prefer to dry clean those. And so I just, knuckle down and pay the money and use fusible interfacing on those. But on the velvet, I want to keep the velvet as soft as possible. I don't like fusing to it because I'm always afraid of damaging the pile. So I starch it. And actually, when it's starched, I can pretty much do whatever I want to it, and it never hurts the pile. It's pretty darned amazing. So, but you might notice that along every seam, so this is basically disappearing 9 patch. So it may not be obvious, but that's all this is. It's just disappearing 9 patch made to look as random as possible to give it that fun, crazy quilt look. And so the trick with the way I'm able to work with the narrower seam allowances here is by immediately, as soon as a seam is sewn, it immediately gets top stitched, basically stitched in the ditch, but top stitched with a, I usually use like a crazy quilt. There's a lot of built-in crazy quilt stitches in our Pfaffs and our Vikings. So I use those. I use it's an edge joining foot or a narrow edge foot. There's various names for it, but it has a blade down the center and it has a zigzag opening. And as soon as a seam is sewn, I go ahead and top stitch it with a stitch that catches both sides of that seam allowance. And that allows me to piece with a 1/4 inch on this while it's still starched, and this will hold it together for the long term. So that's the other way, that's the third way to kind of work around this, is to just make sure to basically reinforce every seam as you sew. And in this case, again, I use metallic thread to stitch all of these, all these joins. And it goes with the character of this pieced quilt anyway. It's more of a throw. It's more of like a couch throw. But that's the other secret, is to go ahead and just top stitch, use your narrow edge foot, use those fun crazy quilt stitches, and just go ahead and reinforce those seam allowances as soon as you sew them. Okay, so there's some strategies for sewing with silk without tears. But there's one last strategy for piecing with silk that I want to share with you and do a little demo on my trusty machine here. And that is, you can use specialty seams. So here's a whole nother way that we can do piecework. Let's see, which is the right side? That's actually the wrong side. Okay. So this is a class sample. This is inspired by Korean bojagi style piecework. It's a very old, over 1,000-year-old textile tradition where they'll work with, this is actually hand-woven silk organza. So they'll work with silks and ramis and not linen, but hemp. They don't have cotton and linen in that part of Asia. That's not native. It's not indigenous to that part of Asia. So they use other kinds of textiles, like I said, hemp and rami, and silk is, even pineapple fiber is more traditional. But anyhow, so this is another way to piece silk in a way that is sturdy, and it uses specialty seaming techniques. So I'm going to show you real quick. So we have about 10 minutes or a little less than 10 minutes. Show you real quick how to do a quick flat felled seam on this type of fabric. And that's very traditional for that type of piecework. So I have here a couple pieces of silk organza. And let's see, let's find an edge that's relatively square. These are just scraps to do a quick sample. So I go to my trust machine. I have it threaded with contrasting threads. So don't be surprised. You might think, oh, that's really ugly. Why would you do that? Well, it's because it's for a sample. Now, as soon as I find my foot pedal, it's like, I know I plugged one in now. Where is it? So, oh, there it is. I just got back from Sew Expo in Puyallup, and so things are a little crazy in the studio. All right. So we're going to start with I'm just going to start with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It could even be 5/8, but actually I am going to use 5/8. I take that back because I want just a little bit more room to work with. And it's the resulting seam is going to be a 1/4 inch wide, the resulting welt. So on the right side of this welt, you're going to see you see 2 rows of stitching. On the wrong side, that'd be 1 row of stitching. Okay, so, but you just start with the basic seam. Now these are technically would be wrong sides together. Now you can't tell which is wrong or right, but technically it would be wrong sides together. Now I didn't grab onto my threads when I started, which I normally would. When you get started, number one, a fresh sharp needle is really important, but also if you can grab onto the threads at the very beginning of your seam, it gives you something to hang on to keep everything straight. And I should mention that, of course, since I'm sewing on a Pfaff, of course, I have my dual feed engaged. Now, sewing with silk is so much easier if you have IDT, that is our integrated, dual transport, basically dual feed. If you have dual feed on your machine, engage that. If you don't have dual feed on your machine, buy a walking foot, okay? It's much easier to sew silk with a walking foot. Now you'll notice I kind of kept my fingers in front of the toe of my machine as I stitch. That's another way for me my feed dogs feed perfectly straight. And so that just keeps a little tiny bit of tension on it while I'm sewing so that I don't have to worry about things slipping and sliding. So there's my 5/8 inch seam on there. So I'm just going to very quickly, with silk organza now, oftentimes with what do I want to say? When you're doing a flat felled seam with a non-transparent fabric, oftentimes we will go ahead and we will trim an underlayer. We'll press this to one side and trim an underlayer, but we don't do this with organza because it's almost, is that pen dry? It's almost impossible to see what's what. Now this device I'm using is called a fabric folding pen, and it's been sitting upright, so it wasn't wet. This has water and basically a wetting agent in it, just a few drops of it. And this allows me to dampen right on my stitching line. And it makes it much easier for me to then finger press this to one side. And then I can use my iron, which is sitting here, or I can use, this is a hair marker. This is also great for just finger pressing. Okay, so because what I want to do, I could press this with my iron, but I just want to take both those seam allowances. See how I've pressed it to one side? I'm just going to basically fold those in half. So along that stitching line, and organza creases really well, so I'm just going to take my hair marker and just use it like my thumbnail, and I'm just going to crease it. All right, so you just want those raw edges to be tucked in underneath there so they don't show. Okay, and now that I have it finger pressed really well, but I think I will just give it a little shot of heat so it behaves better on camera. But you see, that didn't take me very long to get this all prepped up and ready to sew again. So again, you really just want to make sure that you fold both seam allowances together so they're basically kind of touching that stitching line. And now we're ready to take it to our machine again. So this time I'm gonna grab onto my threads. So I have, I didn't use my thread cutter, and I did that on purpose because when you use a thread cutter, they do a great job, but they pull the threads to the back of the fabric. I don't want that to happen because this is a shear. So I take these threads and I wrap them around my index finger to hang on to them. And now I just need to stitch that fold in place, and I better put my reading glasses on so I can see better. All I need to stitch that fold in place, and then I'm done with my seam. So, oh, that's so much better. So I'm just going to stitch. Again, I'm using those threads. I'm hanging onto those threads. It keeps everything straight. And I'm just going to stitch that fold in place. And again, you'll notice me put my finger in front of my seam as well. I'm not trying to steer it around. A lot of times people try to, it's kind of like people driving in snow. They oversteer, right? Don't oversteer your sewing machine. Your feed dog should feed nice and straight. You should just be able to just let it do its thing and don't interfere with it. And so there we have our beautiful flat felled seam. And actually for sewing on camera, it looks pretty darn straight. So again, you're going to have 2 rows of stitching on the right side of your fabric and just 1 row showing on the back side. And it's really that simple. And so that's another really great way to piece with silk in a way that's strong and sturdy and very attractive, because again, you may choose to stitch with some of these transparent fabrics. So that is my tips and techniques for piecing with silk. So I think I'm supposed to hand it over to Blaine now and answer any questions you might have, the time remaining.
Does anybody have any questions for Katrina before we let her get out of here? If you do, put them in the chat right now so we can translate them to her. Anything, Kyle?
It takes like a good minute from the show.
Oh, does it? All right.
A
Little delay on it though, Katrina. So
no worries. No worries. Well, it's a lot of ground to cover in a short time, so
I know.
It may take them. Their brains may be trying to catch up. It takes a bit of time.
Yeah, it does.
A lot of thank yous. Great demo.
Oh.
Yeah, mostly it's just a lot of thank yous, great demos, and all that. So I think we're pretty good, Katrina.
Awesome.
So hey, thank you so much for being part of our Quilt Fest and being an educator on it. It went great, and look forward to seeing you again. Okay.
Thank you so much. Take care.
All righty, you too. Bye-bye. All right, everybody, we are going to continue on, and we have got our good buddy Becky Thompson coming back in, and we're going to talk all about the King Quilter 2. So y'all make a big welcome to Becky Thompson. Hey, Becky.
Hi, Blaine. Again, deja vu.
All right, we're going to let you take it away because I know you got a lot to cover.
Awesome. I do. Yeah. Hey, great to see everybody here again in the chat. Thank you so much. If this is your first time, I am Becky Thompson from the YouTube channel Power Tools with Thread. And I think that I probably need to put my earbuds on because I'm going to be walking around and I want to make sure that you guys are going to be able to hear me. Yeah, no matter where I am. So there we go. Don't you just love technology? That's great. All right. So yeah, I'm here again. I think Blaine needs to give me a pay raise because he's working me to death. All righty, you guys. So I have been quilting my How to Build a Scarecrow quilt from Lori Holt with you guys all this week, and it is just turning out absolutely beautiful. So this is the King Quilter 2 Elite, and I have got Pro Stitcher Premium on it, and I want to show you where I'm at and what's going on now. All righty. So yeah, welcome back. I know. Let me show you first of all how pretty this is turning out. So we are down here at the bottom of the quilt, and I'm going to point this down and zoom it in. Of course, my neighbor decided this is the time. Let me aim it toward the light when he wants to mow the grass, of course. So if you hear that in the background, I apologize. There we go. Look at those pretty, pretty stitches. Look at that. Just absolutely beautiful. It is called, it's a Trailing Leaves is the name of the quilt pattern. And that's a pattern that is inside of, thank you. I love that backing too. Picked it out myself right from the kit. So yeah, the backing turned out real pretty as well. Let me aim the light toward it a little bit better. Maybe you guys can see the stitching on the backing. If I get this over there, just want you guys to be able to take a look. So the backing is important, not because it's pretty, because it is. Let's get up here, but because look at the stitch quality. No eyelashes, no little bumps. It is just absolutely gorgeous. And it just turned out so crazy pretty. I love it. Love it. Thank you all very much. Yeah, I let Lori Holt pick out all the fabrics for me and then draw the pattern and put it all together. And then I just do the stitching, right? So, okay. So here's where I am on this now. I have got 2.5 inches left to go, and I have a whole lot of pattern left. So what I need to do is I need to advance the quilt, and then I've got to get rid of all the pattern at the bottom so that I don't have any kind of, I don't want to overstitch too far and waste more backing than I need to, or more thread or anything like that. So I make it look easy, Paul. Yeah, well, it kind of is. Don't look at the bald patches. No, I'm kidding. I want to rip my hair out. Okay, you guys. So the first thing, when you're using Pro Stitcher, what I'm going to do is all right, let me back up. If you're working on the back of the machine, if you saw the education video I did this morning or earlier this afternoon, I marked the lowest point of the highest point and the lowest point of where the stitching was going to go on the pantograph, and that tells you how far to advance the quilt each time. So what I like to do on this, I'm going to get you in here, okay? Because the automation, so when you're using automation, you've got to make sure that you are sticking within the boundaries of the carriage of the quilt. Okay, so you can kind of see right here where I'm at. So I've got 2.5 inches left to go, but I have a whole bunch of pattern left. So I'm going to hit zoom. You can't see that. And I'm just going to take my finger and zoom in. Okay. So what I want to do, all right, the very next row, I want to go to the highest point on the next row, which is actually, I'm going to move my crosshair to the highest point. That's right there. That is the highest point of the next row, not the lowest point of the row I just finished. So there's a little bit different there. Now, why do I do it like that? Because now I'm going to hit drag, okay? And now it says drop highlighted. And I want to drop my needle right now. So there is a, let me back this out a little bit so you can see. You have the batting. It looks like 2 pieces. I had a little bit of a bubble, so I cut it. It's all one piece, but I got you got an eagle eye, girlfriend. So what I did, it got like a ripple in it. Okay. So I just took my scissors and I pinched it up. Okay. And I trimmed it to nothing. And that worked perfectly. And now these edges actually are laying exactly side by side to one another. Okay. So what I want to do now is I'm going to drop the needle by pushing the needle down button, and it dropped in there. And I'm going to go ahead and advance the quilt. And what I'm doing is I'm watching to make sure that the wheels on the carriage are not, as I move it up and it goes to that top level, it's not going to hit the back of the carriage. And then I also am looking at the thickness that this has rolled up. It's got quite a bit of thickness here because this is an 86-inch quilt. Okay. Batting can be very forgiving. Yeah. Well, you just got to do what you got to do, right? So, and as these things happen, you will learn what to do to make it work. But crisis averted type thing, right? Okay, so this is all I really need to do about right here. That's as far as I need to go. So you guys can see. Now I have already basted this down. Yeah, my batting, I don't know what happened. It was having a party and it got kind of wavy and things went nuts. And so, you know, that happens, right? But hey, the trick too, and that's another reason I love to float my quilts. I know some people don't float. I like to, because while the backing, I know for a fact because of the way we loaded it on Wednesday, is perfectly flat, no ripples, no tucks. With batting, things happen. Okay. And this is 100% cotton, but still things happen. If I have if the quilt top is floated before I advance to my next row, I can flip that up and take care of anything that might be going on. And I kind of noticed that it was pulling in, and I think that that's what happened here, and it does happen. So I really like to float. It allows me the freedom to be able to make sure that my markers for my borders and my center remain straight for the entire length of the quilt top. It gives me that freedom to be able to move that around. I know some people like to base the whole quilt 100%. I think that there's more than one way to do it and have it turn out just beautiful. As long as it's square when it gets done, that's the key, right? So, and I was very, very personally pleased to see across the top rail right here, all the way down the quilt, my seam lines were straight on every single time. So that was really neat. All right, so now we can see here that I am on the screen. I've got some good glare there too, y'all. That's from my, let me see if I can, I need to take my needle. I need to hit drop. Okay. So now I have told it that I'm advancing, and I'm going to raise the needle up. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to get rid of all of the quilting that I don't need. And how you do that. All right. So what's happened here is when I started on Wednesday, I had an area, and that area is a pink box that goes around it, and then you fill in the area. All right. Well, I didn't finish all in one day. And so when I came back the next day, the area was over here, and it put the quilting wherever it's going to. The area is just a visual for you. You don't necessarily need it. And so I just cleared the area completely. That doesn't mean anything because the machine knows it's going to continue to stitch. Now what I need to do is give it a new area, and I'm going to tell it, don't stitch the stuff outside of the new area. So I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Hi, Sophies. Good to see you guys again. Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do now is give the computer a new area. So fortunately, I don't have anything nesting up underneath. And I mean, either way works fine. So I'm going to come over here to be where I am outside of the edge of the quilt. Okay. Now, what's that, right? This is where I do my testing of my stitch every time I switch out the a bobbin. Let me put my grips back on just a second here. Let's get this. I'm so excited to be getting this finished. It's like, yay. I have been waiting and waiting to do this with you guys. I'm going to come down here to the other end and put these grips on as well and get this done. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to put the needle outside of the quilt, and I'm well outside over here. I'm well outside of that. All right, so I'm going to go to area, the area tab. Let me see. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I've got to do it out here. I don't know what's going on here. Probably because I didn't do the follow, and I'm going to hear about it from Quilting with Harriet for sure. I'm going to hit 2 corner. Okay, and it went ding. And now I'm going to go all the way over to the other side. So I'm going to bring it all the way over here. All the way over. Okay. now I am past the edge of the quilt over here, and hold on a second. I need to reposition this. This isn't working. This isn't working. Move it over. I know, move it on over. All right, let me redo this. Let me go to, because I just pulled this up. Let me undo that area. Undo. Isn't undo the best button in the whole world? I love it. Love it, love it. I'm going to go to modify, reposition, and let's go to bottom left. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to nudge this. I'll just keep moving this pattern. Hold on a second. I'm going to change the amount that I nudge it, 0.05, make it a little bit more. And that way it doesn't take forever and a day. Let me nudge the pattern down. Just hold on to it. I'm going to nudge the pattern down. This is just going to make my life a lot easier this way. Okay. And then I'm going to, now that works good. I think that's more stitching than I need. Okay. This is how you do this and keep it nice and clean. Okay. So let me make sure. All right. I'm going to have to fix this. So let's have a master class in how to realign your pattern when you come back from it being off and then realign it. Easy to do this. We all like it easier. Yeah. Everything that makes life easier. So I'm down here by the bottom. I'm going to find a point on the quilt. I'm going to look for a point. So here is the point of the first leaf. There's the tip of the first leaf right there. And I want that to stay right there. Okay. So now what I want to do, I'm going to zoom in. Let me go to zoom. And I want to zoom in. There is that tip of that first leaf right there. I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see. This is how you do it manually, and it works great. Okay, I want to get to the tip of that right over there. So you can touch the select button, and you can just grab it, okay? You can use the reposition, or you can do it like this. And I want to get it very close to where it is right there. All right, that's not perfect. And I'm going to hit the zoom again and make it even bigger. All right, now I'm going to use these nudge buttons. Make sure you can see everything. Y'all, I've become an expert at this. So I need to nudge the pattern up and over. Whoop, the other way. It's always the other way, isn't it? And down and over. That's perfect. That's exactly where I want to be according to the fabric. It's great to get in really close and see exactly what's going on. So now let me go back to home and show you. Okay, so that on the crosshair is exactly where I am. Now, in order to crop the bottom of the pattern so it's going to stitch right, I need to move it over here just outside of the edge of the quilt. Okay, just outside. And why does that, y'all, I'm going to nudge this. I got to nudge this some more. I got a problem. This is the edge of the quilt. Let me put this right on the edge of the quilt. Okay. Because my crosshairs are not doing what I thought they would. So that looks like it's on the edge of the quilt. And now let me put it back over on that first. This is strange. The pattern isn't showing me that. That is so weird. Because if I move it over to the edge of the quilt, which is fine. That's correct. Maybe my drag and drop got me offline. I'm not sure what happened. I'm going to do a reboot, you guys. I'm going to reboot this whole thing How many quilts do I finish in a month? You know, that depends on, that depends. I'm going to reboot, y'all. So there is a thing. Let me shut this down. I'm just going to shut it down. You can always do this and go back. Okay. Do I want to save it? I'm going to tell it no. So what happened was, it timed out. Okay. And sometimes this happens and it's fine. It works. It's no big deal. So, yeah. So you always turn the machine on first. Well, when I rebooted this, I didn't turn, look at that thing going. This thing glides so nice. Patience is a virtue. That's right, Rhonda. This happens. And if you've got a Pro Stitcher and you're playing around with it, you may have to do that. So you want to wait for the big King Quilter screen to come alive. Okay. I don't have it level, y'all. I had the frame moved. I moved the frame around for the education earlier on SMP so that I could do, show you guys the back, and I haven't re-leveled it. So, okay. So now that this is up and alive and running, now let's go ahead and start Pro Stitcher again. And we will start from the beginning, and that will work. Yeah. So if you ever, I know a lot of you have this, and I know some of you are like, well, I don't know what to do with it and I'm afraid of it. Just reboot. That's all you have to do. And then it'll be fine. You like my bobbin earrings? How cute are these? Yeah. I got these from a friend of mine. Tis the nature of the beast, right? Oh, Amazon's here. I'm glad I locked Frito out, or we'd be listening to her barking for sure. Yeah. So you're extremely impatient. Oh, Bernadette, you can't be impatient if you're quilting. No, you can't. All right. So things like this happen, and it's fine. All right. So it's going to run through its thing and cycle up. And I just have like a little, this is like a little stylus I got, and I hung a thing right there, and that's where it hangs. So yeah, it's perfectly fine to reboot in the middle of a pattern. If something goes weird, or maybe you have a power surge and it blips off or whatever, that's fine. Okay, the motor's just initialized. That's all good. So I'm just going to go into the button for workspace. Let me get you up here so you can see. It's Friday. It's tired. Y'all, I've been working this thing to death. I'm going to go workspace, and my scarecrow. Look at that. It jumped right to the last pattern. I did not have this. I'm going to put this right here, and I'm going to move the pattern over. Okay, so I'll do modify, reposition. I think half of the trick with this is getting used to where all the buttons are. Oh, let me change this back. So it is 0.05, enter, and that way it'll move faster than the snail that it can be. All right, let me move this. I'm going to get this right back here. And I had actually started stitching well outside of this, but I'm repositioning it now. And I just want to make sure if I start it right here, y'all, I'm going to move this all the way to the other side of the quilt and make sure that I have enough pattern to cover the whole thing. And I do. Okay, good, good, good. All righty. So here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to, you guys can see that? Good. I'm going to get a little bit bigger. I'm going to zoom. Okay. So let me move it just a little bit more. I'm going to start that there and right there. And let's see here. I want to make sure that I'm on that leaf tip. I'm going to move it over. It's going to do its thing, y'all. It just is. I may have been right and I got myself confused. I'm just nudging it till it is where I want it. Oh, too much. And up. Okay, that's perfect. There we go. So it's going to come back over here and start. And that's about right. I think so. Okay, we are good to go now. So I'm going to go here and go to home. So I'm like there. All right, I'm ready. So now what I want to do is I want to make a new area, and I'm going to move it just outside of the pattern. And I want to go to the area tab. Turn that so you can see. And to corner. Okay, I'm going to come all the way across. All righty. And touch my to corner again. All right. So I'm at 77.27. And we're back over here at the start. Okay. So here it says 77.27 and height is 0.05. I'm going to change the height to, let's do 3.0, enter, because I know that that is big enough to stitch the part that I need to. Matter of fact, I'm going to do it just a little bit bigger because I'm scared. I'm going to tell it 4.0 and tell it enter. So it's created a 4-inch area right there. See that? So now what I need to do is I'm going, let me make this just a little bit wider. Let me make it 78. Okay, there. So you want to make sure that your area outside on either end of it extends past the current pattern that's in there. So now I want to go to modify and crop. And I want to crop the outside. So it's going to keep everything on the inside. I crop outside. And now all the rest of my pattern is gone except what I need. And I'm going to smooth out those edges by touch the edges button. And there we go. So we have a single start and a single stop. And we're ready to go. And that's it. So now I can go ahead and go to Pro Stitcher. And the quilt button is already highlighted. And I'm going to go to Run and Proceed. And it's stitching. Okay. I'm going to pull up my bobbin, and it didn't. Hold on a second. I'm going to back out a little bit. Okay. And where's my bobbin? I just put a new bobbin in there. Hold on a second, y'all. Where are you at? Oh, it is tired, y'all. I'm tired. Okay. Where's my thread? Hey, have you seen how to do a good tension test? If you can pull the thread up, you should be able to make this the bobbin case stand up like that, but not come off your hand. That's good tension. Just like that. Okay. That's a cool little way to tell if you have good tension or not. Okay. I'm going to do and make sure that everything is good here. I think it is. All right. We're going to go. There's that bobbin. It was hiding. And resume. Okay. And it's going to get going. All right, so we're going to finish out this row. Very cool. How fun. Awesome. Yes. Is that a tip for bobbin tension for all types of machines? I don't know. I know it works on a long arm. Okay. So hold on a second. Something's going on here. I'm going to have to play with this a little bit more. Okay. So yeah. So I'm just going to go ahead, finish up with you guys here. We've just got a couple more minutes. I need to get in here and look at this and make sure everything is going to finish out exactly the way I want. I was kind of going through it fast for y'all because I had so much to do. So I just want to get in there and double check. So the magnetic thing on my shirt for my scissors is from Sew Tights. I love this snip holder. I love to have this right here. So, yeah, you know, things happen. It's fine. It's probably user error or whatever, but I really like that. So, but this is the way to get that done so that everything, it just finishes right when it's supposed to by cropping out the rest of the pattern and only stitching in what needs to be done. So is Blaine around, or are we just going to talk? We can just visit. I know I am always misplacing my scissors too. So yeah, Blaine, I've got some more details I need to get into this, and it's going to be tedious and boring to everybody.
All righty. Well, let me tell them how they can get a King Quilter then. Thank you so much,
Perfect.
Becky.
Thank you. You guys will love this machine. It's absolutely fabulous. We'll see you later. Y'all have a great rest of your Quilt Fest. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. That is the King Quilter 2. Now, here's the thing about the King Quilter. If you don't know this, we brought this out. This is our own brand. It's made here in America. We brought it out in September of 2018, and it's been a rock star ever since. We have 3 different models of this. They're all 18-inch. We have one that you saw Becky use, and the one that's on the screen now is called the King Quilter 2 Elite, 18-inch long arm. We're going to give you a bonus quilting kit included. Also, you're going to have your choice of a 10-foot or a 12-foot frame with it. This one has the adjustable handlebars on the front, and it also has the rear handlebars where you can do pantographs and all that. Now, we also have a standard version that doesn't have the adjustable handlebars on the front, no handlebars on back, choice of 10-foot or 12-foot frame. And then we have the sit-down version that comes with that Quilt Vision table that you could. We have that as well. So all 3 of them. If you're interested in any one of those 3s, get on the phone right now and give our call center a call. 800-401-8151. We've got some special financing available and free shipping. All righty. I think we're ready to go on. We're going to talk a little bit about robotics. What do y'all think? We got our good friend Aubrey Hartman coming back in, and she's an area sales manager with Butler Robotics, and she has a long history with thread, fabric, and sewing needles, and we really love working with Aubrey. We've worked with her a lot. She also has a King Quilter in her studio, so let's make a big SMP welcome to Aubrey Hartman. Hey, Aubrey. You're muted on StreamYard. I don't know if she heard me. Aubrey, yeah.
I heard you, Blaine.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. Hi, SMP Nation. Happy Friday, everyone.
How are you today?
I am great. I have been sewing all day. I've got a project going. I've been quilting on my King Quilter, and I've just been having a blast this Friday.
Well, so I know we're going to try to finish up your little project you've been working on all week this week. You're going to try to put some finishing touches on it. So we're going to let you take that away and highlight those robotics. And then we're going to come back and tell them all about the 4 models that we carry of the Butler Robotics and all the great pricing we have.
Sounds great, Blaine. Thanks so much. Well, hey, SMP Nation, thanks so much for joining me on the last day of Quilt Fest. It's so great to be here. You guys have an unusual shot of me today because I am in between my 2 quilting setups. And I wanted to just take us back to Monday because on Monday, you guys saw me use my Essential Butler, my little cute red guy here, on my home sewing machine setup. So if you don't have space for a long arm, or you really just love your home sewing machine and you want to automate it so it quilts like a long arm, you can get an Essential Butler. You need to have that stitch regulated, and it works best on a Cutie Breeze frame, or I've got it here on a Q-Zone hoop frame. And I wanted to show you because I finished the quilt as promised. So I wanted to show you the finished product. So I did this with my Essential Butler on my home sewing machine. This is just a little Juki TL18. So I'm going to put my robot down and pick up the quilt for you guys. Now this quilt was 48 by 60. So it is a really good size quilt here to do on just a home sewing machine. I'm going to kind of move it back and forth so you guys can see it all and try to get a little bit closer so you can see some of the quilting. I know it's in yellow thread, so it stands out better on some blocks other than the others. You can see it on this kind of turquoise and coral block the best. So I got the whole quilt finished. I wanted to show you the back. So this is edge to edge quilting just for your home sewing machine. So if you're interested in that, the Essential Robotics might be the one for you. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew that I actually finished this project this week. So I'm going to put that quilt down, and then we are going to head over to our long arm since we are working on this project too. So on my King Quilter 2, I've got the Professional Butler, and we've got 3 different butlers for your long arm. We've got the basic that comes with an 8-inch display, 160 preloaded patterns, and everything you need to do both your edge-to-edge quilting and your custom quilting work. We've got your deluxe butler that goes up to a 10-inch display. It's got 260 preloaded patterns and lots of spoiler features, including channel lock, crop, point to point, which you saw me do earlier this week. And then if you go up to the model that I have, that is the Professional. It comes with a 12-inch display, over 500 preloaded patterns, and every feature that we've got available is on there for you. I really love having the large display. I do wear glasses every day, all day long. So I love having this big display available for me. Now I've been quilting all day on this, and I've been filling in all of the different blocks that kind of are around my center area. And now it's time to work with the center area. So we've got this really large space in the middle of one solid fabric. And I worked on the top of it earlier, so I'm gonna show you that at the end because it was a lot of stitching. It took a lot of time to stitch out what I put in there. But I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna set up the bottom part to mirror the top part, and then we'll look at the top part together since it's all stitched out. This is gonna be a large layout area, and we're going to put in a design and duplicate it and do a little work with it. So it's a little bit more than we've been doing so far. I just want to show you that you don't have to always do an edge to edge in a large space. You can add designs into a large space and make them a little bit more custom. So the first thing I'm going to do is pull you guys in just a bit closer so that you're focused a little bit more on the long arm and a little less on the home sewing setup. And I want you to see here that this box here is just my safe quilting space. We're in our layout right now, and we need to add a layout that's going to represent our, I'm going to call it squirrel fabric from now on because I told you the other day this is Tula pink fabric with little squirrels on it. So we're going to represent our squirrel fabric. My robotic system is telling me to set the first point of my pattern box. Now I've gone ahead and marked this very large area with some dividing marks because I kind of divided it in half when I thought out how I was going to do this. So I have some marks here, and I'm going to start at my halfway point of this squirrel fabric. And the other half of it's already quilted and kind of rolled up here. So, and I'm looking really hard. I have the lights turned off on my King Quilter 2 because I didn't want glare on the camera for you guys. So I'm having to squint a little bit because I have a white mark on this fabric. So to set my first point, I'm going to hit my plus sign, and then I'm going to come down to the bottom left corner of my squirrel fabric to set my next point. I'm going to hit my plus sign, and then I'm going to travel all the way across my quilt to the bottom right corner, hover over that with my needle, hit my plus sign, And then I'm going to find that mark that I made on the right side that's halfway through. And I'm going to hit my check mark on my display to create my pattern box. And you can see that that's pretty big here on the display. I'm going to swing you guys around so we get a front view because we've got a little bit of work to do. And I don't want you guys seeing my ring light over there. There we go. All right, so we have a nice big layout box to represent our squirrel fabric. From here, we're gonna go into patterns. And remember, I saved all of those patterns under a tag called Quilt Fest. So I'm gonna go ahead and touch on that. And here are all my wonderful patterns. And this is where I'm using that corner one. You may have seen it back at the beginning of the week when I stitched everything out on the white fabric at the top of my quilt top. I did a little sample of this, and it's a little corner piece. I'm going to highlight that and hit my check mark. And there's my corner piece. So it's all this lovely kind of scroll work with feathers, and I thought it'd be perfect for this fabric. I love it. But we need to make this fit inside our box, and we need another one for the other corner. So we've got a little work to do. I'm going to use my touch screen right now instead of using my scale feature. So I'm going to touch on my design, and it's going to put a very thin dotted black line around it, but it's going to give me these little blue circles around my design, which are nodes that represent my scale feature. So I can just grab on the little nodes and use my finger on my screen to shrink my design up. And now that it mostly fits inside my box, I will do some fine tuning later. I have room to put a second one next to it. So instead of using my repeat function, I'm actually going to use this plus sign over here. While I'm in edit, this plus sign means duplicate. And it's going to duplicate the pattern that's in the little black dotted box just at the touch of this plus sign. And there it is. So it duplicated this pattern one time in the exact size and position that it was just right next to it. But we need to do a little work with this because obviously it's facing in the wrong direction. And we have mirror image buttons available to us in our editing feature as well. So over here, we've got a right to left mirror image, and we have an up and down mirror image. So for this, we need our right to left mirror image. So if I touch the right to left mirror image, suddenly we've got our corner filled in. Now to do the corners at the top of this giant square in the middle of our fabric, I actually used the top to bottom one, and I'll show you what that did. So these are really handy for you to manipulate the designs you have to kind of fit your layout space. So you don't just have to use one giant edge-to-edge design. You can use multiple designs and create something all on your own. So with these two corner pieces like this is how I want them laid out in my center squirrel fabric. But we might need to do a little extra work with them to kind of get them to fit just right. I can see that like the swirls over here going outside my little orange box. It might be a little too high over here. And I want to make sure that they're not touching in the middle or that they don't stitch over top of each other when I actually go to stitch this out. So I actually marked a center point that I'm going to use to kind of give me an anchor point with separating these and getting them really spaced well. And how I do that, oh, I've got a question. I have two questions. Okay.
So would making the design smaller like you did make it too dense?
The question was making the design smaller, will that make it too dense? Sometimes making the design smaller, depending on the size space that you're working in, can make it a lot more dense. I'm working in a very large area, so it is not going to make it too dense for my particular project. But sometimes if you've got a very large pattern and a very small layout space you're trying to put it into, it can get almost too dense to look good stitched out.
And then the second question was, by scaling down the pattern, does it resize the stitches?
Okay, and then the next question was, with scaling down the pattern, does it resize the stitches? It does not resize the stitches. Your stitches are determined by what is set on your machine. So I'm set on, I think, 11 stitches per inch. So it's going to do that based on how my pattern needs to stitch that out. And it's going to calculate all that for me. I'm not exactly sure how many stitches have ended up in this pattern. There is a lot of stitching in this. It has taken me a lot of time. But your machine knows how many stitches per inch you're using because I'm in precision mode. So that's going to kind of determine how many stitches per inch you have. So, you know, depending on how big of a pattern or how small of a pattern you are, you're still using the same stitches per inch. So I want to show you how I'm going to kind of center these. As you can see on my screen, if I get really close, I've got these little blue crosshairs here. And as I move my machine, you can see the blue crosshairs moving across the bottom of my screen. That's actually the location of my needle. So I am going to turn you guys down here and let you see that I've marked a point here. You need to see further down. I have marked a point on my squirrel fabric that divides it in half. And I'm going to put my needle there. And on my screen, I'm going to bring you guys closer to my screen now. My crosshairs are going to be dividing my whole rectangle in half. So if I look at my design right now, my little swirls that kind of meet at the center are touching each other. They might be crisscrossing a little bit. And I want to make sure that they don't crisscross and are separated a little bit. So here's where I start to get really picky with what I'm working on and do a little bit of manipulation. So I need to get back to my designs so I can work with them. So I'm going to start with this one on the left. I'm going to touch it. I get my little nodes available. And I'm going to start with the node that's here in the center. And I'm just going to push my design slightly to the left to make it just a little bit smaller. And this is where you can be very careful if you want, or you could use your scale feature. I just like using the touch screen. So I can see that the little black line that goes around this whole pattern is just to the left of my blue crosshair line. I want to bring it down slightly because the little black line that's on the bottom of my design is just above my orange layout line. So I just need it a little bit bigger. And I swear, y'all, you could spend hours being fiddly with this. At a certain point, you have to just be like, I'm okay with this. I think it's going to look good. But I am someone who wants it as perfect as possible, especially when it's on fabric like this that I just love so much. And I'm going to hang this on the wall and look at it all the time. So now that I've kind of adjusted the top, the side, the bottom, and where it is in the middle, I can go over to my next one. Now I can touch on the design if I want, or I've got this arrow up here at the very top of my display, and that's going to allow me to page back and forth between my two designs. You can see that all the nodes flip back and forth when I touch it. So I know I've got a little work to do over here. I need to squeeze this design in because right now the little tiny black line is actually on the left side of my crosshairs and I need it on the right side. So I'm just going to drag that over slightly. And I can see that it needs to come down as well. And when I did the top of this block and got it stitched out. I really did spend a lot of time making sure I got this perfect so that I could do this demo a little bit better for you guys and not be so precise about it, that I'd be a little bit more comfortable with how this went. All right. So that's looking pretty good. So now I can see that I've got space in between my two little swirls there. I'm still on my center line. I haven't gone over my layout block, which is good. So the next thing I want to do is just slide my crosshairs up and double check that these corner swirls aren't going to stitch over my previous stitching from when I did the top. So I'm just going to take my machine and slide on over here, and I can see here on my fabric, and I know you guys can't see that because it's dark. I'm going to make sure that my crosshairs don't meet where this stitching is. So if I bring my crosshairs to the top of that swirl and I look at the swirl on my quilt that was already stitched out, I've got about 1/4 of an inch. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. These little crosshairs on the screen aren't just there to tell you where your needle is. They are really helpful in allowing you to just double check locations of things. Make sure that you're lined up the way you want, being a little bit more precise with things. So again, I'm at the top of the swirl here on my screen. So I'm looking at my little swirl here. I've got my crosshairs at the very top of it. And when I look down here on my quilt, I can see that once again, I've got about 1/4 of an inch between the last stitching I did on the top portion of this and where the top of that swirl on my screen would stitch out. So this is looking pretty darn good, you guys. So I think this is what I'm going to want to stitch out when it's time to do this. Now this took probably 25-30 minutes to stitch out before, so I'm not going to stitch this out with you guys now, but I am going to show you what the top portion looked like when we get to the end of the session, because I know y'all are curious. You're going to want to know. So with that being said, I wanted to go over another feature that I love to use, and that's really important in the Butler robotic system, and that's your built-in channel locks. A lot of people are like, well, what are channel locks? What do they do? I've heard of channel locks, but I don't want to put things on the wheels of my carriage. Well, our channel locks are actually built into your system. If you go to your home button up here at the very top left of your display, normally this is where we go to stitch out all of our designs. But if you look nice and close over here, see if I can get you a better view, we've got a couple of little things here on the side that look like little locks that have arrows on them. These are where your channel locks are located. So we've got a horizontal lock, we've got a vertical lock, and then we've got a diagonal lock. So you can stitch out perfectly straight lines, vertically, horizontally, and on a diagonal simply by using these features here. So if I were to put my machine into place, let's say I'm right here and I wanted to stitch a line without my machine having to use ruler work or anything like that, I can use my channel locks. Now, if I place my horizontal lock on, I'm going to show you, it means that I cannot move my machine horizontally. It locks it. I can only move it vertically or front to back. So you can get perfect vertical lines with your machine without putting locks, without having to use rulers. When I take that off, I have full motion again. It's that simple to use. In the same way, if I use my vertical lock, I cannot move my machine vertically. Let me show you. I'm wiggling it front to back. It's not going anywhere, but I can move it on the horizontal. So you've got such great options to do modern looking quilting, cross hatching work, I love using these to create grid work for the bottom of like a handbag or a tote bag to give extra sturdiness. I really love having this option available. The other one that we've got is a diagonal lock. So if you can see here, I've got a little diagonal with a lock in it. And underneath that is a little degree sign. I can touch on the degree sign there, and I can put in the degrees that I would like to lock my machine. So if I want to lock on a 45-degree angle, I can just type in 45 and hit my check mark. And then I can place my machine where I'd like to have my starting point at and hit my diagonal lock, and then I can stitch a 45-degree angle line. You can see I'm moving on a 45-degree angle. So it's that simple to use the channel locks that are available to you on the Butler Robotics. Oh, we have another question.
Which models come with the channel locks?
Oh, great question. So it was which models come with the channel locks? That's going to be your deluxe Butler and your professional Butler like I have here. So you've got those available to you. And oh, another question?
Do you need to unlock to move from one row to another?
Oh, that's another great question. So the question was, do you need to unlock to move from one row to another? Yes, you do. So if you're going to use your channel lock, and if I lock horizontally and I'm doing vertical rows, I can stitch from back to front. And then if I want to move to the next row over, I would unlock, slide over to where I wanted to, relock, and then I'd be able to go back in the opposite direction. I can unlock, move over, relock, and then come forward again. So it's very simple to use. It's just the touch of a button. Now, if you like all the spoiler features like me, we have one more option in the channel locks, and that is only available on the professional model, and that is your point-to-point channel lock. So if you're not someone great with calculating angles, we actually have a feature on the professional model where you can set your angle by points. So I can hit the button that says set by points, and it wants me to set point number 1. So if we're looking at our quilt top, and let's say I want to set my first point for a diagonal line here, I can hit set point, and it chooses a point based on the location of my machine. Now I can hit set point 2. So I'm going to come right here and hit set point 2. It has now calculated both locations and the angle for me, which happens to be 128.6460 degrees. So I can then hit my channel lock, and it will give me a channel lock on that particular angle. And I think that is pretty cool because I'm horrible with math. There'd be no way that I could figure that out myself. And sometimes if you're doing graffiti quilting or custom quilting, and you want, like, let's say like a sunburst look, you could do just adding points to do all those fun straight lines out of an object, or even if you had a little sunshine and you wanted to do sunshine rays. So I kind of love that. That's a fun feature available to you. So I just wanted to show you guys that you do have your channel locks available there on your home screen, on your deluxe and your professional models. The other thing that you're going to see here on your home screen, besides our start and stop use and our channel locks, is actually a nesting feature. I didn't want anybody to think that we forgot about how important your edge-to-edge quilting is, that not everything is custom quilting, and I know I show that to you guys a lot, but there is a nesting feature that will walk you through everything you need to do perfect edge-to-edge quilting and having your designs nested. It tells you when You need to roll your quilt, where to set your marking points, and everything you need. And it's really simple to use. So I wanted you to know that you've got this available on all of your butlers. You've got this on your basic, you have this on your deluxe, and you have this on your professional. The only one this is not available on is your essential. So you've got that there too. All right, guys. Oh, we have another question.
When you set a quilt area or you make a new layout box, does it tell you the dimensions of the box you just made?
When you set a quilt area or a layout area, does it tell you the dimensions of what you just made? If you set a quilt area, yes, it will. And I can go ahead and show that to you because I can reset this up later. I'm going to just clear all of this out and reset. So it wants me to set everything from the beginning. So I can go ahead and just set a new layout area. And if I were to like reset our little box here from the very beginning, or I could set my whole quilt top. So if we set our whole quilt top as like our safe area, you start at your back left and you move to your front right. Sorry about my arms in the camera. And when you do that, your Butler Robotics is going to give you a reading of the space that you just set. So my table width is 53.73 inches and my table height is 14.44 inches. When you're setting your layout boxes, it's not going to tell you that you've set a 6x6 square or anything like that. But you can see that I have a very faint grid in the background here. You can set these little grid squares to be whatever you want. I tend to keep mine at an inch so that if I'm setting up little layout boxes, I know that if I set a box that's 6x6 squares, I know that I've got a 6-inch square that I'm working with. So I use this grid here in the background as kind of my measuring tool for my little layout boxes. So that's kind of a handy little hint there.
Can you just briefly talk about the like all over quilt feature and how you can set the size of your quilt and set up the edge to edge to do your whole quilt? Just real quick.
Okay. So if you want to do kind of an all over edge to edge design, you can very quickly just set, like if I wanted to do an edge to edge on this, you could set the top left of your quilt area and the bottom right of your quilt area for your quilt top. Very quick and easy in 2 steps. And now I've got a layout box for it. You can go to your patterns and pick a nice edge to edge design very quickly. You can go to repeats and add as many repeats as you need to fill your space. Mine go over a little bit there, so I can always go to scale and use my scaling features to make it fit, or I can hit my auto scale. And right there, I am ready to stitch out an edge to edge design of these cute little waves on my quilt top. It was that quick to set an edge to edge design for a quilt top that's just doing edge to edge work, not custom work. Simple and easy. We want your user experience to be as easy as possible on the Butler Robotics. And I think that a couple of points, choosing a design, repeating it real quick, definitely is easy. All right, guys, I want to make sure you see these before I am off. So we've got this pretty little design I hadn't shown you yet. This is what's going to be on all of my solid purple. I thought it was nice to do a really nice dense feather design on that. And then I'm going to release my roller bars and roll my quilt back because I want you to see the work that I did on the top portion of our squirrel fabric. And that's what's going to end up the design that we just laid out together. So it was the 2 corner pieces. And I'm hoping some of it shows up. I know that I probably chose a weird thread for you guys, but the point of me choosing this kind of minty green thread was so that it doesn't distract from my cute fabric. So you can see that I've got all of these feathers here. Oh, it turned itself upside down again. Hold on. I've got all of these cute feathers here, and they go all the way around the corner up to the very top edge. And then they meet here in the center with the two little swirls. I don't know if I can get that close enough. I kind of see them. And then they do come all the way around to the other side. So I'm kind of making a picture frame with these corner pieces. Let's see if I can get that closer for you guys to see. There's all the little feathers there. I'm kind of making a picture frame for those corner pieces. And then this little squirrel here, he's dead center in the middle of this fabric. So I'll probably fill in one more design where maybe the center's not filled in with anything, so he can just kind of stand out. All right. So I got almost finished. I've got a little bit of stitching to do tonight, but we got pretty darn close on this quilt. It's a good size as well. So I think almost 2 quilts in 1 week for Quilt Fest isn't too bad. I think we need to go back to Blaine so he can tell you how to get your Butler robotic system. Remember, it's a universal system, so it doesn't matter what long arm you've got at home.
Well, thanks, Aubrey. Yeah, great job as usual. And thank you for being on Quilt Fest. And we're going to show them how they can get a robotic system, okay?
Thanks, Blaine. Thanks, SMP Nation.
All right, Aubrey. Okay, everybody, this was the Butler Robotic Systems. And the first one we're showing you is called Butler Essentials. Now, what the Essentials is, it will turn any of your residential, just regular single needle sewing machines into a long arm robotic long arm. It's pretty cool. All you'll need is a stitch regulator and a frame that will support your domestic machine, and it'll go right on. You see the great price, $16.99 pricing on it. The next one we got is the Butler. Is this the basic? The basic. So the basic one has the 8-inch screen on it. This was going to fit just about every brand of long arm machine on the market that has a frame. It fits great on the King Quilter, and it'll fit just any brand out there. And this is the entry level with the 8-inch screen. And what the difference of the 3 that we're going to show you that fit on long arms is basically some of the features. As you go up, the features are unlocked. There's more features, and it has more designs, and the display's bigger. So this one's 8-inch. The next one is the deluxe model. It goes up from an 8-inch on the basic to a 10-inch screen on the deluxe. Opens up more designs that are inside the program, and it's going to unlock some features. And then when you go to the very top of the line one, this is the Pro version, has the 12-inch screen on it, and it unlocks all the features and has a lot more designs built in. So any one of these 3 will fit any brand of long arm out there, and then naturally that Essentials will fit on your domestic machines. If you have an interest in any of the Butler robotics you've seen this week on the show, give them a call at the call center at 800-401-8151. We got some great call-in specials on all of them, great pricing, and some financing available to make it easy for you to buy. All right, guys, we're going to move on, and we are going to have Juki in the house, and we got Tim Bond. So Tim, we had a little problem yesterday, but he's got it worked out. He's here today. Tim has been active in the sewing industry since the late 80s. When his parents purchased a sewing and vacuum store. Tim states he has so much fun at his job because he gets to play with the Juki machines all day long. So he's getting to play with them today. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to Tim Bond. Hey, Tim.
Hi, thank you, Blaine, for that wonderful introduction. And you know what? You use the word machine. I like to use the word toys because machine goes with work, and I'd rather have some fun with my toys.
Well, there you go. Well, hey, we're going to let you take it away. And we'll see you back here in about 30 minutes.
All right, great. Appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Today, I'm going to talk to you about 2 of our most popular selling Juki straight stitch only sewing machines. We're going to talk about the TL2000 QI, and we're going to talk about the TL2010. Now, They look very similar, and they are very similar because they're the same structure. But there are some unique features to each one that help you and will entice you to do more things. So let's start with just an easy comparison on the two machines so that you understand that they're kind of the same. So if you can look at it structure-wise, they're both the same structure with basically this 9-inch throat space, a raised up arch area so you can fit in bigger quilting projects or bigger sewing projects or even crafting projects, depending on what you're working on. Now, the other nice thing is that the controls for a TL are all basically the same in the same positions. So over here on this model and this model, we have our stitch length control. That's a big knob. It's got numbers on it. It's easy to dial. You can turn it around. You know, it's very simple. It's a mechanical machine based on industrial kind of parts. So it's very simplistic. Below that, you'll find a round button and an oblong button. Those are our needle up, needle down, which is a very important feature. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And of course, to manually activate our thread cut, which leads me to a nice feature that we have on both machines, and that is our foot control. Our foot control has two parts. The front part here is, I always talk about the blue dot on it. And I say, put the ball of your foot on the blue dot, and when you press down, that's how you make it sew. You're also taking your foot off the floor and putting your entire foot on the foot control. So now it's easier just to think consciously about pushing back on your heel to make it cut the thread. So you can activate the thread cutter here or by the button on the machine. Now, if you get a little heavy heeled, which I sometimes do, there's a block piece that you can put under here to keep that from accidentally cutting your thread. I would sew along, I'd raise my toe up, I'd inadvertently put my heel down and it would cut the thread. Then I'm going to use my little reverse button over here so that I can stitch back and correct that new break in the thread because I didn't really want to break the seam at that point. I see some comments about people love the controllers. I do too. I was very pleased with them. I've been using them since they came out on our F series like about 12 or 13 years ago. It did take a little getting used to, but once you do, you're going to find out they're just as smooth and as easy to use as any other foot control out there. So we talked about the foot control. We talked about the buttons on the machine, but we haven't talked about all the features on the machine that are similar. Both of the machines have the availability to drop the feed dogs. Now, this is important if you're doing quilting or thread painting, or I'm going to show you a little later on why there's another reason you want to be able to drop the feed dogs. Pressure foot pressure is another one of those features that you'll want to adjust. And you should always be conscious of what your pressure foot pressure is, because if you changed it on your last project and you forgot to move it back, guess what? It's not going to feed the same way as it did before. So you want to make sure that if you made a change, you want to change it back. And that's true on any of the settings, because remember, these are manual control machines. There's no automatic reset on it. The automatic reset is you reaching over to change it back to how you had it set previously. We also have a needle threader in our machines. Both of these models have a needle threader, and that's very convenient. And I'm going to show you about our needle threader later on, because a lot of people, I get a lot of questions when I go to shows, how do I use the needle threader? Well, I did a special video just for the presentation today going through the needle threader, so it'll be short, maybe a minute, minute and a half long. And you know what? I think you'll see that it's really not as difficult as people kind of make it out to be. It's really very simple once you see how it moves. So we take standard household needles. Oh, I don't have to go buy an industrial set of needles. I can use my regular needles. So if you have a multi-stitch machine and you're already using a quality brand needle in it, Schmetz or Oregon, guess what? You don't need to buy a different needle to put into your TLs. All of our TL models will use any Oregon or Schmetz standard needle. So if you're working on something with a knit and you want a ballpoint, you can put a ballpoint in. You want a sharp point, you can put a sharp point in. I even recommend using a top stitch needle at times, because if I'm doing free motion, I might want a little extra play in the eye of the needle when I'm doing that free motion, because we're doing things that machines really weren't kind of designed to do. We make them do it for us though, and the TLs will respond beautifully. So that's kind of the basics between the two. Now I want to point out some things on the differences between them so that you understand why I'm going to talk about buying this model as opposed to purchasing this model. And that has to do with the features, and they're kind of mechanical or control features of the machine. So I'm going to point right here on the 2010, And here on the 2000, I'm sorry, and on the 2010 over here, you see that this just has a wrap and there is no extra control knob. But over here, I have an extra control knob. I like to say you can set this once and forget it, which is true if all you're doing is piecing. But sometimes you're going to play with some specialty threads and you might need to adjust this to accommodate the stretchiness of thread. I don't have that feature over here on the 2000, which means I can use a larger variety of threads on my 2010. Well, what else does my 2010 have that my 2000 doesn't have? Well, over here on the side here, you see this little blue slider? This is a speed control. I don't have it on my 2000. And I'm going to talk about more on the slider in just a minute, but this is your speed control. Remember, we have that beautiful pedal, but sometimes we want to slow the machine down a little bit. And if I'm a little anxious, I might be pressing a little too hard on the foot control. Here, I can set that slider, that speed control on the machine so that it's not going to run away from me. Remember, our machines run 1,500 stitches a minute. Most standard household machines, even the bigger ones, run about 1,000. Some of them run even less. So these are going to be much faster than what you're probably used to. Hence, that speed control is going to be a nice feature to have. So now let's talk about the features that we have and why we want to buy one model versus the other model. So let's look at the 2000 first. By the way, this is not part of the machine. This is a little secret I'm going to unveil later on for you to look. Just a teaser. So our 2000, remember, it doesn't have that adjustment knob, doesn't have speed, but if all you're doing is straight stitch sewing and you want a powerhouse, a workhorse of a machine, the 2000 QI is the perfect option to choose from. Both of the machines come with a straight stitch foot, a walking foot, zipper foot, and an extension table. So there's really not a whole lot of extra for you to buy unless you want to get into some specialty things. Oh, specialty things. That's going to take me over to my 2010. Because on the 2010, remember I talked about our little extra control here for our thread? Well, that speed control also gives me extra control. So should I be doing, say, quilting, and I'm kind of new at doing free motion quilting on my machine, I would drop my feed dogs. I would adjust the speed to about halfway down, maybe even a little less if I was a little bit more timid or I'm brand new at doing it. Here's the trick with that. Because I have that speed control, I can press on the pedal and just mash it down and hold it. It's not going to run any faster than what I have it set for. So now that speed becomes constant on the machine, and I can comfortably match my movement to the speed of the machine. As you get more comfortable, you can speed this up. If you get really comfortable, you can run it at full speed, and then you become that mashing person between mashing the pedal, variation for speed, and your control of moving your quilt. So that's a nice feature to have in the 2010 that unfortunately is not in the 2000. But we're stepping up on what we want to do and what we are looking to do on our machine. So that gives us a great step up from the 2000 to the 2010, just for the quilters. Well, what about the crafters? What about everybody else who likes to do things? There are reasons to step up to the 2010 for that as well. Once again, that speed control comes in very handy. I can't tell you how handy it is, especially when you're sewing on thicker things. You don't necessarily need to fly through that project, but you're trying to wrestle with a thick sandwich. And I'm going to show you a sample about the thickness later on, but you're trying to wrestle that through the machine. You know what? Slow the speed down, let it control the speed. Now you don't have to worry about it running away with you. So speaking of thick sandwiches and speed, I want to show you a way that you should be able to test your machine to see if you can actually sew thicker sandwiches. The thicker sandwich means how thick can I put underneath the foot. So I'm going to flip over to a little video here, and as the video runs, I'm going to talk so that you'll be able to see it, and then we'll come back and talk some more about the rest of the machines. Okay, so stand by 1 second. So here I'm talking about the height of the foot. Now, we're not so concerned about the height coming off the plate. We're concerned about how much of a thickness we can put under there. So here I'm going to work with webbing. Now, this is an old dog leash thing that I did. I did embroidery on it. On the one side, as you can see, it says I'm walking the dog. On the other side, it says the dog is walking me. but there are two pieces of this webbing, and I'm folding it in half and folding it over again, so I get 6 layers of webbing. Now, like most of us, we're trying to get that big, thick sandwich underneath the foot. Well, here's a little trick for you. Don't try and put it under there without dropping the feed dogs. I can drop the feed dogs. Now the feed dogs aren't gripping that piece of sandwich or that bundle of fabric. I can slide right under the foot. So I'm going to place this piece of fabric under the foot so you can see. And I've got it just about placed for us there. You can see I got 6 layers. I'm putting my foot down. But before I take any stitches, I'm going to bring my feed dogs back up, because that is the important part that I want to pay attention to, is the needle dropping down when the feed dogs are not moving. Now, this is how you test. You're going to do all of this manual without having any thread on the machine. So if I can put my sandwich underneath and I can drop my needle in and the fabric is no longer moving, when the needle hits the point, when the point of the needle hits the fabric, that means that I can comfortably sew that thick of a bundle. Now you can see here I'm going to continue on because the needle's just gone straight down. The fabric's going to cycle up. Now you're going to watch the fabric cycle. So it's going to like it's taking a stitch, but I'm still continuing to test it because I want to make sure that when my needle touches the fabric, it's no longer traveling backwards. I don't care if it's dropping down, that's fine. On our machines, we have a box feed system. So those feed dogs come straight up, pushes the fabric to the back of the machine, and then it drops back down. This is also a time that you want to consider checking not only the thickness, but also the length of stitch that you're going to be sewing against that thickness. So I might be sewing 2 millimeter stitches. I might be sewing 3 millimeter stitches. So I want to check that as well. Now I've done my sewing. Now I want to wrestle this bundle out from underneath my foot. Well, the way I put it in is also the way I'm going to take it out. Because remember, when the needle is up, the feed dogs are up. So they're kind of gripping that fabric underneath. So I'm going to drop the feed dogs, raise my foot back up, and I can easily slide my little sandwich out. Now remember, I am testing. I'm not doing sewing at this point. So you can take this process and apply it to any machine out there that you're interested in sewing heavy items on. You might find that some machines have 1/4 of an inch clearance. Some machines have 1/8 of an inch clearance. Every machine is going to be a little different, but you should always be able to do a test to make sure it's going to accommodate your sandwich. Now, some people say, oh, just measure the height. The height doesn't tell you that much because once you put the foot down, the fabric is going to get squished down a little bit. That's why I'm pointing out here is that that foot flexes. And right now, if I measure just the foot, that's not giving me a true reading of the thickness I can run through the machine. So you're going to want to pay attention to being able to test that when you're looking for those heavier machines, or even a lighter machine that might be able to sew bulky items. You might be surprised that even some of the big machines are a little closer on their timing, so they're not able to handle a large, thick sandwich. So I'm going to come back to the stage. We're going to put our machine aside for now. Oh, you know what? I'm going to show you one other little piece here, maybe. And that is 8 layers. So now I'm showing you that I can sew 8 layers of this webbing. And once again, I am testing it. I am not actually sewing it, but you can see that it's going through all 8 layers. It is not pulling the needle. It's not deflecting the needle. It's just like butter, because that's what our Jukies sew like. They sew like butter through these thick problem areas. You want to make sure that you're using the proper needle for the type and weight of fabric, but you also want to make sure that you're not trying to put too much under the foot where you're grabbing that needle and dragging it with the movement of the fabric. Once again, I'm going to drop the feed dogs so I can slide it out. I do have that extra little bit of lift under my presser foot lifter so I can take it out, and you can see here that I have 8 layers of that webbing. Kind of amazing, isn't it? So that's the thickness check. So you're looking for a new machine, you're working on heavy items, that's what you're going to want to check. Take a bundle with you that you normally sew on. For example, you're a bag maker, you're a crafter, you're used to having 5 layers or 6 layers of fabric and batting or different things together, take that bundle with you to check out your new machine that you're looking, so that it does matter which model you're testing, because you want to make sure that what you want to do can be done on that machine. I can tell you there is nothing worse than getting home after you've got all excited about buying a machine and it doesn't do what you want it to do. That is very depressing. So that's our test. But we talked about our needle threader earlier, and I want to show you about our needle threader because so many people give me questions on it. And I think it's kind of important to know exactly how easy it is. So we're going to switch our screens over here again, and we're going to talk about our needle threader. So hopefully everybody can see this. You'll always want to start with a needle up, needle down. That way your needle stops in the correct position. You don't want to touch the hand wheel on machines that have that. On our machine, this is shot from the side, so you're seeing me push down the threader as it pivots into position. Yes, it pivots inside the arm because the needle threads from the outside to the inside. So it's pivoting into position and putting a stylus through the eye. Now, I changed my angle here so that you can see, because if I continued the other way, my hand would be more in the way. But you can see that that mechanism is pivoting into position. And now I'm going to put the thread on the back side of that little metal tab. And as I pull it to the front, I'm going to gently pull to the right, and it's going to slide up through its little guide into the stylus. Look, there's my loop. I've threaded the needle on my machine. Now, everybody wants to give you a view from the front of the machine, but this angle shows you exactly how the operation works, and you can have a better idea of how you can understand the operation itself. There's nothing worse than looking at the machine going, I don't understand the movement, because they're exposing you to the wrong view. This side view, now you can see exactly how the movements are and where the threads need to go. So we've talked about lots of things, and I still get questions when I go to shows, and I want to talk about this because I think this is important to everybody, and it doesn't matter what brand of machine you buy, but maintenance is always something that you want to know about when you're buying a new machine. How much maintenance do I have to do? Lots of machines have gotten so much easier in their maintenance, but you know what? This is a mechanical machine. It's going to need some maintenance. Now, by maintenance, I mean not just keeping the lint out. I'm talking about lubrication. There's an easy rule of thumb when you're buying a Juki product. If you're buying a Juki product, in the box, if there is a bottle of oil, you need to oil the machine. If you open up the brand new box and there's no oil in it, that means there is nothing for you to lubricate. There's nothing for you to do. That doesn't mean the machine doesn't need to be serviced by a qualified Juki service tech. That way, they will refresh the lubrication inside the machine as needed during its regular visit. But how do I do maintenance on a TL? So I'm going to point out 7 items on the TL that you need to pay attention to as you are using your machine and wanting to take care of it, making sure it's clean, and why we do this. And I'm going to tell you that if you pay attention to my tips here, your life expectancy of your machine will be greater and you will have less problems with it. So I'm going to switch my video over so I can show you the oiling video, and we're going to talk about it as it rolls. So we're going to open up the side here. Gosh, it's dark in there. Let me get some light on that. So, okay, and here's my flashlight. Here we go. So now I can see inside the side. Ooh, mine's awfully dirty inside there. I should have done a better job before I did this video. And, you know, it's not bad to have lint in there, but you're going to want to dust it out. But I want to pay attention to oiling because I want to take my bobbin out. So I'm going to remove my bobbin case. It has my bobbin in it. And you can see in there, there is 2 rings, and I'm pointing with my little pen oiler that pen oiler is pointing to where I want it to be. I'm going to pause this a second, I hope, or maybe I'll just back it up. So that's an easy part. A drop of oil when you put a new bobbin in. On the bed of the machine, there's those 2 ports that I pointed to. You're going to put a drop of oil in those ports about 3 or 4 times a year. If you use your machine a lot, you're going to need to do those a little bit more frequently. On the top of the machine, there are 4 oil ports. You can see them here. I'm pointing to them. This last one I'm pointing to there and behind the little screw, that one's the easiest one to look in because in that one, there's a wick. and you can generally see that wick inside there. That wick is like a little reservoir. You want to put a drop of oil on it if it looks like it's white. That's generally going to give you an indication for the other wicks in the top as well. Now, white means it's dry. Gray or dirty looking means it's wet. So once again, you're going to want to look at that wick, check it out. You might need to get a flashlight in there to do that, but you're going to want to check that particular port especially. I found the easiest one to look at. I can look down the side there with my light and I see, oh, that one looks a little white. I'm going to need to put a drop of oil in. You do not want to over oil your machine. Remember, oil reacts to gravity. So if I put oil at the top, guess where it's going to travel? Down through the machine. On this part, it's going to travel down through the mechanism that could drip on your fabric if you have too much oil up here at the top. Over here, it could drop onto and interfere with some of the internal workings of the machine. And of course, if you have too much oil on all of it, it's all going to eventually collect in the bottom of the machine. Now, you may not realize it, but when you take it in for service, your service guy is going to realize that, ooh, they're a little heavy on the oil. They might let you know that you need to lighten up on the oil. Now, like I said, oiling is dependent on how much you use the machine. I always like to talk about, oh, what did you do all day Saturday? I spent all day Saturday in my sewing room sewing. That doesn't mean I was running my machine. That means I was in my sewing room doing things. I could have been cutting out a pattern. I could have been cutting out blocks. I could have been putting blocks together. I could have been sorting my sewing room, my stash. Oh, we never do that. That's too much work. But how much actual time did I spend running my machine? That's the key indicator as to how much use you have on your machine. If you sew every day, I'm talking about running the machine for an hour or 2 hours every day, you're going to need to have a little bit more attention to the oil. But if I sew once a week, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, and I might put 30 minutes of total sewing on it, I can probably get away with a little longer interval. But the best thing, the really best thing, is to mark your calendar about every 90 or 120 days, just as a reminder to say, oh, I need to check my machine. Now, if I'm working on a really linty product and I get all this lint from down in here and I'm pulling it out, I'm removing some of that lubrication. So I need to check that as well. So I hope you found this information helpful, and I'm hoping that this will guide you towards buying that next TL machine from, of course, our folks here at Sewing Machines Plus, but a Juki TL you can't go wrong with. Workhorse, dynamite, don't be afraid of it. Just remember, it's mechanical. Things you change, you want to set back because it doesn't remember. Sometimes I don't remember. But you can work through it just by doing a few simple steps every time you sit down with the machine to help you remember that I did this, this worked for me. I know lots of people have a pad out. They make little notes so that they know they were working on this project and they used this thread, this needle, and it worked out great. I'm hoping I can thank you for your time. And I wonder if I have any questions maybe I can answer for you, or if the folks at Sewing Machines Plus have some questions for us. I see I've got some nice comments out there. I want to thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Tim. We sure do appreciate you coming on and being part of Quilt Fest. We're going to tell them how they can get these two machines, okay?
Great. Sounds good. Oh, can I have just 30 seconds more?
Yes.
Great. I told you I had a little sneak preview.
Yes.
So what else can you do with a straight stitch machine? We have an EB1, electronic button holder. And hopefully our folks here at Sewing Machines Plus will invite us back and we can do a demonstration on the EB1. It sews multiple styles of buttonholes. It sews it like it's an embroidery because you're hooping the fabric into the clamp system and it moves it like an embroidery machine to create your buttonholes. Beautiful buttonholes down to 5 millimeters. Okay, I've used my 30 seconds. Thanks, Blaine.
All right, Tim. Good seeing you, buddy. All right, everybody. That was the Juki 2000 I and the 2010. I mean, sorry, the 2010 Q. That's what you're seeing on the screen right now. That comes with the extension table. $999. It does have a call-in special. So make sure y'all get on the phones and give us a call if you're interested in that. This is our #1 selling Juki machine. And then we have the 2000 QI. Also comes with that extension table. Both machines. This one's $919. So great call-in specials on both of them. If you're interested in either one, this is our #2 selling Juki machine that we sell. So both of them are great buys. get on the phone right now and give them a call, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we are counting down till the end. We have 30 minutes left of demonstrations, and then we are going to get to announcing our winners for the quilt contest. We're going to pick our 5th finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway, and then we're going to give some stuff away. So we're counting it down to the end. We're happy that y'all stayed in here with us this whole time. But next up, we're going to go to the land of grace, and we have Melinda Romero. She is SMP's personal account executive at Grace and provides world-class customer service. Melinda graduated from Salt Lake Community College and is currently based in West Valley City, which is outside of Salt Lake City. And then with her, we got Jana Matthews. Jana Matthews is the sales manager at Grace Company. She joined the company a little over a year ago as an account executive, and since being promoted, she has had the opportunity to work with both customers and dealers across the country. So y'all give a big SMP welcome to both Melinda and Jana. Hey ladies.
Hi, Blaine. Blaine, how are you today?
Doing fantastic. Thank y'all for being part of Quilt Fest all week. And I know we're saving the best for last, so we're gonna let you take it away, and we're counting it down.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Blaine. We are happy to be here. I think Jane said it a few times this week, saving the best for last.
I know the last thing. Can you believe Quilt Fest is over? I'm so sad.
It was so. Did you have a chance to look at any of the
Oh
quilts?
yeah, they were so beautiful.
They
I can't fathom how much time went into all those. How much quilting.
I know. Quilt shows, whether it's Quilt Fest with SMP, all the different shows that we get to travel to and see all the amazing quilts. I'm always just in such awe. People are so talented.
It's true.
And it's like, I could never think, to do something like that.
It's so fantastic. Yeah.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I will say that's probably the best perk, one of the best perks about being in this position here at Grace Company, just having the opportunity, to see so many quilts, and it truly is art.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I'm happy that we get to be contributing to some of that artwork, right?
Right.
So today we're going to be talking about QCT, but you'll notice Melinda and I are in different colors than we have been all week.
Yes.
We knew that St. Patrick's Day is coming up on Monday, and so we wanted to have a little bit of the Irish look come with us into today.
Yes.
And so if you're Irish, if you're not, if you're whatever, this is the time to make the decision to buy the QCT Pro.
Luck of the Irish.
The luck of the Irish, exactly.
So, yes. And another fun day today. Today's National Pie Day.
Yeah, 3.14. So
yes, we hope everybody got their pie.
Yes, usually quilters talk about cake. We're talking about pie. So
yes, or jelly rolls.
Or jelly rolls. There you go.
Yeah. So awesome. So I am super excited, talking about our automation software, QCT6. It's amazing. I'm the quilter. I appreciate free motion quilting because I know I'm not perfect. I know that some things, it's okay to have some imperfections. But when you want something to be perfect, QCT6 is the way to go.
We've been talking about so many different products all week, right? On Tuesday, we talked about the Little Rebel and the Cutie, and people have asked, okay, so I can get that, but I can't add the automation. You can. You can add automation to all our machines and all our current frames. So if you have the Little Rebel.
Except the mini quilter.
Well, that's not really a frame. That's like an accessory. But yeah, the mini quilter can't do automation, but all the rest can. So if you've got the Little Rebel up to the 21 and any of the frames that you would put it on that we currently own and produce, because there are some that are still compatible with it, but that's the easiest way to know. If it's a current one that's being sold through Sewing Machines Plus, you can put automation with it and that machine.
Yes.
But we're going to talk about the 3 different tiers. Now, if you've been thinking, I'm not ready for automation, or I'm really curious about automation and what it can do, we're going to go over all the tiers. We're going to go over why you would buy which one,
some of the designs. It's going to be super, super great.
Yes, yes. So we've been producing automation for a number of years. I started with Grace Company when we were on QCT5 and we had beginnings and pro. Now we're all the way up to QCT6 and we've added that awesome third layer.
Yeah.
So, we have QCT6 edge to edge, QCT6 Plus, which was the previous version of QCT5 beginnings. And then we have QCT6 Pro, again, equivalent to QCT5 Pro. Now, I think one of the best things is if you're still on QCT5, you can update to QCT6. It's
For
a free
no
update.
charge. No charge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And when you update, whether you have beginnings or pro, when you update to 6, to 6 Plus or Pro, you get the new additional layer, so QCT6 edge to edge. So you're not going to miss out on that tier. So let's
and it comes with 100 different patterns, just that one. So update, no charge. Upgrade, there is a cost. So if you had QCT5 beginnings and you're ready for that Pro and you're wanting to go up to QCT6 Pro, there's a cost there. But if you're going straight across, just an update, no charge.
Yes, yes. So phenomenal. And you know, I've been at tons of different shows. I've dabbled with other brands of software. Last week, I was working in a booth that Tim was working, the Juki booth, and they had the Juki Mayabi set up with automation, and I walked over and it's like, oh, that looks very familiar. I know how to use that one. So it's amazing, that QCT6 or QCT software in general can touch, different branded machines, but so many customers worldwide. So let's get into it.
Okay, so first I'm going to show here a screen that shows all the different tiers. Now, like we said, there were 3 different tiers. QCT6, that's the basic edge to edge. Plus has a little bit more. Pro has a little bit more. And then we'll talk about the gold card. That's a subscription service for over a year.
Yes. Now, one thing I want to point out, if you're looking at the QCT6 Pro column, you can see that it has everything 6 Plus has. And then, of course, 6 Plus does everything QCT6 does. So again, each tier, really, it's just a building on what the previous tier gave you.
Right, and you still have those capabilities. Recently I was talking to a customer who said, I didn't realize when I got 6 Pro, I could still go back and use my 6 edge to edge. And yes, besides just accessing those patterns, you can also get all that process. So let's start with the edge to edge 6. We're gonna go into it here, and it's gonna show you what that screen looks like. Really quick though, I wanna show you that all the QCT sections have this section for user manuals. This is a great PDFs, introduces you to how to do things. Each QCT6 version though, you get a thumb drive, flash drive, whatever you want to call it, and it comes with 3 versions. So you want to make sure that you put one on the tablet that's going to run your machine, and then you want to also maybe put one on a laptop or another tablet or desktop so that you can look at these user manuals, these instructions, without having to jump back and forth between your edge to edge and your user manual.
Right, and you can do it where you're comfortable. So I know I oftentimes will just leave my tablet where it is with my machine, everything's set up. But I have my laptop, I can go sit on the couch with it. When I'm traveling, I have my laptop. So if I feel that I ever need, to look at these tutorials, any of these files, I can do that anywhere. I don't necessarily have to have my tablet with me. Again, install the software on up to 3 devices. You're golden. You're good to go wherever you may be, anywhere that you would need to and want to look at the software.
Yeah, so with edge to edge, you're going to have a built-in tutorial. So as we go into here, right away it's going to welcome us. We can scan this QR code for more information. It's going to have me set my safe area. Now, all the versions of QCT and pretty much any automation is going to have you set up your safe area. It's going to have you set your top left. So I'm going to move my machine over, and then I'm going to move to my bottom right.
And one thing I just want to point out, so can we go back?
Go back?
Yep, so we'll go, there we go. So in the picture, you can see where the machine is, and it's the corners that you're setting for the safe area actually come off your quilt top. You want to be able to, quilt edge to edge on your quilt top. I've answered so many questions, or so many people, when I'm setting the safe area, ask, why are you going off the quilt top? Well,
that's
where
you're quilting, yeah.
Yes. So just wanted to point that out, just so everybody, we're all on the same page.
So next I'm going to choose my design. As you can see here, these are all edge-to-edge designs that will flow from one section to the other. It's going to be continuous depending on how big I've set up my quilt area. So Melinda's going to select our snowflake. We had snow last night.
Last night and this morning.
I wanted to see the blood moon last night. It was too cloudy and snowy, too bad.
Too rainy.
It
was
too
awful.
Rainy, yeah. So once we've selected our image, we're going to hit next, and then it's going to allow us to design for the height. So right now it's set for 2 5/8. I can click that forward and do larger amounts. I could shrink it if I wanted to, make it the design that you're wanting, and then you hit next. Now, throughout this, you can set it up so that the automation tutorials happen right away.
And
now,
we'll show them. So
yes,
this is what
she just pushed the help button.
Like. Yep. All right, so you can see it's telling us, this is the step that helps you visualize and set how much space or how many inches are between your rows. So there's not a ton of customization options with QCT6 edge to edge. You can change the design height and the distance between your rows. Simple, basic. That's what the edge to edge tier allows you to do.
Mm-hmm. So as I'm going to close that and go to our next section, it's going to have me set up what type of section we are on our quilts. Are we at the top? Are we in the middle? Are we in the end? Or if you'll notice on the right, it has this project fits completely in our safe area. Yes. So you're allowed to check all that section. I'm going to say we're at the middle.
And then, of course, a little bit more on the tutorial and how to, why, and all that fun information.
So it's going to have me set all these sections for the edge to edge of where I'm placing that pattern. Now, I'm not going to go through all of that because we want to show the other versions. But just as you see here, as I set that section, it will go through and turn those nodes green, just so that we know what's going on.
Yes, and at this step, I recommend having a chalk pencil, some sort of marking tool, so you can mark on your quilt exactly where you're placing those nodes. Mm-hmm. If you place a node and you move the machine to the other side, and then you're coming back, you're like, wait, where did I place that?
Even, I know people have used stickers before, and yes, that's great as well. Just make sure that the sticker sticks onto the fabric and not comes with your machine once you roll over it, because then that can be an issue too.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get out of here, and we're going to go to the next tier, which is our QCT6 Plus. So you can see there's a little bit difference there. We now have a select and sew. So the pantograph for edge to edge, it only does pantograph, which is one design, the whole quilt.
Well, the whole row.
The whole row,
right?
But the whole design, like as you're going along, it will repeat that design as you're going along.
Yes.
Now with this pantograph, it's only going to do 2 rows together, and we have the select and sew option. So here I'm going to choose, I now have 200 more designs that have block patterns, continuous lines, triangles.
And again, we can just see those different folders right at the top. the different options. So again, with 6 Plus, this library has about 200 different patterns. And then if you can see the file types at the bottom of the screen, you can upload different patterns. They have to be at least one of those file types. And I do know, there's other software programs that can convert different file types into a different file type, including some of these that are listed.
Yeah, now I want to be clear on, because I saw a question, they were asking about the designs. There's 100 in Edge to Edge and 200 more in Plus and Pro.
Yes.
So you get 300 total, because I want to show you, even though we're looking here in this design, if I come up here to patterns, I can come back to my Edge to Edge and select those designs as well. So you don't have to just only get those designs in the Edge to Edge version, you can get them in the Select and Sew.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to select this teddy bear here. Seems like a good thing for today. And you can see that there's different ways that we can set this block up. Right now I have it on on 4 point. I can do block, which is 2. I can have 2 points where it starts and stops. 1 point, which is kind of less precise. I prefer the 4 points because as I do those 4 points, that's exactly where my block is going to be. So if I have made a quilt block a little too small, then it's okay. So as I touch these nodes, I'm going to get a green line or light for my next section. And you can see that it's starting to change because I have it into the stretch. Now I've purposely made this one a little bit taller than the other one. You can see how that angle works. It will stretch it to the line I made, or I can touch the fit at the bottom and it'll keep the proportion of the bear, but just still put it in my block. So let me fix this node again here.
That is a wonky square.
That's a wonky square. So you can see I can stretch him out or I can fit him into place.
Yes.
The other thing that you can do is you can flip this design. So I can flip him left and right, I can flip him up and down, and I can rotate him. So maybe I want him on his side, maybe a little bit more. However you're wanting to place it, you can put it in there that way. If I decide I want to just go back, I can press that 0 right next to the reverse and it gets it right back to where it needs to be.
Yes. So I love being able, like the select and sew option. That's great for a simple block design. Just the patterns, they're super cute, super fun. You can add more different patterns into the library. I love that the software, it's intuitive. It's easy to understand. So I love that about our software.
Yeah, so once I place that pattern and sew it, for time, we're just gonna go past this here and come back to our Pro option. Now you'll notice that the screen changed again. We got some additional features, right? We still have the select and sew, like Melinda was saying. Everything edge to edge goes into Plus, everything from Plus goes into Pro. And now we have some special Pro features, which is really all about design, right?
It is. So I think my favorite option is the Quilt CAD. Just being able to, custom design the entire quilt block by block. I can, create in a sense, a border. I can create a checkerboard pattern option, different features. It's just awesome what the software allows you to do.
So she was selecting, you can just select one whole row. You can select the grid itself.
Checkerboard.
You can select a couple of different ones. So if you come in and select that pattern, let's do that bear again because I thought he was fun. And then I'm going to place him. It's going to automatically load it into my checkerboard pattern and I can quilt it. Now, you have to make sure, yes, this is a checkerboard and it's set for the design of the safe area that we've done. So you would put in your entire system of what the patterns would be. There's our multi-pattern tool. So bears and butterflies, what better to do on a Friday,
I know,
right?
Right?
Well, my favorite part of our design features is the pattern CAD. Now, pattern CAD, you can draw your own stuff if you have a picture of someone or something, a drawing that your child did. We recently had someone who took a picture of Moab, the arches there. You can come in and draw or trace, and then you have your own pattern, whatever you're wanting to do. And if you're going along and you're like, what is this? No, let me try again. You can always come up to that red X at the top and try something a little bit different.
Yes. You know, one comment that I absolutely fell in love with. So yes, you talked about the Moab picture and the arches. My nieces and nephews always draw me pictures.
Oh, yes.
My husband, you know, for his line of work, you know, he's out throughout the entire Salt Lake, northern Utah area, you know, helping customers with appliance installations and meeting all types of people. Kids always draw him pictures. And
cute.
You know, it's cute. But somebody once said, you know, that next picture your granddaughter or, you know, your nephew, your niece, whoever draws you, you know, you can
Scan it in,
trace that picture, and then you can quilt that picture right on your quilt. And I was like, why didn't I think of that?
Right?
You know, so
make that even more personal to the kids that are happening, so that they can, well, I only got this quilt from them, but I also have all these things. So drawing, right? Another one that goes along with that is the record function. So record, again, you're thinking, okay, well, how do I take a picture of that? How do I import it into the system? And then I got to draw it. Well, instead, you can just do record, and then when I hit the record section, as it comes up, you'll see, okay, now I can just start recording.
You have a blank canvas.
Right, blank canvas. I'm going to hit record, and I'm going to trace this little wash. I don't know, what is this called? The little starburst here. And you can see as I'm moving the machine, it is drawing on there. Now, no harm, no foul. If I don't get right to the lines, that's okay. It's going to tell me, hey, it's processing. Did we get it to the end? And now I have it. Now I can save it. I can clear it and go, oh my goodness, that was not as good as I hoped it would be. I can try again. There's nothing that you have to worry about that now it's set and this is how it's going to quilt, right? I can clear it and try again. So that's another really great, fantastic thing about the Pro features that you're gonna have to do. And then lastly is the Pro with the gold card.
Yes.
Now you have to have Pro to get the gold card subscription. I'm gonna come back in here and you can see these additional features coming in. And then now we have this gold card function in there, all the different features within. My favorite is the Eclipse feature.
Yes, I use that. Well, I've used it a few times, but I know people absolutely love it. People always ask if I have my design quilted across my quilt, but I don't want anything stitched, you know, within a certain block. How do I do that?
It's the opposite of quilting, right? It's that section. You can do that edge to edge and then make it eclipse in that middle section.
Yes.
Maybe you're going to go back and do some free motion, or you're going to do a pattern placement, but that gives that option in there. The other one I really love is the fabric compensator. Let me see if it'll pull up. This is great for when you're quilting your corners or sections. You can't tell me that your fabric, even as great as you put it on the frame, is completely flat and it's easy to do. This fabric compensator will help with those long patterns, that kind of morphing them into the type of fabric that you've got going on, so you don't have that issue. And then another one I really love, one of our coworkers started using it, is the font stitcher.
Yes.
She started putting in
little messages,
yeah,
or song lyrics or quotes, you know, in her quilts, and you know, when you just glance at the quilt, you don't necessarily see those hidden messages.
Mhm.
But then she's like, look what I put here. And you can see whatever it may be. She's a Swiftie fan, and she's had some great song lyrics and different things. And it's like, that's amazing.
Yeah, just another way to do it, right?
Yeah.
I've also seen someone write that they had gotten a love note from their husband, and so they made him a quilt, and then they wrote the things he had said in the love note on there. So stuff that you would never think about, like if you just get focused on popcorn and swirls
and feathers
right? All the other ways that you can put things into your quilt.
Yes.
And then of course your borders and corners and your corner makers, all fun features. Now again, this gold card feature is a 1-year subscription, but if you have Pro and you're thinking, oh, I'm ready to get gold, buy one now from S&P and get a second one, but don't activate it.
Well, you can activate it. They're just going to run concurrent.
Right.
But if you're planning, I don't know, a 2-month vacation or something,
Yeah.
And you don't want to lose that time, maybe wait to activate that second
Yeah,
gold
so when
card.
you're ready to go, because they don't expire until you activate it, and then it has the whole year running. So don't worry about like, oh, I can't buy it all when it's on sale, because then it'll run out. That's not true. So I wanted to make sure we answered all the questions
I
that we
do want to
had.
add one more thing. So
'Kay.
with gold cards, so
Yes.
with Pro, in the software, you have the 100 patterns from edge to edge, 200 patterns between Plus and Pro. When you add gold card, there's monthly patterns that are uploaded into the software.
Yes,
and
yeah, good point,
They're
yeah.
free. Yes, you've paid for the gold card access, but those patterns get uploaded and you have access to those. So again, more patterns. Who doesn't love
Who doesn't
more
have
patterns?
more patterns to play around with? Yeah.
Right.
So one of the other questions I saw was, can they put, even though we talked about all the machines that it's available with, can you put it on other, like a domestic? Not yet. We don't have that available. It's only with the Qnique machines and the Little Rebel with our frames. And again, the mini quilter isn't counting as one of those frames. So don't think, oh, I'll get the Little Rebel and the mini quilter and I'll be set. You got to make sure that you've got at least the QD up to the Evolution Elite to run that.
And another thing to kind of point out, when you get your automation box, so you'll receive a motor plate that installs on the underneath of your carriage, a long belt that will install across the width of the frame, a short belt which will install on the carriage itself, all the mounting hardware, everything that you need to install the software, or I should say the components on your machine and frame. You'll receive a thumb drive that has the actual software to install on the tablet.
And the tablet doesn't come with it.
The tablet isn't included, so you would need a Windows-based tablet separate from the automation purchase. Now, let's say, you, I don't know, have a 15 Pro right now on a,
Continuum
I don't know,
frame.
I was going to say a Q-Zone hoop, but let's say you make the decision, okay, this is the year, I'm going to do it. I'm going to upgrade to the 21X Elite on the Evolution Elite frame. You don't have to buy the software again. Make sure to take the motor plate, the belts, everything off your current setup. So the carriage, the frame, take all of those components off to be able to install them on the new frame.
Yes, and you have, when you get it, don't think, oh, I have some leftover parts, there's a problem. It comes with all the pieces that connect to the current machines and frames.
Right.
So hold on to those in case you do upgrade so that you'll have them for the future. But, okay, I think we've covered all the different topics. I do want to remind everybody one more time, update. So if you're going from a previous version of QCT to 6, that's free. Upgrade to go from a smaller level to an upper level, that's the cost, but it's totally doable. So dreaming, I know so many people are dreaming.
Yes, all 3 tiers are available to purchase. If you have a lower tier and you're thinking now's the time I want to upgrade, you can, S&P has fantastic pricing for upgrades as well as the full version QCT6 Edge to Edge Plus or Pro.
Yeah, so I think we're ready to see what kind of fantastic pricing
Yeah.
that Sewing Machine Plus has.
Well, thank y'all so much, and thank Grace for being a part of Quilt Fest as one of the sponsors, and we're going to tell them how they can get it. We'll see y'all later, okay?
All right, awesome.
Thank
Thanks
you,
so much,
Blaine.
Blaine.
All righty. Okay, guys, this is the Creative Touch right here. We have a call-in special on it. Now, there's 3 versions of this. There's the Standard, the Plus, and the Pro that's available. And we have, it starts at $26.99 and goes up. So just call 800-401-8151. They can explain at the call center the different ones, just like Melinda and Jana did, and kind of get the best one for your needs. And but anyway, got a great special on it right now, so don't pass this up. 800-401-8151. All right, guys, that concludes all the demonstrations of Quilt Fest 2025. Can y'all believe it? It's already end of day. Just wanted to let you know all the specials that we had on the show and all the ones that you didn't see on the show, they're all going to be good through end of business tomorrow. Our call center closes at 3:30 p.m. On Saturday Pacific time. So make sure if you have any last minute things you saw on the show, or if you're watching it tonight, a tape delay, and you see something that you want to get, you still have till Saturday afternoon, 3:30 Pacific time to call in and get those specials. All right, so we are ready to do a drawing, and we're going to draw. So here's what we're going to do. First thing we're going to do is draw our 5th finalists for the Dream Studio giveaway that's worth $25,000. And then we got to award some quilt people. Did you bring the ribbon and the scissors? Oh, we forgot them, huh? Okay, well, we can't show the prizes. All right, but we can still show you the Dream Studio giveaway right there. And so let's go ahead and draw our 5th finalist. Andrew, spin that wheel. The 5th finalist right here. Diane Gerling. So congratulations, Diane, watching today from YouTube. So now Kyle is off running. He's going to go print her name out so we can have it here, and we'll show each name, and then I'll throw them in a hat and we'll pull them out. All right, so what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and start talking about our winners for the quilt. So you can come back to me, Andrew. And so congratulations to our 5 finalists, and we're going to draw those out at the end and see who gets the $25,000 Dream Studio. But we still have to give away some other things. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you the winner and the winning quilt for the People's Choice Award. And first of all, let's show what they're going to win, Andrew. So the first place in the People's Choice is the Baby Lock Accomplish 2 sewing machine with the free walking foot. That's going to be the first place for the People's Choice Award. And so, Andrew, are we ready to reveal? And the winner is, for the People's Choice, there it is, the Stargazer quilt by Leah T.
Beautiful.
Stargazer quilt by Leah T. That is our People's Choice Award-winning quilt. Got the most votes. And so congratulations to Leah on that. All right. So let's show what 3rd place of the judges' choice is going to win. Here's what 3rd place is going to win. They're going to win that Handy Quilter HQ Stitch 310 sewing machine. And then they're going to get the everybody who wins a place with the quilts, they're going to get that county fair ribbon to put on their quilts for what place they get. And then first place in the People's Choice, she will get a golden scissors trophy. And then whoever the judge's choice for first place will get a golden scissors trophy as well. But 3rd place, you're going to get this sewing machine. You're going to get a county fair ribbon and just the prestige of saying you got 3rd place, right? In Quilt Fest. And the third place quilt goes to, there it is, The World of Happy Colors by Barbara G. Barbara G was the third place winner. Look at that. That was my favorite. I love that quilt.
Beautiful.
It does. And if you look, y'all can't see it at probably the details like we could when they posted it, sent the photos in, but you can see pretty good on the when you went to vote on them on those pages. It blows up pretty good, but the detail is just unreal with this one. So congratulations, Barbara G. She is going to get that county fair trophy and that Handy Quilter 310 sewing machine as a prize. All right, second place, Judges' Choice. They're getting that Husqvarna Viking Opal 690Q sewing machine with a free extension table and a $150 gift card. Pretty good prize. Here we go. And they're going to get that county fair ribbon. For the second place quilt is, there it is, Through the Jungle by Susie P.
That was my favorite. My favorite.
This is awesome as well. I mean, the beautiful, beautiful quilt. Love it.
Very intricate.
Yeah, it really was. And so they are, that's our second place. And for the first place, Judges' Choice, let's see what they're going to win. They are going to get that Baby Lock Sashiko 2 sewing and quilting machine. Great, great prize. They're going to get the county fair ribbon to put on that winning quilt, and they're getting the golden scissors trophy.
They're solid gold, right?
Solid gold. I don't think so, Kyle.
Yeah, probably not. Solid.
That'd be more than our $25,000 Dream Studio. All right, so the winning quilt of Quilt Fest 2025 Judges' Choice in what's it called? Best of Show.
Best of Show, yes.
Here it is. The winning quilt is Joan of Arc by Amanda H. Beautiful quilt. Very detailed. I think they got a lot of votes too.
They did, yes.
Yeah, they got a lot of votes in the People's Choice.
This one almost won People's
Yeah, it almost won the People's Choice. It was very, very close. But the judges chose this one, and it was pretty awesome. I didn't have to vote again this year. That's 4 or 5 years in a row I've never had to vote because I'm the tiebreaker, and they always seem to get it right. It's awesome. So I really do appreciate our judges that helped judge the contest, and it made it a lot easier on us. I tell you, I'd hate to have to be stuck with that challenge of trying to judge on all those. I tell you, I worry about me having a judge being the tiebreaker. I really do. But anyway, some great quilts. We want to just thank everybody who entered a quilt. I tell you what, it does take a lot of guts just to put yourself out there in front of people and let them see your work. And, I tell you, you don't be intimidated by it, though. You have to start somewhere, and who cares if you mess it up? But I tell you what, all the quilts were just awesome. Great participation this year, and we had tens of thousands of votes. We appreciate everybody that went out and voted. And so what a great Quilt Fest. It's been a great one. All right, so let's give a few prizes away, and then we will put our names in the hat and draw for the Dream Studio giveaway. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to give a $25 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus for one lucky viewer. Andrew, spin that wheel. Here we go. Are watching today from YouTube, you just won yourself a $25 gift card. To claim that prize sent to you, you need to go to smplive.tv, scroll down to the very bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information, complete, hit submit. Once we get that in, we will email you a gift card code that you can put in at your checkout at SMP and save $25 off your purchase. All right, next up, we're going to give away 2 of our world famous sewing mats to 2 different people. Our first winner is going to go, here we go. Spin that wheel, Andrew. Ralphie Nix. All right, spin it again. We're going to give another one. Spin it again. Ralphie Nix is our first winner of a sewing mat. Let's see who our second winner is going to be. Diane Zimmerman. So Ralphie and Diane, here's how you're going to claim your prize. You need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information complete. Hit submit. Well, before you hit submit, most importantly, in the notes section, put what size of sew mat, what color you want, then hit submit, and we'll get those out to you as soon as we get the information. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Brother P-Touch label maker, $130 value, plus we're going to throw in $100 worth of tape to go in this. These are awesome. They connect to your by Bluetooth to your smartphone. You can do all the work with the Brother app that they have for the P-Touch, and then you just hit print, and it just prints it Bluetooth right to the little printer, and you'll have plenty of tape to use. So, Andrew, spin that wheel. Gail H is our winner watching today from YouTube. So Gail, what we need you to do to claim that prize is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information, all complete, hit submit, and we will get that out to you with your tape as soon as we get that information. All right, next up, we are going to give away a Burnett Sew and Go sewing machine by Bernina. So Andrew, spin that wheel. Desiree. So Desiree is watching from YouTube today. So congratulations, Desiree. You just won yourself a Sew and Go Burnett machine made by Bernina. And to claim that prize, you need to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information complete, hit submit, and we'll get that machine shipped right out to you. All righty, guys, the time everybody's been waiting for. All right, so I have my little giveaway bucket, which you can't see it, but it's right here. Trust me. I'll do it back here. There we go. All right, so my giveaway bucket's right there. Our first name on day one was Bonnie Spicer. Y'all can probably see it right there. She was our first, our Monday finalist. All right. Then Tuesday's was Hope Bird. Hope Bird. Okay. Jana Elliott was Wednesday's finalist. You see her name? We hit 8 hours? Uh-oh. So I think we just lost Facebook people, so they're gonna have to come over to YouTube. Carla Gill was Thursday's finalist. You see her name right there. And today's finalist. It was Diane Geerling. I think that's how you pronounce it, Diane. Sorry for butchering your name. Diane. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw out the runner-ups. What do you think? I'm going to draw the runners-up out first. So here's what all the runner-ups win. They are going to win an Elena Experience 530 computerized sewing machine. That's what the first four that I pull out win that. And then the last person still in there, they win the Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000. Are y'all ready? All right, here we go. First winner.
For the Elena machine.
This is Elena. Let's see who it is. Oh, we got a winner. Bonnie Spicer.
Elena machine.
All right, so that is our runner-up. One of the runner-ups. Okay, here, let me. Here's the next runner-up. Carla. Oh, I just tore it. Carla Gill. All right, that was runner-up number 2. Here's runner-up number 3.
Runner-up.
Jana Elliott.
All right, Jana. we got Diane and
There's 2 names left. 2 names. All right.
Bird. All right. Diane and Hope Bird.
Is it Hope Bird and Diane?
Yes.
That's
This
it.
next one's a runner-up. So whoever's not picked is the Dream Studio.
This is the runner-up right here.
Yes, this is a runner-up.
Okay, so I got the runner-up in my left hand. I've got the winner in my right.
Okay.
Here we go. Y'all ready?
Yes.
At the same time, let's see if I can do it. Okay, yeah, help me, Kyle. Y'all ready? Well, you just show it, Kyle. Kyle's got the winner in his hand, and I got the runner-up. Ready? Go. Diane is the runner-up. Hope Bird is our grand prize winner. She is our Dream Studio winner. Congratulations to all the runner-ups, and congratulations to Hope. Wow. Hope, are you watching right now? Are you watching? I hope Hope is watching. If Hope's husband's watching with her, help her get her off the floor and get her back in her seat. Well, wow. Got a bunch of people we need to thank for Quilt Fest, everybody. First of all, let's thank Andrew and Kyle in here. They've been working hard all week to do this, so we sure do appreciate those guys. Got to say a big shout out to Rhonda and Melinda that have been monitoring the chat on Facebook and YouTube and helping us there. They've been doing a great job. Got to say a big shout out to all. There's Hope. So Hope, did your husband have to pick you up off the floor? That is awesome. All right, so got to say a big thank you to our call center over there, all the people on the phones and the chat, the live chat on the website that's been helping y'all and taking your orders. Got to say a big shout out to our warehouse. Our warehouse out there has been working around the clock, working really hard to get all your orders shipped out. And then our customer service as well. They've been working extremely hard. And then a big thank you to the sponsors. Can we put the sponsors back up there again? I tell you what, everyone, we could not do this without the sponsors. Our platinum sponsor this year for 2025 Quilt Fest was Baby Lock. Gold sponsor, Handy Quilter, Janome, Brother, Husqvarna Viking, Butler Robotics, Grace Company, Pfaff, King Quilter 2, and Juki. Our silver sponsors were Caterpillar and Arrow Cabinets. Bronze sponsors was R&K, featuring Floriani and Laura Star. And so thank to them. And then I got to say a huge shout out to all the educators that presented on our show this week. What a fantastic group of people, and all the demonstrations and all the education. Everybody that presented this week was fantastic, and we sure do appreciate them taking the time out to come and do this for us and for y'all. And anyway, sure do appreciate every one of y'all supporting SMP. I tell you what, it means a lot to us, and we couldn't do these shows if y'all didn't support it. And so again, 2025 Quilt Fest is in the books, and y'all stay tuned for April. We're going to have our Serger Soiree, 4 days of that, April the 8th through the 11th. We hope that y'all will join in for that. And our regular Tuesdays, every Tuesday we have the Takeover Tuesday show featuring Jane Klaus. You see her right there, Becky Thompson, Carly Bell, and Joanne Banco. Each one of these ladies brings something very unique to the show, and they do crafts and sewing and all kinds of things. Every Tuesday, you're going to get to see one of those, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central. And then every Thursday, we just have our regular Thursday show. I'm going to be there, and Kyle and Andrew always come with me. We'll always be having featuring projects. We'll have demos, and it's every Thursday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Central. So hope that you'll join in. And just, if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like it. If you haven't subscribed to YouTube, go subscribe. We'd love to be part of the SMP Nation. And anyway, for the whole gang here at SMP, thank y'all so much for joining in. Y'all have a great weekend, and we'll see y'all next week.